That boy had spent his whole existence failing. Life had dealt him nothing but cruelty. He nearly ran into the infamous truck hunt, but the red light ended up saving him. Not long after, he continued on his way and was struck by a collapsing pole. That was the moment he was reborn as Kella in a realm where magic is honored and the weak are discarded like garbage. But unlike his previous life, Kella awakened an unbelievable gift. He rose as an unmatched prodigy in creation magic, outclassing every other student at the academy. In front of a gaming cafe, a young boy comments that a brand new map for the game Kangchi has just been released. His friend proudly claims he already secured the top rank the moment he logged in, leaving the others stunned. He admits the map is incredibly difficult, and his friend remarks that the player Kangchi must be something beyond human. Not far away, the protagonist munches on a skewer while overhearing the two question how Kangchi can be so fast. The protagonist's friend then turns to him and chuckingly accuses him, saying he must be using bots. He goes on to ask why someone earning absurd amounts from gaming would still eat at a place like this. The hooded young man casually replies that the food there is delicious, which is exactly why he keeps coming back. He shifts the topic, announcing that he has claimed first place again and that they should be prepared. Annoyed, his friend complains that he talks as if it were effortless, and once again calls him a bot. With a serious expression, the protagonist reflects that, in a way, they are not entirely wrong. It is then revealed that he is actually an AI, and the only place he truly enjoys himself is inside the game. He finds pleasure in battling monsters and gaining levels. That is what he genuinely loves. His thoughts come to a close as he admits that only the gaming world and map creation bring him joy. The scene shifts to outside the gaming cafe, where the friends part ways after spending the day playing. His friend reminds him to treat him to a snack with his overflowing earnings, and the protagonist simply agrees just to get him to leave. As he walks alone, the young man wonders why he is so obsessed with that game. He soft explains to himself that it is because, in the real world, he has no control over anything. Inside games, everything feels manageable, while in reality, things are beyond reach. Even something as trivial as a poorly placed telephone pole is something he cannot move. He thinks that if it were inside a game, he could alter everything with a single click. All of a sudden, a speeding truck appears out of nowhere, rushing straight toward him. The vehicle charges ahead, moments away from striking the distracted protagonist. But reality does not work that way, and he quickly understands the danger he is in. Something like a truck cannot simply be erased because he wishes it. The driver slams the brakes, and the truck rushes past him. The tires screech loudly against the pavement, stopping just inches from where he stood. The boy is shaken and even chucks that he thought he was about to be sent to another world. Enraged, the driver shouts at him, asking if he has a death wish. The protagonist casually points to the side without concern. He calmly tells the man to check the signal first, which had been green for crossing. Confused, the driver cannot figure out when the light changed, and the protagonist simply walks away. With his back turned, he reflects on how restrictive and frustrating reality is. If he could manipulate things like in a game, everything would be far more efficient and convenient. With such power, he would finally be able to shape the world exactly as he wants. But suddenly, the cable of a nearby crane snaps with a loud crack. People on the street scream in panic about the crane, warning everyone to run. At that moment, he spots a little girl standing directly beneath the falling steel beam. He freezes for a brief second, but his face soon hardens with determination. The girl looks up, paralyzed with fear, unable to move at all. Acting on instinct, the protagonist rushes forward and pushes her away from the incoming danger. The ball she was holding is sent flying through the air from the force of his shove. The little girl rolls across the ground, thrown far enough to be safe. She ends up sitting, trembling, as the young man finishes his thought, realizing that the only thing he can control is his own body. In the end, the beam comes crashing down, crushing the protagonist who gave his life to save her. Lying on the ground, broken and barely conscious, he struggles to breathe as his life slips away. As his vision dims, he wonders if this is what it feels like. With his final breath, he realizes that a life without power or control is what reality truly is. Suddenly, his body begins to float in a strange purple void, leaving him completely stunned. He looks around in confusion, unable to understand where he has ended up. The darkness is absolute, like a black hole, and he questions whether he might actually be dead. Then a mysterious voice echoes through the void, calling out to him in an intimidating tone. A massive shadowy figure emerges, asking him how the hell of oblivion felt to him. Startled, the young man shouts, demanding to know who that entity is and what it means by oblivion. The creature goes on to say that death is nothing more than a gateway to being reborn, which only makes things even more bewildering. Our protagonist is left without words, struggling to make sense of such absurd statements. The entity continues speaking, claiming it will grant him an opportunity to regain the memories he lost. Irritated, the boy demands that the being explain things in a way he can actually understand, but the entity pays no attention, and in a commanding tone, orders the one who has forgotten to open his eyes. Panicking, the protagonist pleads for him to stop, having no idea what is happening to his body. The young man's eyes instantly shift in color, becoming fierce and animalistic. He suddenly awakens, shouting in terror as he notices he now has demonic horns and sharp fangs. Still shaken, the boy steadies himself against a table, trying to figure out what is going on. He glances around and realizes the surroundings resemble an ancient castle. Then he sees his own reflection and is horrified by his demonic form. He questions how he could possibly still be alive. staring in disbelief at his hands, now equipped with sharp claws. As the truth begins to settle in, he considers that he may have been transported to another world, just like in anime. Yet the sensation when he touches himself feels so vivid that everything seems undeniably real. He becomes certain that this is not a dream, and his sense of despair deepens, so he remains standing in the hall, attempting to make sense of this madness. He wonders about his location, and concludes it truly appears to be an old castle. Perplexed, he asks himself who he is, but suddenly a voice questions what he is mumbling about. The protagonist's eyes widen as he realizes someone else is present in the hall. Out of nowhere, a figure appears and stabs him from behind, giving him no chance to react. He coughs up blood, unable to comprehend that he has been struck with a dagger. The demon girl attacks with a cruel smile, clearly taking pleasure in hurting him. She stands over him and mockingly asks if he believes he is going to die. He feels intense pain and realizes her blade pierced straight through his chest. Still coughing blood, the young man asks why she attacked him so suddenly. The girl feigns ignorance, asking what he means by that question. She then admits she despises him, and that is why she intends to eliminate him, lunging forward once again. He panics, unable to believe that the girl is truly trying to kill him on the spot. But just as she is about to deliver the final strike, another person appears and blocks the blade with their hand. The protagonist looks back, surprised by the unexpected savior who arrived at the last moment. A man holding a whip stops the sword, and the girl angrily asks why he keeps interfering. At that moment, a woman arrives and tells her not to do such a thing to her own brother, which shocks everyone. Our hero is completely confused, wondering what is happening and who these people are. The woman approaches him, lamenting that his sister has mistreated him once again, and offers him something to drink. Thinking it is a healing potion, he drinks it all without hesitation, relieved to receive help. However, the woman shows a strange smile and remarks that today he drank it without any doubt. The young man's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes he has fallen into a dangerous trap. Immediately, he vomits a vile purple substance, confirming that the drink was poisoned. He grabs his throat, feeling a burning sensation, and screams in agony as the poison spreads. His sister becomes angry, saying she wanted to be the one to kill him herself, not like this. The other woman, looking bored, comments that the poison mixture failed once again. With his entire body shaking from pain, he wonders why he must suffer so much. At that moment, the massive doors of the hall creak open, revealing a blinding light. A guard announces that the Demon King Turk Caladun has returned, and the sisters are startled by his arrival. The protagonist hears the word father and becomes even more confused. Even through the pain, the Demon King's hand tightens into a fist, showing his displeasure with the scene. Then the imposing figure of the great Demon King finally steps in, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. He questions why such unpleasant noises are echoing, and the protagonist realizes that this man is the Demon King. One of the sisters tries to save herself by blaming him, claiming he caused everything, but the king releases his energy and orders her to be silent, instantly shutting both of them up. He grabs his daughter by the throat, saying it is humiliating to hear the weak groaning inside his castle. As she struggles to breathe, the woman apologizes and begs her father for mercy. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that if those two truly are his sisters, then that ruthless and terrifying Demon King must be his father. The king ignores her plea and declares that there are only two kinds of sounds he wishes to hear in his castle. The young man becomes tense, sensing that whatever his supposed father is about to say will not be good. He goes on, saying that what he wishes to hear is the cry of a demon coming into existence and the sound of a dignified death. As those words sink in, the protagonist finally understands and terror completely consumes him. All of a sudden, a scream filled with pain and suffering echoes throughout the shadowy castle. The scene then shows the Demon King standing in the hall, surrounded by several lifeless bodies at his feet. The poison continues to take its toll, and the boy keeps coughing up blood, severely wounded. At last, he comes to terms with the fact that he has somehow been reborn in another world. However, he cannot accept that. Out of everyone, he has become the son of this man. Lying on the ground, he curses his misfortune. Unable to accept this reality, he questions why, of all possibilities, it had to be the Demon King. The scene shifts to a memory of the protagonist as a child, crying while calling out for his mother. He explains that his sister Seldera stabbed his eye with a fork, yet his mother merely laments his suffering. The boy continues crying, saying that his other sister Tarmi also poisoned his meal. With a cold expression, his mother tells him that in that case he must take action himself. She then advises him to retaliate in the same way as a true demon would, but the child, frightened, warns her that if he does that, his sisters might kill him. With a cruel smile, she replies that in that case he simply needs to kill them first. The young boy is left in shock, a tear sliding down his face as he struggles to believe what he is hearing. It is revealed that his father killed 12 of his own siblings to rise as the great Demon King. His mother repeats her lesson, saying that if someone tries to take his life, he must strike before they do. At that moment, she pulls a dagger from behind her back, preparing to demonstrate her point. Without hesitation, she stabs him from behind, making the boy scream in agony and shock. As she embraces him, she whispers that this is exactly how a real demon behaves. He cries out for his mother in pain, and she asks whether he finally understands the lesson. Back in the present, the protagonist awakens with a scream, jolting out of the horrifying memory. A servant approaches the bed and asks if he is awake, and as she sees him gasping for air, he realizes that this is the body he reincarnated into, and that everything he saw were Kella's memories. He then looks down at his own body and notices that all his injuries have healed on their own. It is revealed that Kella possesses a regenerative ability far beyond normal limits. The servant informs him that Lord Kella has been asleep for quite some time, while he stares at his hands in confusion. She then tells him to get up, as the family meal is nearly ready, and he complies. It is explained that Kella, being more timid, was always looked down upon by his siblings. In a memory, Ren suggests an outfit, but he complains that his brother's servant is the one who dresses him. He jokingly says she could help him as well, but the former Kella refuses, completely flustered. In another recollection, the servant tells him to clean a blanket, and he finds it strange, since that should be her responsibility. He also recalls catching Rian sleeping comfortably in his bed, acting as if it were her own. Even when she used a doll to do her tasks, leaving the old Kella stunned, our protagonist reflects on how weak Kella was for allowing himself to be pushed around by a servant. But with a firm expression, he decides that the Kella of now will be completely different. He then clenches his fist tightly, showing his newfound resolve. He realizes that the former Kella was bullied his entire life, and things here are no different. With determination in his eyes, he understands that in this place, those who appear weak are simply eliminated. He then walks alongside his servant toward the grand dining table of the royal family. The Demon King stares at him intensely and warns in a deep voice that Kella is late. The king's presence is so overwhelming that the protagonist immediately understands why he rules over everything. He takes a seat at the table and apologizes for being late, already preparing himself for what might happen. But his sister greets him with a powerful kick from beneath the table. The sudden strike is followed by a stab to his leg, a twisted display of family affection. He clenches his teeth, enduring the pain so as not to appear weak in front of the others. His sister then mocks him, saying he looks frail and should eat more. Annoyed, he wonders what would happen if they discovered he is not the real Kella. He restrains himself and gives thanks for the meal, thinking that for now he must endure. At that moment, our protagonist picks up a spoon and decides to taste the soup before him. But in that very instant, he feels the poison spreading through his body and realizes the food is not normal. His other sister then remarks that the soup was specially prepared for him and asks if it tastes good. Even while feeling the poison coursing through him, he conceals the pain and says, yes, it tastes great. He glances at his relatives and thinks with revulsion that these demons mean nothing to him. With a grim expression, he decides they are not his family, they are merely creatures. With firm resolve, he swears he will no longer be their target and understands he must take action. A memory surfaces showing that in his previous life he always aimed to accomplish things by himself. Because of that mindset, he eventually became known as the top map creator in a game. However, he recalls that real life was completely different. Outside of games, he was powerless and incapable of protecting himself, and because of that, he never wanted to relive such helplessness again. He makes a promise to himself that he will never die in such a defenseless manner again. Returning to the present, his eyes shift, revealing a newfound determination. With a dark grin, he offers the poisoned soup to his sister Seldera, then suddenly hurls the entire plate at her face, making her cry out in shock. He then pulls the dagger out of his leg and declares that he will return his sister's gift to Tarma. With a swift motion, he stabs his other sister using the same blade that injured him. The Demon King is left stunned by the unexpected behavior of his youngest son. He rises to his feet and questions his father, asking why demons should even have joyful family meals. Filled with rage, the protagonist overturns the table with all his strength and shouts that from now on, everyone will eat alone. The entire family is left in shock by his defiance. They cannot believe what just happened. With a look full of hatred, he challenges them all, daring them to see who will come out victorious. The scene then shifts outside the castle, revealing the massive scale of the demon fortress. With a satisfied smile, the young man thinks that standing up against them felt incredibly good. However, it is revealed that afterward he was brutally beaten by his enraged father. Even so, he recovers quickly, leaving him surprised by his own body. He looks at his hand and senses a strange power flowing within him. At that moment, he realizes he truly is the Demon King's son, having inherited extraordinary abilities. Now, the protagonist becomes curious about how powerful this new strength really is. The servant begins explaining the ranking of demonic power, but he interrupts her, telling her to stop ordering him around. She is taken aback by his sudden change, wondering what caused him to act this way. Alone, the young man reflects on the upcoming demonic power class. He recalls from Kella's memories that it was one of the worst experiences he ever had. Even so, he knows he has no reason to avoid it, and decides to face it head-on. The scene changes to the training grounds, where the instructor announces that Seldera and Tarmi will not be attending today. Hearing this, our protagonist notices a few familiar faces in the crowd, and immediately feels uneasy. He recognizes them from Kella's memories, and knows they mean trouble. In a memory, the former Kella trembles in fear, saying he cannot fight at all. One of the bullies responds that there is no choice since it is a class, and charges at him. Using that excuse, the guy would beat Kella mercilessly, leaving him screaming in pain on the ground. It is shown that these individuals are true demons who take pleasure in others' suffering. For them, tormenting Kella was a form of entertainment, like a cruel and twisted game. Back in the present, one of his sisters appears and tells the attacker not to hold back. With a sadistic smile, she encourages him to show his true strength, giving him full permission. The attacker happily thanks her and prepares an even stronger magical strike against Kella. But our protagonist only recalls the old Kella begging for the torment to stop. The poor boy despised fighting and only wished for it to end, yet no one ever paid attention to him. Our hero concludes firmly that the former Kella was not truly weak. He simply had a heart that was too kind, and that is why he was always beaten down by others. But now everything is different, and he faces the situation with a completely changed expression. With a confident smile, he decides he will use this newfound power the right way. At the training grounds, an instructor wearing glasses asks who was fighting earlier. A red-haired boy answers that it was him, speaking with a mocking tone as Kella approaches. He continues provoking him, saying with a smirk that he should have addressed Kella more respectfully. Kella becomes furious at the disrespect, while the other boy offers a fake apology. The instructor then orders both of them to begin the second round right there in front of everyone. The red-haired boy prepares himself, gathering a purple aura and asking if Kella is ready. Among the spectators, the other students mock them, saying that young Master Kella is about to get beaten again. He hears the cruel remarks and becomes even more irritated by the situation. His opponent grins maliciously, clearly taking pleasure in Kella's pain. However, Kella reflects that he and his rival share similarities in many ways. The scene shifts to a flashback, revealing that he too was bullied in his previous life. Back then, he had neither wealth nor strength, and everyone looked down on him because of it. But he decides to leave all of that behind, releasing a powerful blue aura. His eyes shine brightly as energy bursts outward from his body with immense force. His rival is stunned, unable to believe Kella possessed such an enormous amount of hidden mana. The other students are also shocked by the energy, questioning whether it is even real. His opponent freezes in fear, unable to move under the overwhelming pressure. Kella steps forward and says he will go easy on him, asking him to endure just a single strike. With a blow infused with energy, he delivers a direct hit to his opponent with tremendous force. He follows up with another strike, slamming the boy into the courtyard ground. The crowd is left speechless, as his opponent could not even react. Even the instructor becomes anxious, wondering if the boy died from the impact. However, the rival lies on the ground, badly injured and coughing up blood. Still alive, Kella looks down at him and questions how he dared to speak that way to the Demon King's son. Terrified, the boy begs for mercy, addressing him as Lord Kella for the first time. Kella warns him not to repeat the mistake, or next time it will cost him his life. The students are in disbelief, as this is supposed to be the same useless Kella they knew. Kella then turns and calls out to the instructor, who trembles in fear. With a chilling smile, he asks whether the lesson should not continue. Among the students, the servant Ren watches everything unfold. She is stunned by Lord Kella's power. Ren thinks that he is behaving very strangely, completely unlike his usual self. From afar, she also notices Kella's father, Turk Caladun, observing everything from the balcony. In the courtyard, Kella stands beside his rival's unconscious body. Turk Caladun simply watches from above, showing no visible reaction. The scene shifts back to the family castle, where someone angrily shouts that this cannot be forgiven. In a medicinal bath, Seldera is furious, while Ty tells her to calm down. Tarmi reminds her that she does not possess the same extraordinary regenerative ability as Kella, but Seldera loses control, shouting that this situation is strange and demanding to know why. Calmly, Tarmi concludes that Kella seems to have undergone some kind of transformation. Elsewhere, Kella angrily declares that meals will now be taken separately. The sudden announcement leaves the entire family, including Hel, surprised by his behavior. At that moment, Tarmi notices something unusual in her father's expression. Turk Caladun. It is revealed that, if only for an instant, their father displayed a faint smile. She is shocked, realizing that he smiled for the first time in their lives at that very moment. Seldera becomes even more furious, shouting that she cannot believe their father smiled because of Kella. Tarmi agrees that this is not normal. She acknowledges Kella's sudden change, but Seldera, still enraged, demands to know what she means. Tarmi then states that she knows Seldera would rather die than join her. This unexpected remark leaves Seldera confused, unsure of what she is implying. She then suggests that they stop fighting so they can deal with Kella together. With a confident smirk, she shows complete certainty in her proposal. Seldera thinks for a moment and admits that the idea is not so bad. The two then decide they will eliminate Kella before he attracts even more of their father's attention. The scene returns to the classroom, where Kella senses that something is off. Then the image of a demon with an enormous, terrifying grin appears. It is explained that this figure was the former Demon King, known to all as Turk Caladun. The instructor continues the history lesson, speaking about the great deeds of the past. Kella finds his appearance disturbing, thinking he looks like a true demon, but the instructor explains that Sir Turk Caladun only fell due to a cowardly scheme by the Sky Guild. He continues, saying that since then several guilds have gathered near their kingdom. It is revealed that Kella somehow already possessed this knowledge in his memories. The scene changes to Kella standing on the balcony, thinking that because of these guilds he cannot even escape the castle, feeling completely trapped. In despair, he drops to his knees and curses himself for being forced to live in that place forever. Back in the classroom, Kella listens carefully with a serious and determined expression. The instructor warns that together with the Sky Guild, they are planning an attack on the Demon Kingdom, and to help King Hel eliminate them, the students must train. Therefore, he orders everyone to give their all in combat training from now on. The students shout in unison, declaring they will fight for the honor of all demons. But Kella remains silent, simply observing and reflecting on the situation. The scene changes again, showing him sitting on the castle roof, gazing at the horizon. He surveys the vast land, and realizes he must find a way to escape from that place. He understands that if he remains confined in that castle any longer, his life could end at any time. He could even be murdered by his own deceitful siblings. At that moment, he asks Ren whether his father will truly leave in 3 days, and she confirms it. He then turns to her and asks if she is aware of something extremely important. Kella reveals that the castle has a critical flaw, leaving the girl puzzled by his sudden claim. He explains that there is no map specialist to properly utilize the terrain during battles. Because of this, enemy guilds are taking advantage of abandoned areas to launch their attacks. So, he decides to use the time before the expedition to chart the entire region. He intends to do this so his father, Turk Caladun, can eliminate every enemy without exception. With a confident grin, Kella declares that he will help his father win the war. However, deep down, he realizes this is also his chance to prepare for his escape. He understands that a map differs from reality and that he can design it however he chooses. Suddenly, Kella orders Ring to immediately set up a secret workspace in the castle's basement. He explains that he needs a place where he can work without his father discovering his intentions. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room illuminated only by torches with magical flames. Inside, Turk Caladun sits, emanating a threatening pink aura. He thinks that Kella will not be able to slip beyond his watch, already harboring suspicion toward his son. Then he rises, deciding he must act before it is too late. Kella's father concludes that he needs to see the situation with his own eyes. Back in the basement, Kella makes a disgusted expression and questions what this place is. Rian shows him the dusty room, and he is repulsed by the miserable condition of the office. She explains it was the best she could manage in secrecy, but he scolds her for not doing it properly. He thinks that sometimes he must be stricter with her to maintain authority. The servant becomes frightened, feeling that he is no longer the same Kella she once knew. Yet deep inside, she senses that despite everything, he has changed for the better. She ends up thinking he has become more impressive and begins developing feelings for her new master. He then shouts at Ren, telling her to stop staring and bring him a cup of coffee. Panicking, the servant runs off, shouting that she will fetch her master's coffee. Alone in the room, Kella confirms she has left and that he can begin his plan. He studies the map, thinking that the castle holds no dreams or hope, but with determination, he says it is time to create his own map. The scene shifts to Ren, who runs through the castle corridors still yelling about coffee. Suddenly, she stops, realizing she has no idea what coffee even is. At that moment, she hears a deep and terrifying voice calling her name nearby. It is Turk Caladun, who asks what she is doing in the basement without Kella present. With a stern expression, he demands to know where Kella is right now. The servant panics and begins to stammer, not knowing how to respond to her king. He orders her to answer, but she remembers that Kella told her to keep it a secret. The scene shifts to the hidden office door, showing that Kella is still inside. He is completely focused on the map, finding the task surprisingly enjoyable. It is revealed that he is fortunate, as this world resembles a game he already knows. As he draws, he realizes that deep down he is truly enjoying himself. He recalls that in his previous life, creating maps was what he loved most. Suddenly, the door to the secret room begins to shake violently. Then the door bursts open and Kella is thrown backward by a magical force. It is Turk Caladun, who shouts that he cannot believe Kella created a room without informing him. Kella is stunned, wondering how his father managed to locate him there. Without hesitation, his father lunges forward and pierces his chest with his bare hand. He then whispers that if Kella intends to kill him, he should not hide like a coward. The young man coughs up blood, unable to comprehend his father's ruthless actions. He feels unbearable pain and realizes this is the true power of the great demon king. His body becomes drenched in cold sweat. He is certain that this time he will truly die. In desperation, he shouts for his father to look at the map he has drawn, but Hell lifts him into the air and asks what nonsense he is staring at on that paper. Even while gravely injured, Kella explains that the terrain around the castle is unfavorable for combat. He says that if they reshape the land as shown on the map, the advantage will be theirs. He insists that the map will be extremely useful in the upcoming battles. Hell is taken aback by his attitude, not expecting such intelligence from his son. Then he forcefully pulls his hand out, causing Kella to scream in agony. His father stares down at him on the ground and demands to know why he created the office in secret. Kella explains that if he had asked for permission to help, his father would have undoubtedly refused. That is why he chose to reveal the map only after it was completely finished. The Demon King remains silent, carefully evaluating his son's explanation and boldness. He then declares that as the king's son, he wishes to assist in wiping out the army from the heavens. The two lock eyes seriously, creating a moment filled with tension between father and son. Rian is terrified, thinking that Kella must have a death wish to speak to the king in such a manner. Breaking the silence, his father asks how long he believes it will take to complete it. The question surprises Kella, who struggles to believe what he just heard. Hell gestures with his blood-covered hand and demands to know how many days are needed to finish the map. Realizing that his father is taking him seriously, Kella answers that 5 days will be enough, but Hell reveals that the heavenly army will gather in only 3 days. He warns that the map will be pointless if it takes that long to be completed. Kella quickly corrects himself, stating that he can finish it in 5 hours, not 5 days. His bold claim leaves Turk Caladun stunned, unable to believe such confidence. He assures that within 3 days the construction will be complete, and requests permission to lead the operation. His father studies him closely, analyzing both his proposal and the determination in his gaze. With a surprised expression, he seems to consider the idea for the first time. He then agrees, telling Kella to go ahead and complete the map, placing his trust in him. However, as he turns away, he warns that if Kella is merely bluffing, he will personally tear him apart along with the map. Even while bleeding, Kella smiles and promises that he will do everything he can. With that, the Demon King finally turns his back and leaves the hidden room. Alone, Kella celebrates, winking and pleased that he managed to convince his father. But suddenly, the pain from his wound surges back intensely, causing a sharp sensation. Unable to endure it, he ends up vomiting all the blood that had gathered in his throat. At that moment, he realizes that the Demon King truly would have killed him if he had not been useful. Rian is astonished, thinking that Kella actually managed to persuade the great Demon King. He shouts at her not to stand there and orders her to take him to the infirmary, and she immediately obeys. Already wrapped in bandages, he declares that, just as promised, he finished the map in 5 hours. With that, the castle's forces assemble and begin a large-scale construction effort. The kingdom's mages use illusion magic to conceal the entire construction zone. They reshape the terrain so that the enemies will not notice the changes. Kella thinks that his new map is being built exactly like in the game he once played. With a satisfied smile, he concludes that everything is proceeding exactly as planned. The scene shifts to the Sky Guild's camp, where someone shouts in shock. It is the guild master Hermison, who discovers that the battlefield is being altered. A knight explains that they learned the demons are using illusion magic. He then asks whether they should attack and stop them, but the master pauses to think. With a serious expression, Hermison replies that they will not act for now. He smirks slightly, believing that intervening at this point would be pointless, as it is already too late. It is then revealed that in 3 days, the strongest squad from Talawa will arrive. It is also revealed that the elite force known as the Talcan is on its way. This squad is said to have been formed over many years and is finally complete. Hermison laughs, declaring that with this elite unit, they will defeat the Demon King Hell. Riding on a dragon, the squad leader shouts that they will reach the castle in 2 days. With that command, their entire army advances rapidly toward the enemy. The general proclaims that the Demon King's 1,000-year rule will finally come to an end. They all charge forward, shouting, ready to burn the demon castle to the ground. A red-haired commander comments that General Killman's leadership is truly remarkable. At that moment, a soldier asks Commander Shrills if they can truly succeed in this mission. She smiles and assures him that the Tolkien squad is unlike the others. With full confidence, she declares that they will certainly kill the great Demon King. The scene returns to the Demon King's castle, where the central tower stands tall. Seated upon his throne, Caladun realizes that Kella was not lying about the map. However, he admits that despite everything, his son's plan is still not perfect. His body is already reaching its limit, so he cannot afford to be too selective. With determination, he thinks that tomorrow he will finally settle things with the Heavenly Army. Meanwhile, the mages rush, as they do not have much time to finish the work. The laborers also hurry, trying to speed up the process. From a window, Kella and Ren observe everything, and he comments that the plan is progressing smoothly. He reflects that crafting a map in reality feels completely different from doing it inside a game. The young man is amazed that he can reshape the terrain however he desires. Now all that remains is to wait for the great clash between heaven and hell to begin. With an eager expression, he prepares himself, knowing that tomorrow will finally be the decisive day. On the following day, the Tolkien squad arrives at the rendezvous point, amid great celebration. The general thanks everyone for gathering and announces that his unit is ready for battle. Filled with excitement, Hermison agrees and shouts for everyone to march toward the Demon King's castle immediately. At that, the general also raises his voice, ordering the squad to advance and secure victory for Tulua. Suddenly, a teleportation circle begins to shine brightly in the center of the enemy camp. The same glowing pattern appears across the ground, leaving Master Hermison completely puzzled. The Tolkien squad's general panics, unable to understand what is happening. He shouts that it is a surprise attack and commands everyone to form a defensive line. But an energy blast strikes the area, sending several soldiers flying. The general and his men raise their shields, questioning what just occurred. One of the guild knights is stunned, thinking such a thing should be impossible. From within the blue smoke, the silhouette of a massive demon emerges before them. At that moment, they realize it is the Demon King Caladun himself. The general is terrified, unable to comprehend how he managed to reach their base. The scene shifts back as Kella explains that he removed the surveillance magic used by the forces of heaven. He assures that now his father can teleport freely without being detected by the enemy while sitting on his throne. Caladun considers the idea of teleporting directly into the enemy's base. But Saldera suddenly appears, asking her father to wait and not invade in such a reckless manner. Tarmi also arrives, warning that it would be too dangerous even for him. Hel becomes furious and questions whether they are doubting the power of the Demon King. They attempt to explain that he is not fully recovered from his injuries, but he cuts them off, telling them to be silent and making it clear that he will decide. He then declares that the next day he will slaughter every one of his enemies without mercy. The scene returns to the battlefield as the general shouts that the enemy caught them off guard, but swears they will make Hel regret it because they are the Tolkien squad. With that, he raises his weapon and orders a full-scale assault. Caladun gathers his strength, releasing a blue aura as he prepares to fight. His power erupts with immense force, creating a massive crater on the battlefield. Far away, Kella stands atop a tower, watching his forces assemble. He thinks that he has finally gathered everything needed to begin the assault. With a determined expression, he declares that all preparations are complete. He then gives the command, ordering all his monsters to charge forward immediately. Following his order, a massive wave of orcs and other creatures rushes toward the enemy. One of the knights falls into despair upon seeing the castle's army advancing. Suddenly, strange creatures begin to emerge from beneath the ground, catching everyone off guard. The soldiers realize they have been ambushed and shout to stop the demon's advance. From the top of the tower, Kella clenches his fist tightly. Observing the situation, he watches the battlefield closely, taking in every detail. With a sinister smile, he confirms that everything is unfolding according to his plan. But suddenly, Tarmi appears behind him and calls out, saying she has finally found him. She tells him that she does not understand why he did this, but his plan will fail. Saldera also arrives, warning that she would not have gone this far if he had not crossed the line. Shocked, Kella turns around and sees both of his sisters standing there, ready to betray him once again. Holding a weapon infused with green energy, Tarmi tells him to die, saying there is no place for him here. Without hesitation, she lunges forward and drives her attack straight through Kella's stomach with a swift and precise motion. The energy blade pierces his body, leaving the young man with a devastating wound. He looks down, overwhelmed by the intense pain, and screams in agony. With a smile, Tarmi prepares herself and calls for Saldera to finish him. Then Saldera steps forward, saying that not even his regeneration will be able to save him now. With a single strike, Saldera tears off Kella's head, shouting that regeneration is useless. The two sisters then burst into cruel laughter, enjoying the horrific sight before them. Kella's head is sent flying, and he is left in shock by the betrayal, unable to believe what has happened. In that instant, he realizes that this is the end. Defeated by his own sisters, in a shocking moment, Kella's lifeless, headless body is thrown from the top of the wall. His lifeless body drops freely through the air as rain and a strange energy spread across the sky. We see a close-up of his head falling, his eyes wide with shock and fear. Then both his body and head slam into the ground with a heavy, brutal impact. Even after hitting the ground, Kella's head remains in pain, struggling to release a final breath. Above, on the wall, Tarmi and Saldera observe the scene, celebrating their victory over him. But suddenly, a blade surrounded by a blue aura appears out of nowhere, catching Tarmi completely off guard. It is Saldera who has stabbed her from behind, shouting that she has found her weak point. She mocks Tarmi's speed while mercilessly driving the dagger even deeper. Tarmi looks down at the weapon in shock, recognizing it as their mother's forbidden dagger. However, Saldera shows no concern, claiming that rules are meaningless and weapons exist to be used. Tarmi, filled with rage, questions whether her own sister would truly betray her like this. With a sinister grin, Saldera warns that if she kills her now, she will be the only one left. She reveals that by doing so, she will become the sole heir to claim power. Consumed by pain and fury, Tarmi clenches her teeth and screams Saldera's name. Overcome with hatred, Tarmi charges forward, shouting that she will kill Saldera for this betrayal. Saldera steps back with a smile, stating that the fight was already decided the moment she stabbed her. The two then clash violently, releasing an explosion of energy across the courtyard. The focus returns to Kella's head lying on the ground, witnessing everything. He reflects on how they can be so cruel, questioning the true nature of demons, but then he realizes they are exactly as he had always imagined them. At that point, the scene shifts back to his body, lying motionless in the center of the courtyard. Suddenly, the blood and scattered parts begin to move and reconnect in a strange manner. It is revealed that Ren is using an unusual magic to manipulate Kella's body. She then picks up his head and calmly walks toward the body lying on the ground. Ren kneels and carefully starts to reattach his head to his neck, but Kella suddenly comes back to life, grabbing her throat with terrifying force. The scene cuts to distant mountains, where a general commands his army to advance. He orders a portal to be opened, intending to strike heaven from behind. However, on the other side, a human army is already waiting, shouting that they anticipated this move. The human commander then gives the order to attack, screaming that no demon should be left alive. But the demon general shows no hesitation, commanding his troops to fight for the pride of their race. With that, both armies collide with full force, and the battle truly begins. Amid the chaos, a red dragon appears, gathering a blazing fireball in its mouth. It then releases a devastating blast that tears through everything in its path. General Killman faces the attack, remarking, "It's been a long time since he last witnessed a dragon's breath." Riding atop the creature, Turk Caladun smiles as he controls the raging dragon. The Demon King then leaps off the beast's back, landing heavily on the ground. Killman becomes furious, shouting in anger that the enemy barely managed to evade death. Quickly, the human commander orders everyone to unleash their attacks at once. The demon army charges forward fearlessly, rushing toward their enemies. Suddenly, a massive blue energy entity materializes behind the demon forces. Killman watches as the dust settles, wondering if their attack was successful, but to his shock he realizes it had no effect, and the creature remains standing. A close-up reveals the creature's arm glowing with a cold and overwhelming power. The entity fully reveals itself, stating that what happened before no longer matters. It assumes its complete form, declaring that all it needs to do now is eliminate everyone present. In desperation, Killman shouts that the enemy is preparing to fight at full power. He then orders his troops to risk everything and give their all. The creature's eye shines intensely, releasing a wave of energy that terrifies everyone. The scene then returns to the castle, where the atmosphere has become much darker and heavier. A light shines through an opening, showing that the earlier battle created a passage. Below, Rian trembles as she struggles to keep Kella's head in place. His neck is covered in blood, and he begs her to continue the process. She screams in desperation, pleading for it to work faster. A flashback begins, showing Rian complaining about how disgusting it is and wondering when she will get used to it. Kella, missing an arm, cries out in pain and tells her to hurry and reattach it. We see a close-up of her pressing the limb back into place as he writhes in agony during regeneration. With sweat covering her face, Ren nervously asks if the process is finally finished, and Kella looks at his hand and confirms that, just as expected, it worked once again. He then declares that the next step will be to repeat the same process with his head, leaving Ren terrified. Kella explains that he needs to test it on his head, which makes Ren completely panic at the thought. He asks her to cut it carefully, but Ren refuses and screams that she cannot do it. The memory fades, and back in the present, Kella says that is enough experimentation for now. He then orders Ren to find Seldera's servant and relay exactly what he tells her. The girl is clearly nervous about the task, but she knows she has no choice but to obey. Putting on a hesitant act, she approaches the other servant to deliver the false message. Ren claims that Kella is planning to kill young Master Seldera in the middle of the battle. She adds that he intends to strike while the Demon King is fighting the forces of heaven. Seldera's servant becomes furious, unable to believe that bastard would plan such a betrayal. Then Ren cleverly suggests that this would be the perfect opportunity for Seldera to attack first. She assures her that severing his head would kill him regardless of his regenerative ability. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where Turk Caladun grits his teeth, irritated that the plan worked. Back on the ground, Ren holds Kella's seemingly lifeless body in her arms. She calls him an idiot, saying the plan would be meaningless if he actually died, but he suddenly opens his eyes and asks who she is calling an idiot. Ren is terrified and screams his name, unable to believe he is still alive. He stands up and explains that his healing slows down against mana-infused blades, and that he nearly died, but with a triumphant smile, he declares that he survived, and everything is still unfolding according to his plan. Overwhelmed with relief, Ren begins to cry, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. She then hugs Kella tightly, shouting that she truly believed he had died. Embarrassed by the situation, he blushes and asks what she thinks she is doing. Kella pulls away and tells her that he is fine now, so she should stop because he has to leave. Then he summons the contract seal, declaring that he will break the pact between them. With his hand extended, he grants his servant Ren complete freedom. A magical aura surrounds her, and she is left in shock, barely able to whisper his name. He explains that now that the contract is broken, she has no more obligations. With a final smile, Kella turns and tells her to live the life she has always wanted. Ren stands frozen, completely speechless at her master's sudden decision. He then walks toward a glowing light, preparing to leave that place forever. A memory appears of a younger Kella, asking her to be his friend instead of his servant. Back in the present, the memory makes Ren cry, as she finally understands his feelings. She runs after him, shouting for him to take her along, but Kella tells her not to follow. Ren insists that she will go with him, but he yells that she will only get in the way. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where a wounded General Killman calls Turk Caladun a monster. It is revealed that Hell's arm has been torn off, blood pouring onto the ground. Yet even in such a battered state, he remains standing, leaving Killman completely stunned. The general realizes that the being before him is truly the great demon himself. Angrily, Killman admits that it is frustrating, but he cannot defeat this opponent. He realizes that it does not matter who comes, as no human can stop this catastrophe. Then Hell slowly turns his head, observing the destruction caused by the prolonged battle. He sees that the human army has been nearly wiped out in the clash. His gaze continues to scan the battlefield, analyzing the aftermath of that brutal war. And the same fate has befallen his own forces, who were also mercilessly slaughtered. The focus shifts to another fallen warrior, highlighting the sheer brutality of the conflict. With blood in his mouth, he begins calling out for Seldera, Tarmi, and Kella. A closer look reveals that it is not only his arm that was lost, his neck has also been slashed. He then closes his eyes, realizing that in the end, his children will not come to his aid, but he concludes that this is his battle, and he will use every last bit of his mana. On the battlefield, Hell declares that everything will finally come to an end, releasing his power. Far away, Kella and Ren run desperately through a dark tunnel in an attempt to escape. He then notices a bright exit ahead, realizing it is the path beyond surveillance. With a relieved smile, he thinks that once he reaches it, he will finally be free. But suddenly Ren stops him, shouting for him to wait, leaving Kella confused. A barrier of blue lightning suddenly appears, completely blocking their path. Another purple energy manifests, and Kella wonders what it is. He senses the smell of blood. The two stare ahead in fear as Kella confirms the strong scent of blood he noticed earlier. A figure cloaked in a hood appears, taunting Turk Caladun for attempting to evacuate his children. He reveals that he anticipated this and chose to hide there, leaving Kella and Ren completely trapped. To make matters worse, it is not a single opponent but an entire squad waiting for them. Kella is overcome with anger, realizing that the enemies had stationed a surveillance unit at the exit. The squad leader declares that he was aware of the construction and will not allow anyone from the royal family to escape. He points directly at Kella and orders his men to kill him immediately, but Ren steps forward, raising a barrier and shouting for her master to run while she holds them off. Kella is stunned and questions what she could possibly do alone against all of them, but Ren shouts that she is his servant and her duty is to protect him no matter the cost. He recalls that her magic is purely defensive and that she can barely launch any attacks. With that, he realizes that Ren intends to sacrifice herself so he can survive. She turns and urgently tells her master to hurry and escape as fast as he can, but Kella refuses to obey and grabs her by the shoulder, interrupting her defense. Suddenly, he forcefully throws her aside, yelling at her for acting so self-righteous. He warns her that if she insists on following him, she should at least not die right in front of him. With an angry expression, he adds that it would only make him furious with her. Lying on the ground, Ren is completely stunned by his behavior and words. One of the enemy mages scoffs, saying there is no way they can escape now. He prepares to attack, claiming that mid-level magic will be more than enough for Kella, but Kella clenches his teeth and declares that he has always been timid and never revealed his true strength. He releases a lightning-filled aura, proving that everything they believed about him was false. Ren watches from afar, wondering how Master Kella could possess such power. The mage is shocked, as he had assumed Kella's mana was insignificant. Before he can react, Kella rushes toward him at incredible speed. With a single strike, he lands a direct blow on the enemy, who cries out in pain from the impact. Looking down at the fallen mage, Kella mockingly asks if that is all he can do. He then warns him that next time he should verify his information properly. Kella grabs the mage by the face, and although the man desperately begs him to stop, he ignores him and slams him into the ground with a burst of blue energy. The man loses consciousness instantly, embedded in the ground and suffering from the impact. Rian cannot believe what she is seeing. After defeating a sky mage using only his mana, the remaining mages accuse him, saying he was supposed to be nothing more than a powerless weakling. Kella simply responds that he already told them their information was wrong. Realizing they have no other option, the two remaining mages prepare to cast a forbidden spell. They understand that this attack will consume all of their mana at once. It is a dangerous gamble, because if it fails, they will be the ones to die. Seeing the threat, Ren runs forward and desperately shouts for her master to retreat and escape. Spears of light pierce through Kella's body, shocking him with the sudden attack. But in truth, it is Ren who jumps in front, taking all the damage and screaming in agony. Kella tries to move, but realizes his body has been paralyzed by the magic of the spears. With her remaining strength, Ren turns toward him and calls his name, gravely injured. She apologizes, saying that unfortunately she could not protect him this time. The two mages sigh in relief, as their risky attack succeeded perfectly. The leader prepares to deliver the finishing blow, declaring that this is the end for Kella, but his partner suggests they deserve a reward after their efforts. He then grabs Ren with a vile grin, asking if it would not be entertaining to play with her. Outraged, she shouts that she knows everything they have done against the demon race. The mage threatens her with a dagger, telling her to stay quiet and wait her turn. Watching this, Kella realizes that the humans of this world treat others like objects. The leader then turns toward him, saying he will kill the demon king's child first. Kella looks toward the exit, unable to accept that he will die when freedom was so close. He is consumed by hatred, as he was only one step away from escaping everything. The mage charges forward with his dagger raised, shouting for him to die once and for all. Seeing this, Ren desperately screams Master Kella's name, powerless to do anything. But suddenly, Kella becomes confused. As a strange energy begins to surge around him, he feels an unusual sensation and realizes that something incredibly powerful is awakening from within. Kella cries out in despair, calling for Gulpero as he faces the imposing presence of Hell Caladun. He is shocked, wondering if the battle had truly ended so quickly, but Hell Caladun, with a serious expression, laments that his plan has been ruined. At this, Kella panics, unable to understand how everything had gone so terribly wrong. Hell then begins to explain, saying he has already fought and accounted for every possible outcome. The boy remains confused and asks what he is talking about. Completely unable to make sense of it, Hell reveals that Saldera lacks the concern for other demons required to become queen, and that Tarmi also does not possess the ambition needed for such a role. Kella grows angry and shouts that he does not care about them, demanding to know how Hell managed to appear there. Hell then explains that a demon king can transfer his mana to his bloodline before dying. The young man is stunned by this revelation, stammering in disbelief. It is shown that even if only briefly, his father fulfilled his role as king. With that, Hell declares that he saw in Kella the most suitable candidate to become a true demon king. In desperation, Kella throws his hands forward and shouts that he is completely mistaken, but Hell Caladun formally introduces himself, ignoring his son's frightened pleas. Hell decides to transfer all the remaining mana in his body directly into his son. He then proclaims that his successor will be Kella, the future king. At that moment, a dark and overwhelming energy surges toward the terrified boy. Kella screams in desperation, begging his father to stop this madness immediately, but Hell gazes at him seriously, calling his name one final time. He then tells his son not to grieve his death but to behave like a true demon. The scene shifts to the battlefield, showing Hell Caladun's face covered in blood. Commander Shrills, exhausted and wounded, whispers the name of the great Demon King. She then announces to everyone that the Demon King has finally fallen. In the background, the body of General Killman lies motionless, his spear cast aside. It is revealed that the general sacrificed himself so they could achieve this victory. Shrills collapses in despair, screaming as she mourns her fallen comrade. The news spreads, and the other soldiers are shocked to hear what happened. A cry of triumph echoes as they celebrate the defeat of the Demon King, Hell Caladun. but at the very last moment Hell's eye twitches, showing that he heard everything. Kella screams in agony as a massive dark energy overwhelms his body. At that moment, a spear of light is launched toward the demons, nearly striking them all. Rian is shocked as she realizes that young Master Kella's mana dispersed the attack. The Sky Mages panic, unable to understand how his mana increased so drastically. Suddenly, Kella begins to laugh in a sinister way, confusing everyone. He lifts his head with a dark expression and whispers his father's name, Hell. The boy then questions whether Hell is truly dead. Recalling his imposing figure with that wide, chilling grin, he celebrates that his plan has finally succeeded. In desperation, the mages realize they have run out of mana and shout that they must retreat, but Kella steps in front of Ren and with a serious expression tells her to stay back. He feels an endless void of darkness. Realizing that this is the power Hell bestowed upon him, terrified, the mages scream for the demon to stay away from them at all costs. Kella becomes enraged upon hearing the word demon and demands to know what they said to Ren. A purple aura erupts from his body as he charges toward the two humans with hatred burning in his eyes. He shouts that they are the real demons. In an instant, Kella hurls the two mages against the wall with overwhelming force. Thrown to the ground, the men groan in pain, completely defeated by the young demon. Kella then looks at what he has done, realizing that this immense power came from his father, Hell, but he understands that it is putting too much strain on his body, which cannot yet handle such energy. Worried, the boy turns and asks Ren if she can still move. The servant, still shaken by everything, replies that she is able to walk. With that, Kella decides it is time to leave, and the two begin to escape. He walks toward the exit, thanking his father for allowing him to escape the castle. The scene changes, showing them moving away as the castle burns behind them. Kella lets out a sigh of relief, experiencing freedom for the first time in his life. He begins to laugh, a laugh filled with pure joy and satisfaction at his success. Now wearing a confident smile, he says he can go wherever he wants and live however he chooses. But suddenly a beam of blue light appears out of nowhere, cutting across the sky. Kella is caught in this strange light and asks what it is as Ren becomes frightened. The girl then screams in panic, warning that it is a teleportation spell. Kella is completely shocked by the light, unable to understand what is happening. In desperation, he shouts for Ren to grab his hand quickly, but she is frozen in fear, unable to react in time. At that moment, a massive pillar of light descends from the sky, engulfing the young demon. The scene shifts, presenting an aerial view of a city filled with houses. It is then revealed that the location is actually an island, which appears to function as some kind of academy. Suddenly, the same blue beam of light appears, marking the precise point of arrival. Kella and Ren look around, and he angrily demands to know where they have ended up. Ren scans the surroundings, completely confused, and calls out to her master Kella. She then comments that she didn't know he could use teleportation magic, but he denies it. It is explained that it was some sort of alarm spell, causing an image of Hell to manifest. Kella reveals that his father placed it on them in case he ever died. At that moment, Ren notices that all her injuries have completely healed, leaving her surprised. He concludes that they must have spent about 3 days inside the teleportation space. He believes his father did it intentionally so they could recover in case of emergencies. Ren is astonished, realizing it was a combined healing and teleportation spell. Kella reflects that by setting up such magic, his father truly cared about his children. With that, Ren asks if the Demon King really died, and he confirms that he did. The boy turns with a smile, saying that everything went exactly as he had planned. The servant then makes up her mind and begins speaking to her master about the future. With determination, she asks him to become the next Demon King. Kella turns in surprise and questions why he would do something like that now. She explains that after seeing how much he has changed, she believes he is the only one worthy of the throne. Ren pledges her loyalty, promising to serve him faithfully until he becomes king. Kella is completely confused, thinking she must have misunderstood his intentions, but he sighs and ends up agreeing since he could use some help. The girl is surprised by his response and asks him to wait a moment. The scene changes, showing a large and beautiful castle surrounded by trees. As they walk, Kella recognizes the place, making both him and Ren uneasy. It is revealed that they are in the land of magic, known as Arsel. There, young talents are trained with the sole purpose of defeating demons. A massive banner confirms the news, celebrating the death of the demon king Turk Caladun. Kella and Ren panic, unable to believe they have arrived right in the heart of enemy territory. He becomes extremely anxious, knowing what could happen if their identities were discovered. Ren then suggests they use transformation magic before anyone notices them. He immediately agrees, and the two quickly prepare to change their appearances. Now in disguise, Kella asks Ren to tell him everything she knows about the place. She explains that Arsel is a small island located on the eastern border of the kingdom of Talua. Ren adds that the region is blessed by a massive creature called Watergore, which resides in the sea. This blessing allowed magic to flourish naturally, leading them to train extremely powerful mages. As part of the Talua kingdom, they have long been enemies of the demons. Kella listens carefully and wonders why his father sent him to such a dangerous place. At this, Ren becomes anxious and insists they must leave as soon as possible, but he calmly explains that escaping will require preparation. The boy understands that to achieve his goals in this world, mastering magic is essential, and in this country he realizes that absolutely everything relies on magic. Even ordinary buildings are powered by magic, and some even float in the sky. He thinks that if he learns the magic used here, he will be able to create far more than he ever could in the game. Suddenly, Ren's stomach growls loudly, leaving her extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Kella decides they should get something to eat first. She then grabs one of Arsel's famous magical dishes, her eyes shining with excitement. They both taste the food and love it, and she exclaims that it is incredibly delicious. Full of excitement, Ren immediately points to another stall, wanting to try everything. She tastes some bread and shouts that it is also amazing. With Kella beside her, she starts pointing at everything, and he seriously considers leaving her there. Then they come across a magical bar, and Kella sighs, telling her to calm down a little. Inside, a man announces free drinks to celebrate the death of the Demon King. Commander Shrills raises her mug, and everyone cheers the name of the great mage of Arsel. The crowd lifts her onto their shoulders, celebrating the victory of Shrills of Tolkien. Kella and Ren, who are not used to alcohol, join in and enjoy the free drinks. Already slightly drunk, he thinks that maybe taking a break is not such a bad idea, but suddenly Commander Shrills notices the young man and becomes intrigued by him. Kella and Ren continue drinking and laughing, already quite tipsy from the alcohol. With a mischievous smile, Shrills thinks they make an interesting pair, as Kella ends up sick on the street while Ren scolds him for drinking too much. She recalls that he was the one who proposed drinking during the festival held for his father's death. At that moment, a man rushes past, shouting to everyone that a new S-rank mission has been issued. Kella and Ren are left puzzled, and he questions what is causing such chaos throughout the city. It is explained that up until now, the only mission of that rank had been the hunt for the Great Demon King. Rian is stunned, unable to understand how another mission of equal level could exist. Curious, she decides to check it out and drags Kella along through the crowd. A freshly posted notice on the wall reveals that the Demon King's children are still alive. Amid the crowd, Kella and Rian stare at the notice, completely shaken by what they see. Rian frantically points out that the new S-rank target is none other than young Master Kella himself. He panics and shouts that his father is already dead, unable to grasp why he is being hunted. Rian quickly covers his mouth and laughs it off, claiming he is simply very drunk. People begin commenting that since it is Kella, the weakest son, the task will be easy, treating it like a simple B-rank job, and hunters start preparing to pursue him. Kella grows irritated, realizing he must stay hidden if he wants to avoid capture. With a serious expression, Kella turns to Ren and tells her they need to leave immediately. As they walk away, she hesitates and asks what name she should use to address him in public. He pauses briefly, thinking of an alias to conceal his identity. Then he tells her to call him Chiu, leaving her confused by the odd choice. She questions the name, but he snaps at her to just follow his instructions. Ren remarks that the situation is getting dangerous, as she never expected them to be discovered so quickly. Suddenly, Commander Shrills appears right in front of them as they attempt to slip away. Smiling, she asks if the rumors about the new S-rank mission are true. Kella awkwardly confirms, while Ren adds that they were only looking out of curiosity. He recalls that at the bar she was referred to as the hope of their people, making him realize her importance. Shrills takes a sip of her drink, thinking about the fact that the Demon King's son is still alive somewhere. Kella and Ren whisper that since the target is weak, it should not be a big concern. The commander overhears them and fixes them with a suspicious gaze. At that instant, both of them feel a chill run down their spines, sensing danger closing in. Shrills grabs Kella and questions whether it truly is no big deal that the Demon King's son is alive. She stares at him and remarks that she noticed something unusual about them from the beginning. Ren immediately panics, convinced that their disguise has been exposed, with an unsettling smile. The woman then says they must be. Kella and Ren panic, certain their identities have been uncovered, but she instead concludes they are simply travelers who have not bathed and invites them to her home. The two are left completely stunned, unable to process the commander's unexpected invitation. However, they quickly accept, celebrating inwardly as they believe they have escaped danger. The scene shifts to an elegant mansion with buildings floating under the moonlight. Inside, Kella relaxes in a luxurious bath filled with warm, hot spring water. He is also served tea and unfamiliar snacks he has never seen before. The boy picks up one of the sweets, wondering if it was created using magic as well. He reflects that he always dreamed of living in a world like a game. Closing his eyes, he feels as though that dream has finally come true. With a satisfied smile, he thinks that being transported to another world might not be so bad after all. Meanwhile, Rian is filled with anxiety, remembering that if they are exposed, they will certainly be killed. In the neighboring bath, Shrills asks Rian if she finds the place impressive. The commander notices her unease and jokes that she looks like a captured demon. Rian forces a laugh, trying to brush it off and insisting that is not the case. At that moment, Shrills raises her hand and conjures a glowing sphere of magic before her. Smiling, she says she will use a scent to help Rian relax, but Rian panics, realizing it carries a holy attribute, which is extremely dangerous for demons. She understands that it will expose her disguise and immediately holds her breath. In her thoughts, she cries out desperately for help, calling for young Master Kella. Meanwhile, Kella lounges comfortably in his bath, completely unaware of the looming danger. Shrills begins to vent, saying she believed all her suffering would end with the king's death, but Rian panics and shouts that she does not want to hear it and needs to leave immediately. The commander continues, revealing that she was destined to become a mage from the moment she was born. Unable to endure it any longer, Ren suddenly jumps out of the bath and shouts for her to save that story for another time. She hurriedly invents an excuse about needing to use the restroom and rushes out in desperation. Left alone in the tub, Shrills wears a highly suspicious smile. She lets out a quiet laugh, thinking the girl must not have enjoyed the holy fragrance. Outside the bathroom, Ren exhales in relief, convinced she barely escaped trouble. At that moment, Kella appears, completely at ease, complimenting the warmth of the hot springs. Ren snaps at him, shouting that her disguise spell was nearly undone inside. She explains that Shrills used a sacred scent capable of draining a demon's mana. Kella's expression turns serious as he agrees that things could have ended badly for them. He then casually jokes about going back for another soak, which only irritates Ren further, but Shrills suddenly appears and asks if they are already leaving, mentioning a second round. Kella awkwardly confirms while Ren pretends to stay calm so they can leave quickly. Shrills insists they remain, asking whether they are not curious about magical beverages. The idea fascinates the young man, as he has never heard of food infused with magic. He accepts the offer, much to Ren's despair, causing her to shout his name. The scene shifts, showing a group of mages arriving at the commander's residence during the night. One of them questions whether demons are truly inside, and another confirms the report. Their discussion reveals that these are not ordinary demons, but the Demon King's own son. They see this as a rare chance, and decide they must capture them at all costs. Meanwhile, inside the house, the commander's trap is already unfolding. She serves a drink and reveals that it was prepared using holy water. Kella feels a burning sensation throughout his body and complains that his excitement for magical cuisine was pointless. Ignoring his reaction, the commander resumes talking about her past. She explains that in order to kill the king, she trained relentlessly, risking her life as part of the Tolkien squad. Then she exposes a scar on her stomach, saying it came from a test she endured back then. Kella and Ren are taken aback, and he remarks that he had never noticed that scar before. With a somber expression, she asks whether the scar is unpleasant to look at. She then reveals that she is actually missing one eye, shocking both of them. Kella and Ren are left speechless, unable to process what they are seeing. The commander explains that she concealed everything with magic because those scars bring back painful memories. In a flashback, an instructor shouts for everyone to stand up and think about the Demon King. It is shown that the squad was formed with the sole goal of defeating the Great King. A younger Shrills, despite being bruised all over, understood she had to endure the suffering to achieve victory. The instructor shouts once more, commanding them to declare their true purpose. With hatred burning in her eyes, she answers that their goal is to kill the Demon King. Back in the present, she says she sacrificed her life to obtain those scars. She then leans closer to Kella and asks what he has been doing all this time. Lifting his shirt, she says he must have at least one scar as well. The young man is stunned by her bold action, unsure how to respond, but she is surprised to find his skin completely smooth, without a single mark. Rian watches anxiously, calling out to young Master Kella in her thoughts. He then realizes that her touch is gradually undoing his magical disguise. Shrim leans in close to his ear and addresses him by his false name, Chiu. With a dark expression, she bluntly asks whether he is truly a demon. Kella is shocked, understanding that the commander had known the truth from the very beginning. Suddenly, several white rats with red eyes rush into the room. At that exact moment, a group of mages storms in, casting a powerful lightning spell. The commander pretends to be surprised, shouting that the mages appeared out of nowhere. Kella and Ren exchange terrified glances, realizing they have been lured into a trap. Shrimlens turns with a smile and says, "Good, they've all arrived." The leader of the mages points at her eye and states that the message from the heavens was accurate. He then accuses her, shouting that she had been concealing her true identity. It is revealed that Shrimlens is actually a demon who infiltrated the kingdom of Arsel. Everyone is left stunned by the revelation as she faces them calmly with a smile. Kella becomes confused, realizing they are not there for him, but for her. Holding her staff, Shrimlens declares that she no longer has any reason to hide. She then reveals that she was the one who leaked the information about herself being a demon. The mage leader shouts, "There's no need to hesitate," and orders everyone to kill her. But Shrimlens faces them with confidence and warns that she is an elite mage of Telecon. She declares that she is not someone who can be defeated by ordinary mages from Arsel and releases her mana. At that moment, their disguises shatter and Rayan shouts for Master Chu to move aside. He panics, yelling that the situation has become extremely dangerous for them. Then a massive surge of purple and blue energy erupts, consuming the entire hall. As the smoke slowly fades, the destruction left behind by the clash becomes visible. Rian is stunned, unable to believe the overwhelming mana she sensed from the commander. Kella and Rian are confused, and he asks if she just shielded them. She turns toward them and confirms that they are demons as well, stating they cannot conceal it from her. With a smile, she introduces herself as Turk Caladun, daughter of the Demon King Caladun. Kella and the girl beside him are left utterly shocked by the revelation. Commander Shrills then announces that she will use magic to pass on her memories. The spell strikes both of them, leaving them frozen as the visions flood their minds. A flashback begins, showing Helkan standing beside a mysterious hooded demon. The vision reveals a small girl lying on the ground, a demon capable of hiding her horns. Suddenly she realizes that the man before her is Hel, the Demon King. The imposing ruler then reveals that his blood flows within her veins. In a firm tone, he concludes by saying, "This makes you my daughter." The little girl is left in shock, unable to accept that she is the Demon King's child. The memory continues, showing her being treated like a mere test subject. Each day was torment, filled with cruel experiments performed on them. She was forced to endure painful trials alongside the other children. All the young Shrills could do was silently bear the suffering. In the end, every other child born alongside her perished during the process. Left alone and broken, the girl could only cry over her grim fate. She believed she would die just like the rest, her eyes filled with despair and tears. But then, still lying on the ground, she wonders if what she heard was truly real. As she looks at Helson, she struggles to believe that she is the Demon King's daughter. Suddenly, a smile spreads across her face as she calls it a great honor. Hell then decides to give her a name. Naming her Shrun, he orders her to infiltrate heaven as a spy, and she accepts without hesitation. Driven by purpose, she thinks that for her father, Turk Caladun, she would do anything. The scene shifts to the front of a castle where someone shouts that a person has been found on the ground. Two men rush over and discover the young Shrills, assuming she was attacked by demons. One of them lifts her, saying they must take her inside and care for her immediately. As she is carried away, she begins acting out her role as the Demon King's spy. From that moment on, she trains relentlessly and endures everything to become a mage of their order. After countless efforts, she manages to grow even stronger. Shrills eventually becomes one of the most powerful members of the elite Tolkien squad. 15 years pass and the image reveals the former Demon King, Turk Caladun. At that moment, she finally encounters her father again after so long. With a heavy heart, she longs to run to him and embrace him, but she cannot. With tears in her eyes, she believes she is close to fulfilling her mission. The plan is to wait until all the soldiers except Killman have fallen. Her role is to use hidden magic to disrupt the Tolkien squad from within. By doing so, she will support her father until he defeats General Killman. She dreams that once her father wins, she will finally be able to return to the castle with him. All she ever wished for was to begin a new life at his side. As Shrills Caladun, the scene returns to the battle, where Killman praises Turk Caladun's strength, saying it exceeded expectations. But the former Demon King replies that he does not need acknowledgement from a human like him. With a defiant grin, Killman calls him arrogant and prepares himself for the end. He declares that this will be his final strike, putting everything he has into it. A spear of celestial light forms, charged with immense energy. Turk Caladun stands firm and gathers his hellfire to counter the attack. Witnessing the immense power of both techniques, Shrills desperately screams her father's name. A massive explosion erupts as she watches from a distance. But in that instant, she hears her father's voice echo in her mind. In a vision, Turk Caladun calls her by name, reminding her that she is his daughter. Shrills is stunned as he prepares to give his final command. He asks her to serve the next Demon King just as she served him, and to protect him until the very end, bringing her to tears. With those words delivered, the explosion consumes everything as the two energies collide. The dust slowly clears, revealing the aftermath of the battle, and all that remains of Turk Caladun is his head, falling from the sky. In despair, Shrills watches as her father's remains turn to dust. Unable to accept it, she can only whisper that this cannot be real. The image of her dying father is burned into her memory, and she cries out for him. After witnessing her father's death, she was left with no options. Reinforcements arrived, forcing her to return to Taloa alongside them. And while she was grieving, the people celebrated the fall of the Demon King. Across the continent, including Taloa, crowds rejoiced over her father's death. After that, she chose to step away from her role as a commander. Thus, Shrills returned to Arsel, her second home and the place where her first mission began. She believed she could start anew there, hiding behind a false smile. But in truth, her only objective was to avenge her father no matter the cost. The flashback ends, and she reveals that she intended to eliminate everyone, beginning with Arsel, leaving the gray-haired girl shocked and unable to accept that she is the Demon King's daughter. Kella grows desperate, thinking he had finally freed himself from his demon siblings. Even if they were not related by blood, he never expected to encounter yet another sister. Shrills then states she will not force them to cooperate, but she has something important to say. She explains that Arsel, the land of magic, poses a massive threat to demons, and the longer Arsel exists, the closer Kella comes to death. Her warning makes Kella tense, realizing the danger is both real and immediate. He clenches his fist, recalling that even in the game, mages were a powerful force. With a resolute expression, he understands that ignoring this would put his own life at risk. The leader of the mages realizes that the explosion will draw attention, and that they must act quickly. In urgency, he orders everyone to pour all their mana into the attack. Kella is enraged because even though they believed he was human, they attacked him without hesitation. His servant Ren is frightened by the change, calling out to her young master. Now with horns and a dark aura surrounding him, Kella declares that this is merely self-defense. At that moment, Commander Shrills suddenly turns, startled by the energy she sensed. With wide eyes, she cannot believe what she is witnessing. She recognizes that energy and wonders if it is her father's power. That night, they engaged in a relentless battle against the mages of Arsel. Since Arsel had become like a second home to her, Shrills knew the entire layout of the city. Using that knowledge, she targeted key locations with her magic. She mercilessly destroyed government buildings and the Magic Academy. Kella also made use of Hell's mana, pushing forward against powerful opponents. He went after those who had grown arrogant during the festival. With his blue energy, he overwhelmed anyone who stood in his path. The soldiers could only cry out for help, but it was already too late. Through the combined efforts of the siblings, the magic nation of Arsel was swiftly conquered by the demon pair. The entire city was engulfed in flames, and the sky turned crimson from the fire. The mage leader lying on the ground says he cannot believe Arsel fell so easily. With blood covering his face, he shouts that he will never forgive the demons. Amid the devastation, a surviving mage screams in rage and despair, but Kella responds that he is the one who cannot forgive them for everything they have done. With a twisted smile, Shrills declares she will finish off everyone, starting with them. Kella and the girl are shocked by her madness, finding it hard to believe. Tired of everything, Kella states that his part is done and they should go their separate ways. but Shrills stops him, saying she recognized his mana and calls him Kella. Startled, Kella realizes there is no longer any point in hiding his identity. With a defeated sigh, he admits who he is. She is surprised that her guess was correct, while Kella grows irritated at falling for her bluff. Shrills then admits she was only somewhat suspicious before, but now she is certain. She explains that she is not an ordinary daughter but a mutation born from her father's aura. The commander steps closer, saying she was created after he was born. With a smile, she calls him older brother, leaving Kella horrified. Changing the topic, she invites him to join her in avenging their father's death. Kella angrily thinks that he already ran away from that life and has no interest in revenge. With an intimidating gaze, Shrills asks if he is trying to escape his responsibility. She then declares that he is the last remaining bloodline of the Demon King, the only surviving son. Frightened, the girl urges Kella to agree, as Shrills looks ready to kill them. Kella then says he will take revenge, though he knows he has no other choice at the moment. Satisfied, Shrills tells them to go, declaring that they will burn everything to the ground. He nods in agreement while shielding the terrified girl standing beside him. In his mind, Kella admits he needs the magic of Arsel, and Shrills possesses crucial knowledge. Because of that, he chooses to play along with the idea of revenge, buying time while treating her as a temporary ally. Collapsed on the ground, the leader of the mages watches as the group of demons departs. Concealed, he tells himself he must urgently deliver this information to Taloa. The scene shifts as a courier arrives at the castle, announcing urgent news from Arsel. While dining, the king of Taloa asks what could be so important. The messenger reports that Shrills from the Tolkien squad is actually a demon, and the mages attempted to eliminate her. With a grave expression, the king pauses his meal and asks what followed. The messenger concludes by stating that Kella appeared and together with her reduced Arsel to ashes. The king is stunned by the revelation, gripping his fork so tightly that it bends. He shouts in fury, unable to accept that the Demon King's son had been in Arsel. An advisor suggests that Kella might be connected to Shrills in some way. Angered, the king complains that if news of Arsel's destruction spreads, it will become a major issue. The man beside him agrees, adding that it would make them a laughingstock. Consumed by rage, the king orders the execution of both Shrills and Kella before the truth reaches the public. The advisor, named Hayden, vows in his own name that he will ensure both are killed. After making that pledge, he turns and exits the throne room with resolve. Hayden then halts before a cube displaying the severed head of Turk Caladun. Gazing at the trophy, he mutters that Caladun's bloodline continues to be a nuisance. He swears that he will burn anyone who carries that demon's lineage. The scene shifts as someone asks for updates on Killian's squad. Hayden explains that General Killian should have already received the order to return. In a distant location, the mysterious figure Killian is finally revealed. Hayden states that Killian is the finest knight alive, surpassing even the legendary Killman, and that his aid will be essential to eliminate Kella and Shrills. The scene changes again, showing Killian holding a scroll as he asks whether his brother Killman has died. The messenger confirms, explaining that Killman sacrificed himself bravely to defeat the Demon King, but Killian shows no sympathy and angrily declares that a demon killed him. The man then informs him that the kingdom of Taloa requires him to hunt down Kella. He responds that he does not care about Taloa's orders, but since demons killed his brother, he swears to wipe out every demon across the continent. With a hatred-filled gaze, he concludes by saying he will begin with Kella. Back at the camp, Kella looks completely puzzled, unable to make sense of anything. Sitting around the campfire, Shrills remarks that the portion of meat is barely enough for her. Rian then asks how she manages not to gain weight, and Shrills responds with a completely absurd explanation. The girl is astonished by the answer, believing it to be some incredible discovery. Kella thinks at least she is not trying to kill him like his other siblings did. He then asks whether she holds any resentment toward him for being their father's biological son. With an intense expression, she admits that she does feel resentment to the point of wanting him dead, but then explains that because he carries their father's blood, she cannot truly hate him. Because of that same blood, she feels compelled to protect him instead. Kella is surprised, realizing that unlike his other siblings, she actually intends to care for him. At that moment, she places her hand over his and makes a meaningful promise. Smiling, Shrills vows she will risk her own life to keep him safe. Flustered, Kella thanks her while blushing deeply, leaving Rin completely shocked. The small demon panics, shouting and questioning why he is blushing like that. She then tries to force him to eat, but he insists he is not hungry. Rin declares that she will protect his health with her life, making Kella feel awkward. As night falls, the destruction of Arsel is bound to draw many demon hunters to the area. Shrills warns that it is no longer safe and suggests they find another place to rest, but Kella disagrees, saying this location is ideal, confusing Rian. With a confident smile, he assures them that with a bit of effort, it can be turned into a fortress. Kella and Shrills then use their magic to reshape the terrain and build a hidden base. While resting in the improvised shelter, he takes the chance to reflect on everything he learned during the battle. He realizes that after expending large amounts of mana, he needs rest, just like the Demon King did. Since Shrills used even more power, she requires even more time to recover. And so they manage to rest safely under the protection of their concealed fortress. The scene changes as a trumpet sounds, announcing the arrival of an important squad. It is the 2nd Tolkien Division, the White Tolkien, led by none other than Killian. A guard then informs the king that the renowned squad has finally reached the castle. The king feels a chill as he looks at them, amazed by the sheer concentration of power they possess. With a smile, he greets his strongest unit, the White Talon. One of the knights, Deed, remarks that Captain Killian has grown significantly stronger. Still smiling, he adds that General Kilman would surely be pleased to witness this. Killian hears the remark but stays silent, offering no visible response. Suddenly, an elf snaps at Deed, telling him to be quiet and show proper respect. Deed grumbles about her loud tone, saying she has not changed at all. At that moment, another member of the squad questions whether they truly need to follow the king's orders. He says his anger will not fade even if they kill Kella right now. Killian apologizes to his companion Kella, cutting off the discussion. He then states that he has something important to show a woman named Curly. The scene shifts as the squad enters one of the castle's main halls. Inside, he fixes his gaze on Turk Caladun's head and declares that he has finally found him. With an icy stare, Killian calls him Hell Khaldun, the one who killed his brother. Deed reacts with visible disgust, but the others quickly tell him to keep quiet. Killian then asks Curly whether a tracking spell can function using only the head. She confirms that it can, and begins casting her magic to locate his bloodline. The tracking spell glows brightly, activating the lingering power within the demon's head. Killian looks directly at the face and tells Hell Khaldun to keep his eyes open and witness everything. With a dark smile, he says he should watch carefully what they are about to do. The former Demon King's eye appears to follow them, as if aware of the looming threat. The scene shifts, and Shrills announces that now that they have recovered, it is time to go after their enemies. Rian, still confused, asks what she meant about the second squadron. Shrills explains that in Talua there was never much expectation placed on the first squad. She reveals they were essentially used as experimental bait for the Demon King. The squad Talua truly invested in was the second one, the famed White Tolkien. Kella's expression turns serious as he repeats the name White Tolkien in his mind. She continues explaining that it is led by Killian, Kilman's younger brother, and that it is an elite force made up only of true combat prodigies. Kella then asks whether Kilman, the one who killed his father, was weaker than them. With her fist clenched, she admits she does not want to say it, but the truth is obvious. She confirms that yes, Killan's squad is far stronger than Kilman ever was. In fact, she cannot even measure how much stronger they truly are. Hearing this, Kella finally grasps the scale of the danger they are about to face. Rian panics and asks how they are supposed to invade Talua now. Shrills explains that they must strike as quickly as possible before the squad fully regroups. Kella reflects that Talua is far larger than Arsel and that luck alone will not be enough this time. With a determined expression, it seems he has come up with a strategy to deal with the situation. He then warns that with the mission to hunt him, the White Tolkien must have already returned. Kella states that it would be foolish for just the three of them to attack alone and that they need an army. The two are taken aback and ask what he means by needing an army and a base. He explains they require a force strong enough to stand against the White Tolkien, along with a base that cannot be destroyed even if Talua's soldiers attack with everything they have. With a confident smile, he declares that they will create the strongest dungeon ever known. The girls are stunned, unable to believe the idea of building such a powerful dungeon. He explains that they cannot rely on uncertain battles, or they might end up like his father. The plan is to construct the dungeon first, and only then begin a true war against Talua. Shrills is impressed and says he truly is his father's son, while deep inside Kella feels relieved that he managed to improvise such a plan on the spot. Excited, Shrills says she knows people they can recruit to form their army. The two begin shouting and celebrating, preparing themselves for the coming war. Kella simply watches, thinking they really embraced his idea, but deep down he knows this is just a way to buy himself time. With a faint smile, he decides he will use this plan to build a world of his own without interference. A world he had only ever imagined but never managed to create. His own ideal world where he could finally find peace. Clenching his fist, he refocuses on the strategy he has just devised. He then asks Shrills whether she knows any demons they can truly rely on. Kella explains that their first priority is to find someone skilled in understanding terrain and geography. Tartros pauses to think, searching her memory for someone who matches that description. Suddenly she says she knows the perfect candidate and tells them to follow her to meet that person. And so the group sets out on a new journey to find their first ally. Along the way, Kella takes the chance to begin learning Arsel's magic from Shrills. However, he soon realizes that mastering it should not be this easy. Yet, because of the Demon King's blood flowing through him, he can wield magic effortlessly. As a result, he absorbs everything at an incredible pace. This leaves Shrills genuinely surprised. Kella feels that using magic with his own hands brings him closer to achieving his goal. The scene shifts as several days pass, with the group traveling through a barren land. Shrills says they are nearly there, but Kella finds it odd that a demon would live in such a place. She then explains that the area was not always like this, not before the Tolkien ambush. Both the protagonist and Little Wren look confused, unable to understand what she means. Suddenly, Shrills becomes serious and tells them to stay where they are, no matter what happens. At that moment, a group of demons charges in, shouting their hatred for the Tolkien squad. One of the demons rushes straight at Shrills, swearing to take her down. She realizes they have not yet heard about her identity or reputation. Rian panics and asks why she is taking the hits without reacting, but Kella tells her to stay quiet, leaving the girl even more confused and frightened. With a calm expression, he tells her to stay out of it and simply watch. The demons grow angrier, demanding to know why she refuses to fight back. With her head lowered, Shrills apologizes to them, showing genuine remorse. She then kneels, saying she will accept their anger until they feel satisfied. The leader of the group is stunned as he recognizes that symbolic gesture known only among them. As a fellow demon, she apologizes for having sided with their enemies. They are confused, recalling that the last time they saw her, she was with the Tolkien squad. At that moment, Kella steps forward and confirms that what she is saying is true. Surrounded by a blue aura, he introduces himself as the last surviving son of Helsin. The demons feel the overwhelming energy and realize he truly is the king's son. The leader then asks, still in disbelief, if he is really the young master Kella. Once it is confirmed, they rush toward him, filled with emotion and hope. The earth demons kneel before him, greeting him as their highness Kella. Little Ren becomes excited, calling out young master Kella's name. With a smile, Shrills comments that they recognize him as the rightful heir. Kella simply watches in silence, trying to process everything happening. The camera reveals that they live in an underground village hidden from the outside world. It is a modest place, serving as a refuge for the earth demons. With a smile, he thinks that building his army might not be as difficult as he imagined. One of the earth demons shouts, announcing the arrival of the great demon king's son Kella. At this, the entire crowd erupts in excitement, raising their fists to celebrate the heir. One of the leaders approaches, saying he will make all the preparations and that Kella only needs to give the command. But Kella seems more focused on observing the surroundings, noting that the architecture is unlike anything he knows. He is impressed to see that the city was built without magic, using only natural materials. The celebration continues as Kella reflects that he never imagined such a vast city could remain hidden. He then turns to Shrills and admits she was right. They truly need the abilities of these people. With a confident smile, she adds that there is also an exceptional warrior they should recruit. Kella becomes curious and asks who this warrior is. The scene shifts into a flashback as Shrills explains that the Tolkien squad once discovered this location. We see General Kilman enraged, ordering his men to slaughter all the earth demons without mercy. The soldiers of Talo attack, initiating a massacre against the defenseless inhabitants. The people cry out for Gulpero, but they are cut down with no chance to resist the sudden assault. It is then revealed that following the general's orders, the forest concealing the city was burned to the ground. Because of this, the earth demons were pushed to the brink of extinction, something reflected in Shrills' expression. But then, a furious warrior appears, shouting and questioning how they could attack a people who do not even know how to fight. He stands in front of the children, declaring that he will not allow anyone to harm them. General Kilman is taken aback, wondering what kind of demon would risk his life to protect the young ones. Curious, he steps closer to the warrior and asks for the name of someone so courageous. The warrior responds with pride, declaring that his name is Douglas, son of the earth demons. Kellerman repeats the name quietly as if contemplating the demon's resolve. With a pensive expression, the general appears to reach a significant decision about what to do next. In his thoughts, he laments that things would have been different if Douglas had been born human. At that moment, Kellerman shocks everyone by ordering the battle to stop immediately. As the troops begin to withdraw, Douglas is left completely bewildered, unable to understand why the enemy suddenly retreated. With a smile, Shrills turns to him and says that his courage saved his entire tribe. The warrior remains silent, still trying to grasp what just unfolded during the fight. The image shows Douglas standing his ground, protecting the children as the army pulls back. Returning to the present, Shrills concludes the story by saying that he never ran and fought to protect the children until the very end. Kelladera is impressed, while Kella remarks that even the name Douglas sounds dependable. Kella becomes thoughtful, realizing that an earth demon capable of fighting is more than he could have hoped for. He then makes his decision and says he wants to meet this Douglas personally, but the elder becomes uneasy and warns that Douglas is extremely stubborn, suggesting it would be better to find someone else. Koda dismisses the suggestion and firmly declares that he will recruit Douglas no matter what. The scene then shifts to a workshop filled with black smoke and the constant sound of hammering. Upon arriving, Koda confronts the warrior and asks if he intends to refuse a direct order. Douglas does not even turn around and replies that he has no duty to obey him, even if he is the king's son. Unshaken, Koda asks what would happen if he chose to force him to comply. The warrior finally turns to face him, sweating, and warns that if it comes to that, he will fight to the death. Koda then softens his tone and asks why he is so determined to stay here, and Douglas explains that this is the place where he was born. He continues saying he has a responsibility to protect his homeland, and that is why he cannot leave. The prince realizes this will not be simple, and comments that Douglas is just as stubborn as they described. Even so, Douglas apologizes but remains firm, refusing to abandon his people. Koda grows frustrated, remembering how difficult it was to recruit a powerful ally like him in the game. Disappointed, he sighs and thinks there is nothing he can do, since the warrior would rather die than follow him. Koda stands in silence for a moment, listening to the rhythmic hammering coming from the workshop. The sounds of labor echo across the city, reflecting the resilience of its people. He then takes a walk, reflecting on how efficient the architecture of the place truly is. At that moment, he realizes how much he wants someone with their expertise to serve him in the future. But suddenly, Shrills and Seldera show up, calling him over to try the demon's liquor. He becomes irritated, wondering if they do not see how hard he is working. Even so, he eventually gives in and takes a mug to sample the local drink. But after just one sip, he immediately feels the effect, noticing something unusual about the ale. The elder watches the scene and comments that they are all already drunk, saying nonsense. With a smile, he orders his men to escort the guests to the finest quarters. Night falls over the city, bringing an end to a long and emotional day. We see Kella already lying in bed, fast asleep after everything that happened and the drinking. He appears calm, regaining his strength for whatever awaits him the next day. But in the middle of the night, his bedroom door slowly creaks open. Then a shadowy figure slips inside, quietly approaching him. The intruder lifts a massive axe, preparing to strike the sleeping prince. Kota continues resting peacefully, completely unaware of the danger surrounding him. Suddenly, the attacker's identity is revealed as Rude, who shouts that Kella is a coward. He then cries out in fury, declaring that the prince will die here and now. Douglas is left in total shock, unable to understand how his plan could have failed so badly. Kota then opens his eyes and, holding the axe, says that now everything is clear to him. The warrior panics upon realizing Kota was never asleep, and the prince quickly rises from the bed. At that very moment, several demons storm into the room, shouting that the coward Kota must be killed without mercy. Even lying on the ground, the prince faces them head-on, prepared to strike back at any instant. He begins to speak, explaining that he had been wary of the situation from the very beginning. The scene shifts back to the workshop, where Kota recalls finding Douglas's work suspicious. He found it strange that the items being crafted were clearly not meant for combat. It is revealed they were actually restraints, and Kota realized they were far too small to fit an orc. To make matters worse, while exploring the village, he noticed someone secretly tailing him from afar. From that point on, he became far more observant, analyzing every detail, which eventually led him to discover a wall concealed by a faint magical barrier. A barrier he only detected because he had inherited the immense mana of his father, the Demon King. However, Kota points out there was yet another inconsistency in the situation. He recalls Shrills mentioning that Douglas had been protecting young dark elves, not earth demons. The issue, he explains, is that he never once saw any dark elves in the village. And at that moment, everything finally clicked into place. With a confident expression, Kella realizes the full extent of the earth demon's scheme. He then unleashes a surge of blue energy and charges at the attackers with full force. With a single strike, he knocks one of the henchmen down, proving he is not holding back. Kota turns to Douglas and clarifies that he never said he couldn't let the elves die, but rather that he couldn't hand them over, which means he had no intention of protecting them. He simply refused to give them up. Douglas begins to panic, unable to comprehend how the prince uncovered his entire plan. With a stern expression, Kota then asks if they should go ahead and open that hidden barrier. The scene shifts outside, where a group of earth demons begins to gather in unrest. Kota appears, holding Douglas hostage, leaving everyone stunned at the sight of their strongest warrior captured. He then realizes that everyone must have been involved in the scheme, as it would have been impossible otherwise. The elder, furious at the failure, shouts at Douglas for ruining everything. Completely defeated, the warrior can do nothing but apologize for his grave mistake. Kota then threatens the crowd, warning that if anyone makes a move, Douglas will be killed instantly. Their leader is outraged, questioning how the so-called coward Kota managed to turn the situation around. The scene then cuts to a more isolated part of the village, where the true secret lies hidden. Kota brings Douglas to the wall and firmly orders him to open it. Reluctantly, the warrior takes out a purple gem and uses it to deactivate the magical barrier. The hidden passage finally reveals itself, exposing a dark cave filled with people inside. To everyone's shock, the captives are revealed to be young dark elves, trembling in fear. Kota is left speechless by the sight, while Douglas keeps a hardened expression. The prince is horrified, realizing the situation is far worse than he had imagined. All now, at that moment, Shrills and Seldera arrive in a rush, calling out Kella's name in concern, but they too are stunned when they see what was hidden behind the wall. Kella turns to Shrills and asks if she can use her magic to view the memories of one of them. She answers that it is possible, but warns that his perception will not be as clear as hers. The prince nods and asks her to begin the spell. Shrills focuses her energy, preparing a powerful technique to initiate the memory transfer. The magic links Kella's mind with one of the elves, allowing him to witness their past. In the very first memory, he immediately understands that life in that place was nothing but suffering. It is revealed that the women were forced into pregnancy, and all children were born under those conditions. Among them, certain children were selectively chosen by unknown human nobles. Those selected were taken away by force, while their mothers were powerless to stop it. This was because the children could be sold for large sums of money. At times, captured adults would tell stories about the outside world. They spoke of endless skies and vast blue oceans. They described incredible foods and the freedom to travel wherever they wished, things they knew they would never be able to experience in that dreadful place. And so, if they were granted a final wish before dying, it would be a simple one, that at least their children could escape and experience those things themselves. Kella emerges from the vision, his eyes filled with rage, and declares that such an existence is utterly pathetic. Overcome with fury, he erupts in anger and shouts, cursing the earth demons with all his strength. He suddenly pivots toward Douglas, who cannot comprehend his reaction. Kella charges at him with full force, releasing his blue aura as he prepares to strike. With a furious cry, he delivers a powerful punch straight to the warrior's face. Douglas is sent flying by the impact, crashing onto the ground without even grasping what happened. Kella then yells, demanding to know if he had been trafficking the children instead of rescuing them. Lying on the ground, the warrior admits it is true, explaining that dark elves are a rare race highly desired by nobles. He continues, stating that they are blessed by nature, which allows them to live peacefully no matter where they are placed. Douglas then reveals his plan, claiming this makes them ideal to be raised like livestock. Disgusted, Shrills questions how he could enslave his own kind, but he shouts back, insisting it is necessary for their survival against humans. Kella clenches his fist, his blue aura intensifying further. He recalls the suffering he endured under his father's oppression throughout his life, but the prince realizes that the pain those children endured is far worse than anything he has experienced. For that reason, he decides he cannot remain idle while such cruelty unfolds before his eyes. Kella then turns towards Shrills and Seldera, ready to settle everything once and for all. With unwavering resolve, he declares they will complete what Kelman started. Shrills immediately agrees, saying she cannot forgive traitors to their own race. With that, Kella announces they will purge this place and eliminate the earth demons. Douglas rises to his feet and calls on everyone to fight, reminding them there are only 3 enemies. At his command, the earth demons rush forward, shouting that they will kill them. Seldera manages to block an incoming strike and warns that the remaining orcs are attacking. Hearing this, Shrills becomes enraged, questioning how they dare oppose the Demon King's heir. However, one of them shouts that they should not retreat, claiming Kella is a coward and not worth obeying. Seldera quickly fires back, declaring that Lord Kella will become the next Demon King regardless. An enemy lunges at the prince, screaming for his death, but Kella successfully deflects the blow. He then realizes this is not a game and that he has the power to change reality. With determination in his eyes, he prepares to strike back with everything he has. The prince decides that he will no longer remain passive and will finally fight for real. Meanwhile, one of the elves trembles as a demon shouts for all of them to be killed on the spot. One of the elf girls wonders aloud if they might be doing all of this to save them. Hearing that, one of them decides that if it is true, they should help in the fight as well. But as he tries to move, another elf pulls him back, warning him that it is too dangerous. The other prisoners also cry out, fearing that if the group loses, they will be tortured again. The young elf shudders at the word, asking in shock if it truly meant torture. A memory flashes through his mind, showing one of the demons brutally attacking him. At that, the boy screams in pain, reliving the suffering he endured in that place. Kella watches it all silently, his blue aura still burning as his eyes fill with pure rage. He then turns to Douglas and declares that he will repay every scream of pain they have caused. Realizing he cannot win, the warrior pulls a red ore from his pocket. He swallows the stone and shouts for the others to do the same, claiming that losing now would mean losing everything. The other demons follow his example, consuming the ores they had stored. Seldera is stunned by the sight, as she believed the earth ores were nothing more than a myth. Kella is also taken aback, gritting his teeth as he questions what kind of power has just appeared. When consumed, the ore trades a portion of a demon's life in exchange for strength. Shrills adds that it multiplies their physical abilities many times over. Douglas's body begins to expand, ripping his clothes apart as he releases a furious growl. The transformation continues grotesquely, and he declares that he will kill Kella immediately. With massive fangs and a monstrous face, he roars that he will end the prince once and for all. Kella is shocked as their demonic energy surges along with their physical power. Frustration builds within him as he still cannot fully access the abilities his father granted him. Douglas then rushes forward with a devastating attack, shouting for the prince to brace himself for what is coming. The air grows tense as Kella bares his teeth, fully aware of the danger behind that strike. But all of a sudden, massive roots burst from the ground, stopping the blow at the last possible moment. Douglas is caught off guard by the interference, unable to understand where it came from. The roots wrap around him, restraining his movements as he struggles and shouts, demanding to know what is happening. It is revealed that the young elf Wood stepped in front of Kella and summoned them. His body trembling, he says he never wants to be tortured again. Not ever again. The other elves panic, crying out that he has gone too far this time. Douglas becomes enraged, threatening to torture him to death for daring to interfere. But before he can break free, he suddenly senses something and hesitates in confusion. It is Kella, who grabs him and declares that what he said will never come to pass. With a swift motion, he drives a strike into the monster's chest, leaving him no time to react. After bringing him down, the prince turns toward the elf and asks if his name is Wood. With a faint grin, he remarks that he admires the boy's courage. Wood can only stare at him in silence, still shaken by everything that has just unfolded. Even while injured, Douglas shouts at Wood, demanding to know how he could betray him after being raised by him. He then abandons the idea of torture and instead screams that he will kill the boy right there on the spot. Kella is taken aback as he notices the enemy's body growing even larger than before. Ignoring his injuries, the monster charges toward the prince, preparing another crushing attack. The blow connects directly with Kella's guard as he tries to block it with his arms, but the force is overwhelming, sending him flying backward. The prince is hurled through the air and crashes violently against the cave wall, struggling to recover from the impact. Lying on the ground, he questions how the power of that stone can be so overwhelming and dangerous. But Douglas ignores him and shifts his focus to the elf, shouting that he will finish Wood off. He lunges forward and seizes the boy by the neck, intent on punishing the betrayal. With a look filled with hatred, the monster roars that he will tear his head off. Wood gasps desperately for air, struggling to escape the crushing grip around his throat. Kella realizes the enemy has lost his sanity, prioritizing killing Wood over the battle itself. The boy continues to choke, feeling his life slowly slipping away under the pressure. Seeing this, Kella understands he needs a long-range attack to resolve the situation. In desperation, he concentrates intensely, pleading for any power that could turn things around. Suddenly, he finds himself in a strange place, with no idea how he got there. A shadowy figure appears before him, laughing as it explains that he is inside his own mind. Kella turns irritated, demanding to know who the figure is and what it wants. But the entity reminds him that he must save the boy, and that time flows differently in this place. Hearing this, the prince recalls Wood and realizes the danger his companion is in. He urgently asks if the shadow can provide any means to save him immediately. The entity explains that he is not yet capable of wielding the full power granted by Turk Caladun, but as his mind and body synchronize, he will be able to draw out greater strength. Kella dismisses the explanation and shouts for it to just tell him what power he can use right now. The shadow agrees and reveals an ability he can access at this moment. It then bids him farewell, addressing him by both of his names, leaving the prince stunned. He is left in disbelief, wondering how that mysterious presence knew his former name. His awareness returns to reality as he struggles to comprehend what just occurred. A blue energy forms around his arm, and he recognizes it as Hell's fire arrow. Seeing the weapon of energy, he realizes that this might give him a chance to win. He carefully takes aim and shouts for Wood to shield himself from the incoming attack. Douglas looks down in shock, unable to understand how a hole suddenly appeared in his chest. Meanwhile, the young elf continues to suffer, writhing in pain within the monster's grasp. Enraged, the creature throws the boy aside, cursing him for interfering in the fight. Kella glares at him with hatred, declaring that this marks the end of all his vile actions. Then the prince releases the energy arrow, pouring all his strength into the attack. The blue flame projectile surges forward, glowing intensely with tremendous power. Douglas is overcome with fear at the sight of the attack, with no chance to escape. The strike hits him directly, and he screams in agony as a blue explosion engulfs him. In utter desperation, the monster cries out for Gulpero, but it is already too late. From a distance, Kella watches closely, confirming that his attack landed perfectly. He watches as the foe's body starts dissolving within the flames, releasing a final strained groan. The glow gradually diminishes until the formidable enemy is completely gone, yet Kella remains deep in thought, questioning the nature of the entity he encountered inside his mind. Sildera finds herself surrounded, complaining that the number of opponents is overwhelming for her alone. Shrills is struggling as well, unable to unleash her wide-range spells due to the cramped ceiling, but Kella reassures them, saying that with his new power he will end things swiftly. He leaps forward and unleashes multiple energy arrows at once toward the enemies. The earth demons are struck directly, crying out in agony as the prince's unexpected assault lands. Shrills watches in amazement, noticing that Kella's mana has suddenly surged to a much higher level. With this new ability, he reflects that he finally possesses a reliable long-distance attack. Smirking slightly, he feels satisfied, convinced that this new power is exceptionally effective. Darkness settles over the desert as a mysterious shadow glides across the sky, marking the conclusion of the battle. As everything calms, Kella finally declares that the conflict has come to an end. Shrills picks up one of the oars, remarking that its strength far exceeds what she had anticipated. Sildera reacts with surprise, admitting she had no idea those stones consumed the user's lifespan. Kella takes one as well, warning that they must investigate this matter further. He then turns toward the elves and begins addressing them with a firm and serious tone. The prince opens his eyes and proclaims that from this moment onward they are free. He goes on to urge them not to be captured again and to finally live their lives in freedom. The elves are stunned, questioning whether it is truly real that they have escaped that nightmare. With a calm expression, Kella confirms that they are now free to leave this place. The realization sinks in, and they become emotional, understanding they can take the children far away from there. Filled with gratitude, they all kneel and begin thanking Lord Kella for everything he has done. Shrills sighs, noting that it seems they will not be gaining the Earth Demons as allies after all. Shrills agrees it is unfortunate, but acknowledges that nothing more can be done. Kella then turns to Wood and asks if he was not born there but rather taken captive. With a distant gaze, the young elf confirms that he was indeed captured and brought there. Kella continues, saying he assumes Wood also has no family left to return to. The boy remains silent, only looking back at him with a sorrowful expression. After a brief pause, he finally admits that he has no surviving relatives. At that, the prince extends his hand and invites Wood to join them from now on. He explains that they need someone capable of understanding terrain and navigation like the Earth Demons. However, Wood insists he is not an Earth Demon and lacks any such abilities. Showing his shackles, he says he would not be of any help to their group. Kella reassures him, saying that he is an elf blessed by nature itself. He adds that Wood has already proven himself braver than anyone in the face of danger. The prince offers his hand again, stating that this alone is more than enough reason for him to join them. The young elf freezes, staring at Kella, unsure of how to respond. With tears filling his eyes, he struggles to speak. "Sir Kella, Overcome with emotion, a memory flashes through his mind where he recalls never even knowing what his parents looked like. He had been abandoned somewhere before eventually being found and captured by Douglas. He remembers being taken there and spending his entire life in suffering. Thus he lived in that living nightmare without ever having any hope. He believed he would continue living that miserable existence until the day he died. Back in the present, he wonders if he can truly leave that place behind forever. With tears streaming down his face, he asks if he can really go with Kella, but Kella looks at him seriously and tells him that he will not simply follow him. The prince corrects himself, saying that Wood will walk alongside him as an equal. He then helps him to his feet and calls for them to move on, as Wood thanks him with deep emotion. The scene shifts, showing the group finally free beneath a sky full of stars. It is revealed that they dealt with the earth demons and rescued the imprisoned elves. Kella feels some concern, but remembers that they are beings loved by nature itself. Because of that, no matter where or how they live, their future will surely be brighter. It will certainly be far better than the life they endured in that dreadful place. Wood looks ahead with determination and hope shining in his eyes. And so, beneath the moonlight, a brand new journey begins for all of them. Saldura immediately starts ordering Wood around, telling him that as the newcomer he must obey. At that point, Kella suggests they search for a place near a river. Wood gestures toward a direction, saying he can sense the presence of water from that way. Although slightly irritated, Saldura admits he did a good job, which leaves the elf feeling a little embarrassed. Kella becomes curious and asks Shrills why they are searching for a river at this moment. With a gentle smile, she explains that they cannot continue on foot forever and need to find a mount. She adds that near a river they might come across something useful, which excites Saldura, but Shrills dampens her enthusiasm by saying they would be lucky to even encounter a unicorn. Kella puts an end to the discussion and decides they will follow the direction Wood indicated. The scene shifts to a forest, showing the path the group begins to take. As luck would have it, they soon discover two unicorns calmly drinking from a shimmering magical river. The creatures quickly sense their presence and become cautious as the group approaches. Frightened, the unicorns bolt, trying to escape as fast as they can. But all of a sudden, a massive clawed paw slams down in front of them, blocking their path. The imprint left behind is enormous, revealing that the unknown creature is incredibly large. From the darkness, a white dragon steps forward, spreading its wings in a majestic display. Saldura loses control with excitement, shouting that she wants a dragon, while Shrills stares in disbelief. The scene transitions to a desert at night, where the full moon lights up the barren terrain. There, a figure in a white cloak comes across a fallen earth demon groaning in pain. The wounded survivor stretches out his hand, begging to be saved with the last of his strength. The figure is revealed to be a white-haired woman, who notices he is the sole survivor. She looks down at him calmly, seemingly assessing the situation without any visible emotion. The scene then changes to a forest scattered with bloodied corpses lying across the ground. A group dressed in white has set up camp, and one of them questions why the tracking spell is failing. The mage Curly responds that she is unsure, as she is detecting multiple signals moving in different directions. A warrior doubts that there could be so many of Hell's offspring remaining, and wonders how they will locate Kella. She admits there is no clear way to determine that, while an elf complains that they cannot possibly hunt them all. Their leader, Killian, decides they will pursue the scattered demons across the continent, but instructs Curly to focus on locating Kella first to advance the mission. She replies that she can teleport on her own, which would likely be faster. Young Deed becomes excited, suggesting that in the meantime they can handle a bit of cleanup in the area. Curly accepts the order, preparing herself before vanishing instantly to begin her search. The mage focuses her energy, and her eye glows with a mysterious light. In a flash, she disappears completely, leaving Deed surprised by how suddenly she left. Killian smiles faintly and proposes that they begin hunting the demons. Curly reappears in the desert and asks the wounded survivor if Kella passed through there. With anger, he confirms it and says that Kella destroyed his entire tribe. The mage calmly asks where he went afterward, but the demon admits he does not know, and before dying tries to beg her for help. Without warning, a beam of light pierces through his head, killing him instantly. Curly simply watches his lifeless body, showing no emotion for what she has done. Coldly, she remarks that he is useless if he knows nothing. Pointing her finger, she then turns away, deciding to follow the energy trace she detected. Looking up at the sky, she quietly repeats the name Kella. Focused on her pursuit, the scene shifts as Kella's group finally arrives at a river, surrounded by a beautiful landscape. He is impressed, saying that as expected of elves, Wood managed to guide them there, using only his sense of smell. Saldura becomes jealous, telling the newcomer not to get carried away over something like that. Kella mentions that he is hungry, and Saldura offers to catch fish, claiming she is skilled at it. However, several fish suddenly leap out of the water, flying straight toward the group. It is Wood who has caught them all at once, leaving everyone completely speechless. He then explains that he used nature's power, and Shrills praises his ability. This makes Saldura even more jealous, as she had wanted to prove she was the most capable one there. She then attempts to start a fire, but Shrills creates one instantly with magic. Poor Saldura is left devastated, feeling completely useless to the group at that moment. With nothing else to do, she sits off to the side, sulking away from the others. As the fish cook over the fire, a delicious aroma begins to spread throughout the camp. Kella compliments Wood's effort, and the elf thanks him as they all begin eating together around the fire. He then asks Ren if she is not going to eat, but she replies that she is fine. Shrills does not hesitate and takes her portion, leaving the girl surprised by the action. Kella notices this and watches Ren with a slightly concerned expression. The girl continues to look downcast, as if she is hiding something from the group. Kella then says he would like some fruit, and Seldera immediately perks up and runs off to find some. Wood offers to go instead, but Kella stops him and says that Rian will handle getting the fruit. With a faint smile, he looks at her and asks if she is alright with that. But Seldera suddenly gets excited and dashes off, shouting that she will bring the tastiest fruits for her master. Shrills simply watches and comments with a light laugh about how easy she is to read. She then asks Kella if he did that on purpose to lift her spirits, but he awkwardly denies it. Kella quickly shifts the topic, and Wood mentions that he senses a unicorn nearby. The prince expresses hope that it might be a dragon, but Shrills cuts him off, saying there is no chance of that. Soon after, Seldera's voice echoes from afar, shouting that she has found delicious fruit for everyone. Moments later, she comes running back happily, announcing her discovery. Seldera climbs up a massive tree, thinking she needs to impress her master and surpass the newcomer. She spots the perfect fruit and celebrates, saying she has found a ripe and juicy apple, but suddenly the ground begins to tremble, and she screams, wondering if it is an earthquake. Then she realizes something is terribly wrong. Her expression shifts into pure panic. A gigantic reptilian eye slowly opens, accompanied by a deep rumbling growl. The girl finally understands the situation, realizing she is standing on a dragon's head. At that moment, she panics and lets out a terrified scream, shouting that it is a dragon. Back at the campfire, Shrills asks Wood if he can sense the energy of nature. The dark elf explains that he can, though it is difficult to describe the sensation in words. Kella grows thoughtful, wondering if this ability works like a map in a video game. With a smile, Serbil says it would be extremely useful for locating new dungeons to explore, but Wood replies that the range is limited, so he is unsure how helpful he can be. Kella then asks if there is a way to train and expand that range. The elf reveals that it is possible by consuming the stone of a dragon that has lived for 1,000 years. Kella is astonished by this, already imagining how powerful that ability would be, but Serbil interrupts, saying that finding a dragon is extremely difficult and defeating one is nearly impossible. Curious, Kella asks if dragons are truly as powerful as the legends claim. She confirms, explaining that they are apex predators and have a natural hostility toward demons. Apparently, only humans with extraordinary mental strength are capable of taming dragons. He finds that ironic, since humans are considered the weakest race. Serbil smiles and tells him not to bother trying to understand how a dragon thinks. Even so, Kella becomes determined, thinking he must find a way to obtain that stone. Serbil grows irritated, insisting that finding a dragon is impossible and that he should abandon the idea. Kella nods, lowering his gaze, saying he only wanted to find one to help Wood. But suddenly Rian appears out of nowhere, screaming in panic as she runs from a massive dragon chasing her. The group is stunned by the sight, and Wood can only manage to say that the creature is enormous. Serbil shouts at him to stop staring and start running, while Kella complains about actually encountering a dragon. The beast releases a terrifying roar, and Serbil admits she has no idea where it came from either. In the distance, Rian's screams continue, and someone tells her to be quiet so she does not draw more attention. Nearby, a mysterious figure in a white hood hears all the commotion. It is the mage Curly, who seems to recognize the sound and focuses closely on what is happening. Then a wave of magical energy spreads across the sky, originating from her position. The dragon suddenly halts and looks upward, appearing to sense another presence. After that, the creature simply turns away and flies off, leaving the group unharmed. Hidden from view, Serbil lets out a breath of relief, realizing the danger has passed and they are safe. She then scolds Rian, who cries and apologizes for attracting the monster. Wood, still amazed, comments that judging by its size, the dragon must have been over 1,000 years old. Kella becomes excited, realizing that if it is that old, it must possess the clairvoyant stone. He sees this as a valuable opportunity, leaving Curly slightly confused by his reaction. The scene shifts, showing the entire group sitting down, looking discouraged as if they are waiting for something. Then someone suddenly asks who is there, breaking the heavy silence in the air. Serbil immediately springs to her feet, recognizing the mage as Curly from the White Tolkien squad. The rest of the group panics, realizing they have been discovered and that their escape has come to an end. Without hesitation, they all ready themselves for battle, prepared to fight for survival. It is said that Curly has a reputation as a ruthless and emotionless mage toward her enemies. Kella grips his monobow, frustrated at having to face danger after danger without a moment to rest. He glares at her with hostility, while the mage watches him with a perfectly calm expression. Curly then tells them to relax, saying there is no need to fight in that place. The boy cannot understand her behavior, but he remains in a combat stance just in case. The mage turns her gaze to Shrills and calls her a traitor, warning that fighting there would be pointless. The warrior is stunned and clenches her teeth in anger, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Curly releases her ice magic, threatening to eliminate them all with a single spell. Kella asks Shrills if that is true, and she confirms that the mage is not bluffing in the slightest. With bitterness, she says that Curly is stronger than all of them combined, leaving no chance of victory. Rian falls into despair, asking what they can possibly do now that they are trapped. Curly repeats that there is no need for a fight and says they simply need to follow her without resisting. She adds that if they cooperate, they will not have to die immediately. Suspicious, Kella asks where she intends to take them, still holding his bow, as the mage stares at him with her blue eyes and begins to answer. She reveals that she plans to bring them to her captain, a man named Killian. Shrills is shaken upon hearing the name Killian, realizing that he has finally begun to act. The mage explains that her captain is searching for Kella, ordering them to follow her, but Kella angrily replies that going with her would only lead to his death anyway. Curly remains composed and states that the result will be the same no matter what. She fixes her gaze on him, saying that at the very least he will live a little longer if he complies. Kella grows increasingly frustrated. He had dreamed of living as if he were inside a game, and refuses to accept such a meaningless death. Knowing that following the mage guarantees his end, he decides he would rather fight until his last breath. With resolve, the boy releases his mana and prepares to battle with everything he has. He concentrates all his strength into a single attack and fires an energy arrow, but the mage does not even move. She calmly forms a magical barrier, effortlessly blocking the strike. Seeing an opportunity, Shrills shouts for everyone to attack and launches her own blast of energy. Her attack collides directly with the barrier, yet it fails to leave even the slightest mark. At that moment, Wood also rushes forward, preparing to use his abilities to assist in the fight. His power crashes against the mage's defense, which remains completely unaffected. In the end, all their efforts prove useless, and Curly stands there without a single injury. Finally, Rian charges forward with all her strength, declaring that she refuses to die as a useless burden without helping Kella. She strikes the barrier with her dark energy, shouting that she will protect her master no matter the cost. However, Shrills becomes desperate, warning that attacking at close range will not work against that defense. Inside the barrier, Curly simply watches her, and says that if that is her decision, then so be it. Suddenly, the barrier reacts to her touch, releasing a surge of energy that strikes Ron directly. A burst of ice magic sends her flying, making the girl cry out in pain. She crashes onto the ground completely defeated and too weak to stand again. Curly then loses her patience, saying it is fine if she simply takes Kella's body instead. With that, the mage begins preparing a powerful spell, gathering a massive amount of ice mana. She then unleashes a raging blizzard toward the group, intent on finishing them all, but Ren forces herself up and runs in front of them, telling everyone to stay close to her for protection. The blizzard slams against her dark energy barrier, which manages to withstand the initial impact. Kella rushes to her side, worried, asking if she is alright after taking such damage. Through tears, the girl apologizes, saying she has never been able to truly help with anything, but she quickly adds that this is not the time for that, warning that her shield will not last much longer. Inside the barrier, Kella shouts to Shrills, asking if she has any magic that can stop the attack, but she desperately replies that the gap in power between her and Curly is far too great. Outside, the mage continues her relentless blizzard, giving them no moment to breathe. Ren warns that her shield is already cracking and will not hold much longer. Kella panics, realizing that if the barrier breaks, it will mean the end for all of them. The scene captures their despair as they face the certainty of dying at the hands of that merciless mage. He refuses to accept that outcome and begins thinking rapidly, searching for any possible escape. All at once, an idea sparks in his mind, and he devises a dangerous plan to stay alive. Kella recalls the dark presence that exists within his own mind. He reasons that if he can reach that entity again, he might be able to shift the situation in his favor. With that in mind, the boy starts shouting, pouring all his determination into trying to connect with it. Shrills is alarmed and asks what he's doing, warning that his energy will break the shield, but he ignores her and continues yelling for that being to appear. The scene shifts to the dragon, which had been gliding calmly but suddenly senses a disturbance in the air. The creature turns its head as though reacting to Kella's desperate call for power. It releases a low growl, its eye locking onto something far away that it has detected. At that same moment, Curly realizes she can feel Caladun's energy coming from the boy. She finally understands why she was unable to locate him earlier and intensifies her attack even further. With a faint smile, the mage remarks that it seems this is where their journey ends. Kella cries out in pain, questioning why he cannot access his own mind. He grows frustrated, believing that power should only emerge when he is on the brink of death. Beside him, Shrills panics and shouts that the defensive barrier is about to collapse. Curly pays no attention and continues her relentless ice assault, determined to finish them. At last, the shield shatters completely, and everyone screams as they brace for impact. Kella looks upward in despair, watching death approach and shouting that it cannot end like this, but suddenly the dragon appears out of nowhere, landing directly in front of them and blocking their view. The massive creature uses its own body as a barrier, shielding the group from the mage's attack. Everyone is left stunned, unable to understand why the dragon returned or what is happening. The creature faces the mage, who is shocked to see her attack stopped. Curly is utterly confused, questioning why the dragon is protecting them. The creature withstands the remaining ice storm, continuing to shield them, while Kella steps forward and touches it, still in disbelief. At that instant, their eyes meet, as if a connection is forming between them. He begins to witness unfamiliar visions, and wonders if they are the dragon's memories. In one of them, he sees a woman with a gentle smile who seems strikingly familiar. It is his mother, and he realizes the dragon once knew her. They used to play together in the water. The visions continue, revealing the bond of affection and friendship they once shared. Suddenly the dragon looks at him, and a voice echoes inside his mind, telling him to run. Kella is startled, realizing the dragon is speaking directly to him. The creature then shifts its head slightly as though preparing to act. It spits out a glowing red orb toward him. Kella catches it and asks what it is, completely bewildered. The dragon's voice resonates again, explaining that it is its clairvoyance stone. He is left speechless, wondering why such a valuable item is being given to him. The dragon says there is no time for explanations and urges him to conceal his power and escape. Kella is shocked by this warning and questions why he must do that. But the creature insists, roaring loudly and urging him to leave immediately without hesitation. The dragon turns and unleashes a powerful blast of fire toward the mage. The attack collides directly with Curly's barrier as she shields herself from the impact. She finds it extremely unusual that a dragon would assist a demon, as such a thing is rare. Kella realizes there is no time to hesitate and that he must take advantage of this opportunity. He shouts for everyone to run while the dragon keeps the mage occupied with its flames. Curly grows irritated, wondering why such a powerful dragon chose to interfere at this moment. Tira understands that this complicates the situation and that she will need a new strategy. The dragon fixes her with a hateful glare, preparing to continue fighting and buy more time for the group. It then releases another blast of fire, even stronger than the previous one. The flames completely engulf the barrier, demonstrating the creature's immense power. Mockingly, Curly asks if that is the best the dragon can do. She then declares she will have to get serious, as her eyes begin to glow with mana. A massive magic circle forms in the sky, and the dragon prepares itself for what is about to come. From within it, a massive ice meteor starts taking shape, overflowing with magical energy. With glowing eyes, Curly unleashes her ultimate spell, aiming to finish the battle once and for all. The dragon exhales a torrent of flames, attempting to intercept the meteor rushing toward it. It pours all its strength into the attack, yet it becomes clear that it may not be enough to prevail. At that moment, the creature's eye shines, as if recalling a distant memory. A vision appears of it resting peacefully beside Kella's mother long ago. The woman smiles gently, reflecting the deep bond and affection they once shared. Returning to the present, the dragon is filled with resolve, determined to protect her son. The meteor crashes down with overwhelming force, triggering a freezing explosion that engulfs the surroundings. The fleeing group halts and turns back, sensing the immense impact of the collision. Kella's face tightens in shock, worried about the fate of the one who protected him. As the smoke disperses, a massive blood-stained block of ice is revealed where the dragon once stood. The creature has been overcome, encased within the frozen mass as the mage approaches slowly. She cannot comprehend why a dragon would side with demons, finding it deeply puzzling. Curly steps closer and states that she will examine the dragon's memories before it dies completely. However, the creature releases one final roar, and its body begins to radiate with fiery energy. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupts, catching the mage entirely by surprise. The dragon's voice echoes, calling her a selfish and heartless human, filled with pure hatred. It warns her that a day will come when she will regret all of her actions. With that, the creature detonates in a fiery explosion, choosing death over capture. As the dust settles, the mage stands alone amid the devastation left behind by the blast. Curly realizes that the dragon deliberately ended its own life, leaving her without answers. She understands that its sacrifice was meant to give Kella time to conceal himself and escape. The mage retrieves a tracking device, noting that the situation has now grown far more complicated. Even so, she insists that this does not change Kella's destined outcome. Then mana butterflies begin to appear, spreading throughout the surrounding forest. Curly declares that it is his fate to be slain by the white-clad Tullens, and nothing will alter that. Now that they are safe, the group tries to understand what that strange dragon's actions meant. Wood corrects them, explaining that the creature had been helping Kella all along. Kella adds that he witnessed the dragon's memories and discovered that it once knew his mother. Rian is confused, since dragons and demons are enemies, and questions how that could be possible. He admits he does not know, but says he felt a deep and sorrowful emotion within those memories. Then someone asks if the dragon left him anything, and Kella reveals the red stone. The group is stunned. Not only did they survive, but they also obtained the clairvoyance stone. Shrills believes that they were ultimately saved by the will of the former demon queen. Kella grips the stone tightly, wondering what kind of bond his mother had with that dragon. Without hesitation, he decides that Wood should be the one to use the stone, since they were fortunate to obtain it. Shrills agrees, pointing out that the White Tolkien have already located them and they must prepare. Wood feels uneasy, saying the item is extremely rare and asking if he truly deserves to keep it. Kella insists, stating that no one else there can make use of it, and tells him to go ahead and consume it. The elf accepts, preparing to absorb the stone and gain its power. He places it in his mouth, ready to enhance his tracking abilities. Without hesitation, he swallows the dragon's stone. Immediately, a surge of immense power floods his body, and a strange aura begins to radiate from him. Wood cries out in pain as his eyes glow with a vivid red light. Then the stone grants him a vision, revealing fragments of the dragon's past. It shows that from birth, the creature had been used as a subject for human experimentation. Scientists carried out brutal tests on it, ignoring the agony it endured. Day after day it was tortured, endlessly cut and pierced. They tore its body apart, only to heal it at the brink of death and continue the process. After centuries of suffering, its mind had shattered, and all hope had vanished. Humans even mocked it, celebrating the fact that it could no longer scream in pain. But just as it awaited death, the demon king Turk Caladun began his invasion. The old demon king roared that he would slaughter every last one of those vile humans without mercy. Amid the chaos of battle, the laboratory where it had been imprisoned was completely destroyed. With its prison in ruins, the dragon finally managed to break free. That was how it escaped that nightmare. At last, it achieved the freedom it had long dreamed of. For the first time, it experienced the joy of soaring freely through the sky, and so, it set out to find others of its kind, hoping to begin a new life. It shares with the others the cruelty committed by humans, and proposes forming an alliance with the demons. However, to its surprise, none of the other dragons believe a single word it says. You see, they had already built bonds with humans and even fought alongside them against demonkind. What the dragons failed to realize was that this so-called friendship existed only because of hidden sacrifices. Humans had been using dragons in experiments to understand how to approach their species. On top of that, they sought to study and take the unique magic that only dragons possessed. Yet this truth was rejected, as their hatred toward demons already ran too deep. Meanwhile, the demons themselves also treated the dragon as an enemy during the conflict. Because of this, it found no place where it truly belonged. Neither among dragons nor demons. Alone, the dragon begins to question the very reason for its existence. It cannot find a place to belong and feels powerless to change its fate. Unable to understand its purpose, it chooses to withdraw from everything and everyone forever. And so it surrenders itself to endless darkness, living in complete isolation. There, the dragon wastes away its life, simply waiting for death to arrive. It becomes nothing more than a lost soul, weeping alone in the forest with no hope left. But everything changes the day it encounters a girl named Karista. The child is crying desperately, calling out for her mother while lost in the wilderness. The dragon is puzzled by the situation, unable to understand why she is calling out like that. Then the little girl runs toward it, still crying out for her mother in desperation. She throws her arms around its face, believing it to be the one she seeks. The child continues to cry, pouring all her loneliness and sorrow into that embrace. It tries to tell her that it is not her mother, yet its heart feels something unexpected, and in that very instant it finally discovers the reason it was born. That sudden encounter was with a girl named Karista, who would later become Kella's mother. Using its magic, the dragon peers into her memories and realizes her suffering mirrors its own. While humans had once exploited him, demons had tormented her. They were part of an independent faction called Tarsaka, acting on their own with ruthless cruelty. Their goal was to study dragon magic to learn how to control and dominate their kind. Tarsaka would steal dragon eggs, using the hatchlings for their horrific experiments. The moment Karista was born, she was taken by them to serve as a test subject. She possessed the greatest magical potential among them, which caused her to suffer more than anyone else. Because of this, she developed transformation magic, the most complex type that existed, and that was precisely why she endured such extreme suffering at the hands of that group. Karista lived in constant pain, yet even in the midst of endless despair, she managed to awaken teleportation magic on her own, creating a chance to escape. The young girl eventually fled that nightmare and wandered for a long time. Alone and terrified, she continued her solitary journey until the day she finally encountered the dragon. He believed she was drawn to him because their fates were shaped by similar suffering. All the pain he carried for being born a dragon felt unbearably heavy, but it was nothing compared to the happiness he found living alongside his beloved Karista. However, one day everything changed, and a strange confusion overtook the dragon's mind. Karista noticed the shift and asked her master what was happening to him. He failed to recognize her and questioned who she was, leaving her deeply confused. The creature stared at her, examining her form, which now appeared to resemble that of a demon. Filled with hostility, the dragon demanded to know her identity at once. She panicked, unable to understand, wondering if it was some kind of test, but he warned her it didn't matter, and that he would kill her without hesitation. In desperation, the girl cried out for her master as she was struck by a burst of fire. The dragon had only ever wished to live peacefully with her, but his body could not endure forever. Due to the experiments, his body began to deteriorate once it reached its limit. Fallen to the ground, Karista cried, asking if he truly no longer remembered her. At that moment, he seemed to regain clarity and finally recalled the name Karista. With renewed hope, she asked if he was all right and if he could remember her now. He apologized, saying sorrowfully that he never wanted to hurt her like that. And it was then that he realized both his body and mind were collapsing completely. Karista stood in shock, while the dragon understood he had to leave before losing all recognition of her. With a heavy heart, he flew far away, knowing he had to abandon the one he cherished most. The girl was left behind, screaming and begging her master to stop and come back. But he never returned, and she cried out in despair, calling his name again and again. For Karista's sake, the dragon traveled as far away as possible so he would never harm her. Alone, he started preparing himself for the end, quietly waiting for death to come. During his final days, he clung to the joyful moments he had shared with Karista. However, his deteriorating mind caused him to alternate between remembering her and forgetting her. As his memories slipped away, he understood that his life was nearing its conclusion. Yet one day, as he awaited death, something unexpected finally occurred. From a distance, he sensed a familiar presence that stirred a strange emotion within him. Acting purely on instinct, he took to the sky. He followed that presence, determined to discover its origin. On the final day of his life, he ultimately reached the source that had been calling out to him. The scene returns to the present, showing the dragon responding to the energy Kella had released. He had been drawn there to complete one last purpose, to protect that bloodline. That energy belonging to Carista's son was the final sensation he needed to feel. What remained in his fading memories was the unmistakable presence of his dear Carista. He remembered her as his cherished disciple. Yet deep within, his feelings for her ran far deeper than that. An image of her as a small child surfaced in his mind, as though she were his own beloved daughter. So when he felt that familiar energy again, he knew it was a call meant for him. Letting out a cry filled with longing, the dragon roared her name and took flight without hesitation. He pursued that trail of energy, moving as fast as he possibly could to reach her, but when he arrived, it wasn't Carista standing there, but an unfamiliar boy. Even so, seeing the danger before them, he did not hesitate to step forward and shield them. He placed himself in harm's way, protecting them without fully understanding why. Still, he sensed a connection and knew the boy was not a stranger to him. With a single glance, he realized the truth that the boy was Carista's son. Through Kella's memories, he managed to catch a glimpse of everything. He saw that the little girl he once loved like a daughter had grown into an adult. She had become a mother, holding her child with boundless affection. With tears in his eyes, he resolved to protect her precious son. Filled with determination, the dragon swore to guard the boy with his very life. Gathering the last of his strength, he unleashed one final powerful breath of fire. In his thoughts, he expressed gratitude to Carista for giving meaning to the end of his life. After such a long existence, he felt at peace for having once lived beside her. He was grateful that he had at least been able to see her son one final time. With love, he bid her farewell, telling her he loved her as though she were his own daughter. Back in the present, the vision comes to an end, and Wood breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by what he witnessed. The elf drops to his knees, still burdened by the weight of those memories. Rian asks if he's all right, and he replies that he saw countless memories, but like a dream, the more he tries to recall them, the more they slip away. Even while crying, he says the dragon met a peaceful and fulfilling end. Kella feels confused by this, unable to understand how such a death could be considered peaceful. He then assumes that the dragon must have ultimately fallen at the hands of that mage. The scene shifts to the battlefield, confirming that the creature was unable to escape. A mysterious voice questions how he can no longer remember anything now. At that moment, Shrills shakes him, shouting that he even cried while experiencing those memories. Wood tries to explain, saying the ability may develop over time, but Rian grows irritated by his uncertainty, pointing out that he still has much to improve. With that, Kella concludes that they have no other option. They will have to wait until Wood's power fully manifests. Taking charge, he states that they need to find a safe location and asks Shrills for the map. The map displays both the human kingdom's territory and the former lands of the demon kingdom. Kella points out that they are currently positioned right at the border between the two regions. After considering it briefly, he decides that heading south would be the best course of action. Rian and Shrills are puzzled, questioning why they aren't moving deeper into demon territory. He then reveals that his father had a reason for sending him toward the human land of Arsel. Kella believes his father anticipated the large-scale human invasion of demon territory. Shrills agrees, recalling that after his father's death, all the armies united. Upon hearing that, Rian suggests gathering demons to fight alongside Kella, but he quickly rejects the idea, saying it's impossible now since he is seen as a coward. Kella admits he lacks the strength to rally anyone for now, since everyone still sees him the same way. Rian tries to push Shrills for support, but she replies that there's no way to prove his royal blood. She goes on to explain that her actions in Talcan make it unlikely she'll ever be forgiven. Kella then outlines the first step, establishing a dungeon as their base, which means he needs accomplishments. He states firmly that he must demonstrate his power if he wants the demons to follow him. The girls become enthusiastic about the idea, convinced that gathering achievements is a smart plan. Rian adds that in time, demons will naturally start gathering around him. In that way, he will prove his value and rise as the next demon king. There is no better approach. Kella looks back at the map and decides their first move is to build a base in the south and form a strategy. With everyone energized, they shout together, ready to begin their mission immediately. In his mind, Kella feels relieved that they are going along with his improvised plan. He believes he has finally assembled the companions he needed. Even so, the threat remains serious. Curly's image flashes in his mind, reminding him how dangerous it is to face the White Talcan. With a focused expression, he realizes he must gather more knowledge about this world. He reflects that everything from magic to creatures feels familiar, almost like a game. He considers that if there is a link between this world and his past life, everything changes. With that in mind, he plans to use his status as the Demon King's son to obtain what he needs. At the same time, he will rely on everything he learned in his previous life to build a strategy for survival. He remains determined, convinced there is a path to victory, and that he cannot die before reaching it. The scene suddenly shifts to a demon village under attack. Engulfed in flames, a demon holding a child surrenders, begging for mercy and proposing an alliance with the humans. But his plea is ignored, and a blast of dark fire strikes him directly. Deed appears with a mocking smile, asking if the demon said something because he didn't hear him. Another demon rises in protest, shouting that attacking after a surrender is cruel. Out of nowhere, a massive axe appears, accompanied by a voice filled with hatred uttering the word demons. Audrey orders him to be silent and die, charging forward with her axe without hesitation. The weapon is stained with blood, showing the strike was fatal and merciless. Kella then turns and informs his captain that the task there is complete. But suddenly he freezes, as if he has witnessed something completely unexpected. The scene cuts to Killian, who hears from Curly that a dragon helped Kella escape. Killian concludes that they encountered him near the territory of the Earth Demons. Curly reports that she has already deployed her butterflies to search the surrounding area. He then reasons that Kella will not return to the demon lands, which have turned into a burning wasteland. With that, Killian orders everyone to finish their work and regroup where Curly is. However, Audrey grows angry, asking about the remaining demons and wanting to eliminate them all immediately. Killian tells her to calm down, warning that there will still be time for that after they kill Kella. He reveals his motive for revenge, saying he must wipe out the bloodline responsible for his brother's death. The scene returns to Kella, who suddenly feels a strange chill that makes him tense up. The group is now traveling on mounts, and Shrills explains that the cold is expected since they've been heading south for a week. Kella notes that the Tolkien have not followed them and hopes it stays that way. He needs time at least until all his preparations are complete. Suddenly, the mounts come to an abrupt halt, digging their hooves into the ground without warning. Rian becomes frightened and asks why the unicorns suddenly stopped running. Wood then explains that the unicorns are refusing to move forward. He says they sense that they wouldn't survive in the environment ahead, but Kella reassures them that everything will be fine. He decides to send the unicorns back, as they have finally reached their destination. Wood gently says goodbye to his mount, thanking her and asking her to return safely. The group stands in the cold, watching strange creatures dart across the snow. Rian shivers from the freezing air, saying the weather is harsh for everyone, but Kella considers it ideal. With a confident smile, he tells the group to search for a suitable location for their new base. The scene shifts to the unicorns running back under a sky full of stars and a bright full moon. As they move, a glowing bluish butterfly appears, following the trail they left behind. The magical butterfly continues flying, shining brightly in the darkness of the night. Far away, Curly notices the movement of the unicorns. They fear the cold, meaning they must have come from the south. She finds it intriguing that there are 4 of them, which immediately catches her attention. The group arrives at a beach, and Kella suggests that the cave on the island looks like the safest option. He asks Wood if he can sense any monsters there, but Wood replies that his ability only detects natural energy. At that moment, Shrills points toward a few abandoned boats, remarking that the place seems untouched for a very long time. However, Kella asks whether the boats can still be used, and she confirms they appear to be in decent shape. The group boards one of the boats and begins crossing the 200 meters toward the island. He observes that the distance isn't great. Though the water is deep and the waves are fairly rough, Kella considers this ideal, since it would make spotting approaching enemies much easier. When they reach the cave, he notices the entrance is quite large and asks Shrills to cast an illusion. "That's easy," she replies, already lifting her hand to activate the concealment spell. A purple glow forms as a patterned magical barrier starts taking shape at the entrance. The illusion completes, causing the cave's entrance to vanish entirely from sight. Once inside, Kella remarks that the place seems to have been used long ago, and decides to explore further. After moving deeper, they realize the tunnel splits into 2 separate paths. Kella then turns and asks Wood for more information about the cave's layout. Wood explains that both narrow paths lead to a chamber and eventually reconnect. He adds that further inside, there is another room linked to a smaller exit. After hearing this, Kella suggests they divide into 2 groups to inspect both routes. Shrills quickly grabs his arm, asking if the 2 of them should go together, but Rian immediately objects, shouting no and insisting she will go with Kella. Rian awkwardly explains that it's better if the strongest members split up. Shrills acknowledges that the reasoning makes sense. Seizing the opportunity, Rian says she'll go with Wood. She looks quite satisfied with the arrangement. Kella gives the order for them to explore thoroughly and regroup in the middle. In the other passage, Shrills and Wood walk along as she comments on how the stones are lighting up the cave. Wood explains that they are light stones created by a mage skilled in both ice and light magic. Shrills then looks at him seriously and warns that she still doesn't trust him at all. He appears confused, unable to understand what she means. She tells him she's only traveling with him because of Kella. Since she doesn't easily make new allies, Wood remains silent, quietly processing her distrust. An uneasy tension begins to form between them. Shrills' lack of trust is evident in her expression. Then he tells her not to worry and says she can simply treat him like a slave. His response leaves her momentarily stunned, staring at him in silence before turning away and bluntly stating that she truly dislikes him. Wood keeps his serious demeanor unaffected by her harsh words. Meanwhile, Kella comments that it would be useful if they could also create light stones. Rian suddenly shouts for him to watch his step, warning him not to trip over a rock. He doesn't understand why she's so tense and finds her behavior somewhat amusing. Out of nowhere, a blue slime appears, bouncing directly into their path. Kella is startled and shouts in surprise at seeing an actual slime in front of him. He becomes incredibly excited, since he has only seen slimes in games and always wanted to touch one. But Rian is furious at the creature's boldness and immediately attacks using her dark magic. She declares that she'll destroy the slime for daring to block Master Kella's way. With power gathering in her hands, she prepares to eliminate the creature completely. After defeating it, she looks at Kella expectantly, as if waiting for praise. so he compliments her effort, and she happily thanks him for the acknowledgement. She promises to handle anything else that appears, but Kella tells her to calm down a little. At that moment, the entire cave begins to tremble with a powerful and terrifying force. The two look up in shock, unsure of what is happening. From the shadows, a massive stone golem emerges, its red eye glowing ominously. Completely alarmed, they both scream at the sight of the giant creature. Kella shouts that the thing is enormous, pulling Rian behind him and telling her to stay back, but she refuses, baring her fangs with fierce determination. Rian recalls her promise to deal with everything and prepares her dark magic to strike the enemy. Meanwhile, in the other tunnel, Shrills is surprised to discover something unusual on the ground. Her eyes light up when she realizes it's a crystal necklace that looks old and valuable. Delighted, she puts it on and asks Wood if it suits her, but he responds bluntly, showing no interest at all. Shrills is visibly disappointed by his reaction, wondering how Rian would have responded instead. She imagines Rian praising her and the two of them going out together in search of more treasures. With that thought, she mutters in frustration that she dislikes all of this and would rather be with someone else. Wood stays quiet, barely acknowledging her dissatisfaction. Back in the battle, the golem attacks with full force, knocking Rin away with a single strike, but she regains her footing, convinced that defeating it will solve everything. The stone creature raises its arm, preparing a powerful blow aimed straight at the young demon. Its fist lands directly on her, the sheer strength of the hit shaking her entire body. From the impact, Rin is hurled backward, coughing up blood and left severely injured. Kella shouts that they cannot defeat it without proper weapons, as their attacks have no effect. Even so, despite her injuries, she refuses to give up and declares that she can still fight. She charges again with her magic, shouting that she can still take on the monster, but the golem strikes her once more, and she feels the full force of the blow. Kella calls out her name, asking why she is pushing herself so hard. Even while wounded, Rian gathers her strength and continues confronting the stone giant. She then cries out that otherwise she won't be able to serve as his attendant. He doesn't understand, wondering what she means by that. At that moment, a flashback begins, showing the first time she entered the castle. Kella's father questions him, asking if he truly wants to befriend a servant. Young Kella, crying heavily, insists that he does want to be friends with Ren, but his father scolds him, saying she is only a servant, and orders a contract to be arranged. Kella keeps crying while young Ren stands beside him, unsure of what to do. Then, despite his sadness, he apologizes and appoints her as his attendant under the Caladun name. Little Ren blushes shyly and thanks him with a small smile. It is revealed that she felt happy simply because he wanted to treat her like a friend. That same day, after seeing him fall asleep in tears, she made a promise to herself. She swore that she would help him become the greatest demon of all. With that vow, she resolved to do everything she could to keep her promise. However, as time passed, life in the castle was far from easy for them. Kella proved to be timid and overly sensitive, constantly on the verge of death because of his brothers. Each day followed the same pattern, with him running in fear through the castle halls. He would come back to Ren in tears, saying he was scared and had nearly died again. Even when she tried acting cold and strict to push him to grow stronger, nothing changed, as he remained the same frightened child. Because of this, the other servants constantly ignored and mistreated her. They forced her to eat leftovers, saying she would die alongside Kella anyway. Poor Rian was made to eat awful food, and at times they even poured molten lava on her. Even at night she found no peace, as she was forced to stay alone in the stables. But even there she wasn't safe, as the other servants would harass her in the darkness. They accused her of seducing TM and threatened her with a sharp blade. Terrified, the young Ren begged them to stop. During that time, she admits she began to harbor deep hatred toward Kella. She believed that because of the contract, his death would also mean her own. In a moment of despair, she thought it might be better if they both died together. Driven by that dark thought, she attempted to take both their lives at once. However, she failed, dropping the dagger helplessly to the ground. Kella possessed an unnatural ability to recover, making it impossible for her to kill him. She fell into despair, unsure of what to do since even death was out of reach. The two of them ended up crying together, and she gave up, living like an empty shell. But Ren then shouts that suddenly everything about him changed overnight. She continues, saying he became a completely different person. The Kella she sees now is far stronger and more confident, like a true demon. With determination, she declares that he now truly resembles the rightful heir to the great demon king. Fueled by this renewed resolve, she returns to the fight, blocking the golem's attack with her power. She admits that until now she has only been a burden to him, and if she is destined to remain a burden, then she would rather give everything she has right now. She cries out that if things keep going this way, she has no right to remain at his side. Her magic surges to its limit, blasting dust and rubble through the cave. Yet the strike fails and she collapses to the ground, utterly drained. Her face is battered and bruised. She begins speaking in a faint, sorrowful tone, then she breaks down, admitting she never truly wished for him to cast her aside. Kella watches her silently, his expression stern as he listens to everything she pours out. Meanwhile, the golem regains its footing and lifts its massive fist, prepared to crush Ren instantly. She notices the incoming attack but no longer has the strength to evade it. At that exact moment, Kella readies his own move, gathering blue energy into his hand. He releases the spell, sending it straight toward the stone giant with full force. The blast strikes the creature directly, erupting into a surge of blue power. He pulls Ren close and scolds her, asking if she has lost her mind risking her life for him. Kella then states firmly that he would never abandon a servant like her, no matter what. Ren is left speechless, only managing to whisper his name, deeply moved by his words. With a soft smile, he tells her that even if she tried to run away, he would not allow it. Hearing this, Ren bursts into tears again, overwhelmed with emotion and relief. She clings tightly to him, crying as she repeatedly calls out Master Kella's name. He reflects that he now understands her past and knows her feelings are sincere. With that realization, he decides that for the sake of what lies ahead, he will make Ren the strongest attendant possible. Meanwhile, in the other passage, they arrive at the first chamber, far larger than it appeared from outside. Shrills becomes thrilled upon discovering a diamond bracelet and eagerly wants to show it off. She immediately declares she will not give it to him, even though he shows no interest whatsoever. However, Wood looks at her seriously and questions whether she is unaware or simply pretending. She remains confused until the bracelet begins to glow in an unusual way. In an instant, it transforms, binding her wrists with a bluish light. Shrills struggles frantically to break free, shouting in anger as she demands to know what it is. At that moment, she senses a sinister presence behind her and is horrified by what she sees. A massive treasure spider reveals itself, and she cannot believe such a creature was hiding there. She asks if it is a treasure spider, realizing the bracelet was nothing more than bait. Furious, she yells at Wood for not stopping it earlier. As the spider advances, he defends himself, saying he assumed she already knew and was acting accordingly. With no time to argue, the giant spider lunges at her with its sharp claws. Wood continues speaking, saying he thought she had a plan and therefore chose not to interfere. She curses herself for lowering her guard and being unable to reach her staff. Panicking, she claims she can only rely on him now, pretending she allowed herself to be caught to test him. He doubts her explanation and asks if she truly intended to test his strength. She insists it was deliberate and challenges him to prove himself now. Without hesitation, he draws a dagger and says he will free her from the cursed restraint. He swings his blade at the bracelet with all his strength, but she screams in alarm, warning that it is a magical barrier and cannot be broken physically. He pauses, realizing his attack had no effect at all. At that moment, the treasure spider seizes the opportunity and spits green acid toward them. Wood shields her with his body, warning that the substance melts anything it touches instantly. He asks what they should do since there are no roots in the cave for him to use. Irritated, Shrills says she could defeat the creature with magic, and tells him to figure something out quickly. The spider wastes no time and launches another stream of acid at them. To protect her, Wood pushes her aside, but his leg is struck by the corrosive liquid. The creature then prepares to finish them, raising its claws for the final strike. The impact sends Shrills flying backward, slamming her onto the cave floor. She becomes furious, realizing the monster is targeting her because she is trapped by the barrier. The spider lifts one of its razor-sharp claws, ready to end her life. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she feels completely helpless, but Wood steps in front of her and takes the hit, leaving her utterly stunned despite his injury. He says he will do whatever it takes so she can use her magic. He then uses his own hand to absorb the spider's magic, causing it to shriek in pain. With his dagger, he cuts into his own hand, channeling the energy to break the barrier. A burst of blue power erupts, and he finally shatters the magical bracelet restraining her. Now free, Shrills stares at her hands, unable to believe she has been released. The spider screeches in rage, realizing its prey has escaped the trap. Enraged, the creature directs all its fury at Wood, piercing his body repeatedly. In desperation, Shrills cries out his name, horrified by the scene unfolding before her. As he collapses, he tells her that now it is her turn to fight and bring the creature down. He fixes his eyes on her with a grave expression, calling her name in a faint voice. Shrills stands frozen, staring at him, overwhelmed by shock, anger, and despair all at once. With Wood lying gravely injured, she summons her staff, which begins to glow with a deep purple aura. Consumed by rage, Shrills shouts that a mere bug has no right to push her this far. Her eyes blazing with fury, she prepares to end the monster once and for all. She casts her spell, Purple Torch, engulfing the spider in blazing magical fire. Raising her staff high, she unleashes an overwhelming surge of power at the creature. The attack is so intense that the massive beast is completely incinerated by the flames. Once everything is over, Shrills is left drained, clearly having spent a tremendous amount of energy. At that moment, she turns and notices Wood, who despite his severe injuries, is trying to stand again. Stunned, she asks how he managed to break the barrier that had bound her through the bracelet. Wood explains that he assumed the spider's barrier would not affect his own hand. She then questions what would have happened if he had been wrong, implying it would have cost him his life. He responds that it did not matter whether he lived or died, since she had told him to help. Shrills falls silent, taking in the magnitude of the sacrifice he made for her. Suddenly, a painful memory resurfaces, showing her being pierced by a sword. The vision focuses on the blade passing through her body, revealing a deep scar from her past. The flashback shows her being stabbed, yet she says she allowed it to happen on purpose. With a crazed smile, she confirms it was a setup, and charges at her enemy with everything she has. An instructor watches, remarking that she sacrificed her own body just to take her opponent's head. He warns that she would have died if the strike had hit her heart, but she replies that it did not matter since her orders were to kill him at any cost. The instructor is impressed by her stubborn resolve, finding her attitude noteworthy. Despite her wounds, he informs her that such determination means she has passed the test. Back in the present, she realizes that Wood carries the same detached look she once had. She understands that he is just like she used to be, fighting without holding anything back, and in that moment she recognizes that he risked his life purely to protect her. Holding her staff, she approaches him and tells him he has finally passed her test. Wood is taken aback, and she continues by saying she now accepts him as a companion. She then gives him a firm order, telling him not to die so easily from now on. He remains speechless, staring at her, stunned by her sudden change in demeanor. Surrounded by scattered bones, he nods and says he will remember her words. Upon arriving at the location, voices call out, asking if Shrills and Ren are alright. There they find Wood injured, though he explains that Shrills has already treated him. Shrills then scolds Kella for allowing Ray to get hurt, but Ren quickly takes responsibility herself. Changing the topic, Kella asks what happened to Wood and the others. She explains that they encountered a golem, which surprises Kella as he finds that pairing unusual. Shrills suspects there may be something hidden within the dungeon. She then says she will heal Ren first and tells everyone to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Kella studies the structure, noting that it reminds him of the Demon King's castle. He focuses on a statue, saying that what concerns him most is the suspicious box nearby. With excitement in her eyes, Ren asks if it might be a treasure chest. Equally eager, Shrills agrees and declares that they should open it immediately. Suddenly, the statue's eyes begin to glow on their own atop the altar. Sensing danger, Kella shouts for everyone to hold on as he prepares a defensive spell. He quickly forms a barrier in front of them, instructing the group to crouch down. Immediately afterward, the statue launches an attack that crashes against the magical shield. Startled by the assault, Shrills shouts, asking if the chest was a trap. Rian is equally shocked, saying she never expected something like that. Kella snaps back at them, saying it was obviously a trap. Before they can react, the statue fires another beam of energy, and he yells for everyone to dodge as Shrills leaps aside to avoid it. At that point, Rian and Wood stand up, saying they want to help fight, but Kella orders them both to stay back, insisting they would only interfere right now. After a brief pause, they agree to follow his command and remain where they are. Rian turns toward Wood, asking why he followed the order so quickly. He calmly replies that he intends to focus on recovering, just as Kella told him to do. Irritated, Ren admits she cannot really argue with that reasoning. Then both of them call out to Kella, telling him to hold on until they are able to fight again. Kella rapidly devises a plan, saying he will draw the statue's focus toward himself. He fires several projectiles that strike a defensive barrier surrounding the statue. Using that opening, Shrills launches a massive fireball at the target. The fiery attack slams into the barrier, but it causes no damage at all. Shrills shouts in confusion, asking how the statue can maintain both offense and defense simultaneously. Kella is equally stunned, unable to understand how it can cast multiple spells at once. After observing the situation, Shrills states that there are only two possible explanations. She suggests that either a mage pre-programmed it, or someone is hiding inside the statue. With that idea in mind, Kella asks Wood to analyze the statue's internal structure. Wood activates his ability and confirms that the statue is hollow. Hearing this, Kella warns that there is a strong chance someone is concealed within it. Shrills yells that they must break the barrier and destroy the statue immediately. Kella gathers his energy and strikes the barrier, but his attack fails to leave a mark. Suddenly, two golems with glowing red eyes rise from the ground of the chamber. Seeing them appear, Kella is shocked that even stronger golems than before have emerged. Right afterward, a massive creature drops down from the ceiling, catching everyone off guard. Shrills stares at it in disbelief, stunned by the enormous size of the treasure spider. She wonders if the previous ones were merely its offspring, as she prepares another spell. The giant spider launches its own attack, firing a projectile straight at Shrills. Realizing it is far stronger, she concludes this must be the group's mother spider. Meanwhile, Kella rushes forward and strikes the creature, forcing it backward. Frustrated, she remarks that she could defeat it if they were not confined in such a tight space. While defending, Kella is pushed back by a powerful blow from one of the golems. In a desperate moment, he considers unleashing all his mana to end everything, but recalls that doing so would reveal his presence to the White Tolkien. Suddenly, an idea crosses his mind, and he tells everyone to hold on for a moment. Glancing aside, he points out that there is something unusual about the statue. He notices that its magic stopped the instant the monsters appeared. At that, Shrills wonders if the statue's magic is being used to control the creatures. Kella remembers that the monsters showed up right after she threatened the statue. He concludes that it sensed danger and summoned them in response. Shouting that the statue is their priority, he asks them to buy him some time. Curious about his plan, she prepares herself and conjures a wall of fire. With the fiery barrier, she manages to halt the monster's advance. Kella realizes that if the statue is controlling them, then its own barrier must be inactive. Charging forward with his fist glowing, he delivers a direct punch to the hollow statue. He breaks through the stone exterior and crashes inside, destroying everything in his path. Stunned, Shrills shouts that he has shattered the statue and gone inside it. Losing control, the golems immediately rush towards Shrills, forcing her to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the giant spider ignores the others and moves straight toward the statue. Seeing this, Rian yells that the spider is heading for the same place. All of a sudden, the golems switch targets and begin charging toward them. Rian shouts that the golems are coming and warns that they need to fight together, but Shrills responds that it is reckless to fight in her current condition as she raises a barrier. She successfully blocks the first strike from the two massive golems. Rian calls out her name, but Shrills insists they must trust Kella now. Inside the statue, Kella discovers what appears to be a control core. He prepares to destroy it, believing that doing so will resolve everything. Suddenly, a stream of webbing shoots toward him at high speed. It hits him directly, leaving him completely immobilized and trapped. Unable to move, he shouts in frustration for falling into such a trap. Moments later, the giant spider appears, and he complains about the terrible timing. Outside, Shrills warns that she cannot hold out much longer, and tells him to finish it quickly. Still stuck, Kella responds that he wants to, but he cannot break free from the webbing. The spider raises its sharp legs, preparing to strike him. With a swift motion, it lunges forward to attack the trapped boy. Seeing the attack coming, he can only scream no, as he is unable to defend himself. With no other option left, he wonders if he should use the power of hell. At that moment, a shadowy figure appears, shouting and calling him a complete fool. Suddenly, he finds himself elsewhere and asks what this place is, recognizing it as the Abyss. The figure then scolds him for being defeated by such weak and pathetic monsters. Irritated, Kella shouts, demanding to know why it only appeared now, when everything is already at its worst. The shadow snaps back, telling him to be quiet and activate the vessel ability immediately. It explains that even though Kella is still weak, he can dominate those creatures using that power. After thinking briefly, Kella asks if it is related to the contract he made with Ren earlier. The figure calls him a fool, and Kella asks what exactly he is supposed to do. It is then revealed that he carries the blood of the Demon King along with its inherent ability. With a sharp focus, Kella repeats the idea about having a powerful desire. The shadow responds, all you need is the will to claim any weaker being as yours. Concentrating deeply, he begins to focus on his strongest desire. The voice urges him to seize control of all the monsters and turn them into his subordinates. Facing the shadow, he finally accepts the power within him, activating the ability as his eyes change completely, marking the awakening of his vassal power. Driven by a powerful urge, he turns toward the giant spider with unwavering resolve. He then declares himself, announcing that Kella will take command. At that moment, the gem on the creature's head reacts to his overwhelming energy. With glowing eyes, he proclaims that the creature now belongs to him. The enormous monster remains still, showing no immediate reaction as it faces the boy. Suddenly, the spider's leg halts just short of his face. A strange new sensation rises within him, making him realize something has changed. Then he perceives a visual space where the spider appears on a screen, displaying submission. The giant spider slowly lowers its head. Even while bound, he instinctively understands what has just happened to the creature. He then faces the treasure spider, now completely under his control. Looking at it lying before him, he states that it now belongs to him. Outside, the golems continue their relentless assault on the protective barrier. In desperation, Shrills shouts for Kella to act, warning that the barrier will not last much longer. Standing atop the spider, he tells her to hold on just a little longer. At that moment, he realizes that controlling only the giant spider will not be enough. Focusing on the core, he states that he needs to take control of the monsters outside as well. Steeling himself, he declares that he will claim the core right now. With that, his vassal ability activates once again, targeting the core. Fixing his gaze on it, he commands the control core to come under his authority immediately. At once, the stone golems are affected by the influence of his power. Surprised, Shrills notices that the golems have suddenly stopped attacking. Wood points upward, telling both of them to look in that direction. Riding the spider, Kella emerges, with the now motionless golems carrying a slime sealed inside a jar. With a satisfied smile, he says he has finally captured the true master of the dungeon. He explains that the slime was actually the ruler of this place, strengthened by advanced magic. Then he embraces the slime, saying he has finally touched one, and that it feels soft. Shrills observes the slime, admitting she has never heard of the vassal ability before. At that, Rian comments that she now understands how the Demon King controlled his monsters. Kella then declares that creating their own dungeon will now be simple. Holding the slime, he names it Stone, leaving Rian surprised by the moment. Filled with envy, Shrills shouts that she wants to use that power as well. Wood then raises a concern, asking what happened to the previous owners. Looking around, Ren suggests they may have left the place long ago. Shrills offers another possibility, saying they might have died fighting humans. Holding the slime, Kella says he is glad to have made the lonely master his own. He then remembers the figure from the abyss that helped him survive. Closing his eyes, he wonders what conditions are needed to meet it again. For a moment, he simply holds the slime, observing it quietly in his hands. Then, raising his voice, he orders everyone to begin building their new dungeon. After taming Stone, he also gained control over all of its monsters. To prepare, he deployed scouts across the entire perimeter of their new territory. He positioned the spiders at the entrance and placed the golems at the hallway intersections. The remaining creatures were assigned to guard the main hall. After that, it was time to equip the group using the weapons found in the chest. Holding a pair of daggers, Rian wonders if they will help her grow stronger. Shrills explains that the daggers amplify and condense her demonic energy. She notes that until now, Rian has only used power generated directly from her hands. If she learns to wield the daggers properly, her attacks could become far more precise. Determined, Rian says she will master them in order to protect Kella from the White Tolkien. She then asks Wood if he will be fine using that shield, but he replies that it retains moisture and carries natural energy. Observing their resolve, Kella comments that elves truly perceive things differently. Shrills then picks up a grimoire, saying it does not appear to contain any special magic. Looking at Kella, Shrills tells him he should take the strongest sword available. He crouches down, wondering if that one really is the most powerful among them. After a moment of thought, he notices another sword that catches his attention. Although he considers the weapon unimpressive, he decides to keep it regardless. As he grips the blade, he mentions that it drew his attention from the very beginning. He adds that it gives him the sensation of holding his former sword once more. After collecting the equipment, they rely on the map to begin constructing the dungeon. By using stone and water, they produce the fundamental materials needed for building. For this task, they merge Shrills' magic with Wood's expertise. Through the combination of their abilities, a complete dungeon is formed from nothing. He admits the structure is basic, yet it was designed following his map. Smiling, he remarks that this may be both his first and possibly his final dungeon. Meanwhile, the scouts remain vigilant from the peaks of the nearby mountains. Approaching the slime, he asks whether Stone is pleased with its new surroundings. Watching it wobble, he smiles and concludes that it seems satisfied. He then comments that living this way might not be so bad, as it keeps them hidden from the Tolkien. By nightfall, their newly established base appears calm and secure. Out of nowhere, a glowing butterfly of energy appears, drifting alone through the dark sky. The scene shifts to Arsel, where a mage expresses gratitude to Hayden for coming. Inside the royal palace, the king declares that this is no moment for formalities. Filled with anger, he shouts that he refuses to tolerate any excuses for their disgraceful loss. After regaining composure, he orders that the elemental mages be summoned immediately. He then proclaims that he will personally train them using the king's stones. Concerned, Hayden questions why his own mages must be involved as well. The king explains that the White Tolkien have not yet located their target. Continuing, he states that once their souls track them down, his honor will be restored. Hayden agrees but warns that the stones come with severe side effects. The king dismisses this, asking if that is truly something to worry about now. He grabs Hayden and uses magical energy to intimidate him on the spot. Reminding him who holds authority, he declares that he was the one who brought Arsel to its current state. Threatening him further, he says Hayden should be grateful he has not been executed. Clarifying his stance, he orders him to stop complaining and call the elemental mages at once. Meanwhile, the grand palace of Arsel stands tall beneath the clear blue sky. Leaving the palace, Hayden walks quickly through the bustling streets of the great city. He thinks to himself that they must locate Kella before the White Tolkien does. Suddenly, a cloaked individual approaches him, calling his name from behind. Turning around, he asks who it is, while the stranger questions whether he is searching for Kella. With a smile, the figure claims they can lead him to Kella, leaving Hayden stunned. Shifting scenes again, Kella wonders if his seat is not overly extravagant. Rian replies that such a throne suits the future Demon King perfectly. Still seated at the table, Kella remarks that their only issue is having nothing but fish to eat. Determined, Rian offers to hunt farther away, insisting that he needs proper meals. Kella warns her about the danger posed by the Tolkien, but she simply smiles at his concern. Pulling a face, he complains that he is tired of eating fish and wants meat instead. Wood then rises and says he will attempt to catch a carnivorous creature nearby. When asked how, he explains that he came up with a new idea during training. He says he can channel his ability through his shield to search for animals beneath the ground. Asking for silence, he warns that the roots must move slowly for it to work. 2 hours later, the group is still waiting without any results. 4 hours pass and they remain in the same spot, patiently waiting. After 6 hours, Rian loses patience and asks if he has fallen asleep. Suddenly, Wood's eyes widen as he senses something at last. With a sudden pull, he is dragged forward by the roots beneath him. A massive mole bursts out of the ground, and Rian shouts that they have caught one. Shrills is impressed and praises Wood for capturing such a creature. He thanks her for the compliment. He feels happy to receive her acknowledgement. Kayla looks at the beast and questions whether it is even edible. At that, Rian panics, saying she cannot lose to the newcomer again. She reassures Kayla not to worry, promising she will cook something delicious for him. As night falls, the scouts continue watching from the mountain peaks. Unsure of what to do, Rian grows distressed for having spoken too confidently earlier. Trying to cut through the creature's hide, she realizes it is too tough to slice. She considers asking Kayla for help, at least to prepare the meat. Observing the situation, Kayla comments on how disappointing it is that she cannot cut it. Desperate, she shouts that she cannot allow that to happen. No way. Then she remembers the daggers she received earlier as a gift. Holding them, she recalls that they can focus her mana into a single point. She shuts her eyes and attempts to concentrate, directing her energy into the daggers. Remaining entirely focused, she does not open her eyes even for a moment. All of a sudden, the power surges violently, and she cries out, confused by what is happening. She soon realizes that the blades are continuously draining all of her mana. Attempting to release them, she finds that the daggers are stuck to her hands. Crying out in pain, she warns that if it continues, her mana will be completely depleted. While examining the grimoire, Shrills discovers that it was specifically designed for this dungeon. Although it appears simple, she finds it odd that she cannot determine the creator's level. As she flips the page, she suddenly notices something extremely important written within. At that moment, a loud scream alarms Kayla, who asks what has happened to Ren. Wood offers to go check, but Shrills stops him, insisting that Rian be left alone. She explains that Rian is merely cooking and tells him not to worry. After a brief pause, Kella accepts her explanation and waits. Meanwhile, a loud noise echoes from the door of another room inside the dungeon. Losing control, Rian shouts as she struggles to manage the daggers. Recalling the past, she remembers how Kella would always give up during training sessions. She also remembers memorizing everything so she could teach him someday. With that in mind, she forces herself to recall a method to control the weapons. In her memory, the instructor had explained that magical weapons require control. He taught that to wield a magic blade, one must understand its true nature. Thinking back on the lesson, she finally grasps the idea of a weapon's essence. The instructor had said that one must shape magic into the desired form. Through focus, it becomes possible to create extraordinary effects using one's own mana. Rian realizes that she needs absolute concentration to manifest her power. Trying once more, she attempts to guide her magic into synchronizing with the daggers. After great effort, she finally manages to merge her mana with the blades. She shouts, demanding that the daggers obey her at last. Clenching her teeth, she declares herself the rightful master of both weapons. Still radiating power, she focuses on fully subjugating the daggers. She cries out that if she fails, she will never be able to protect Kella from the Tolkien. Pushing her mana to its limit, she releases all of her power in a single burst. After the explosion, she inhales deeply, exhausted from the strain. Looking ahead, she realizes she has successfully pierced the mole's tough hide. Pulling the daggers free, she prepares to continue. Then she notices that the mana around the blades is no longer being drained. Smiling, she senses that she has finally made the daggers her own. As night falls, Kella remarks that she is taking quite a while to return. He decides to check on her, but Shrills stops him, telling him to leave her alone for now. Suddenly, Rian appears at the doorway carrying the meat, shouting that everything is ready. Surprised, the group asks what happened, but she behaves as if nothing unusual occurred. She insists everything is fine, though Kella notices she is sweating heavily. Shrills then compliments Ren, saying she worked much faster than expected. Confused, Rian asks what she means by that praise. Showing the grimoire, Shrills explains that the mole's vitality decreases once it leaves the ground. She adds that only those who use sword energy can cut through its hide. Surprised, Ren says she truly thought its skin felt like steel. Wood also praises her, but she dismisses it, saying it was nothing special. Kella approaches and commends her for her effort, gently patting her head with a smile as he says he will enjoy the meal she prepared. Embarrassed by the praise, she can only call out Kella's name. Feeling acknowledged, she resolves to keep growing stronger so she can remain by his side. Watching them, Shrills reflects that the biggest issue now is herself. She recalls the battles and admits she was of no help during combat. Determined to improve, she decides she must learn more versatile and powerful spells. In another room, she prepares to begin intense training. Setting the grimoire aside, she focuses on releasing her own magical energy. While meditating, she remembers that her father entrusted Kella to her care. Yet she feels she has been receiving more help from him than giving. Steeling herself, she declares that she must form her fourth circle. She decides she cannot waste any more time and needs to strengthen her magic. Thinking of the earth demons, she considers adopting their methods. Willing to do anything, she declares she would even give her life to protect Kella. Suddenly, the grimoire lying on the ground begins to glow intensely. The book starts moving on its own, leaving Shrills completely stunned. Confused, she wonders if it is reacting to her magic. At that moment, golden words begin to emerge from the pages of the mysterious grimoire. Surrounded by the glowing text, she recognizes the writings she could not understand before. Without warning, a powerful surge of energy fires straight toward her. Struck directly, she cries out in agony, overwhelmed as she screams no, while being consumed by the ancient grimoire's power. Suddenly, an unfamiliar force manifests, making Shrills react instantly. Looking around, she questions where this strange place is. Then a woman appears, stating that the one who carries the king's power has finally arrived. Perplexed, Shrills asks who the woman is, and whether she came following her father. As the figure rejects that claim, Shrills questions why the grimoire reacted to her. The woman then reveals that she once served the ancient god Turk Caladun. Caladun, startled, Shrills exclaims, asking if she truly means the ancient demon king. Dropping to her knees, she wonders how such a thing could be possible, questioning if it is fate. In response, the entity suggests that their encounter may be guided by the will of the world itself. Desperate, Shrills asks if Turk Caladun was responsible for creating that dungeon. The woman explains that they journeyed across many places, leaving traces behind. Understanding everything, Shrills realizes that her arrival there was not mere coincidence. In anguish, she pleads for assistance, shouting that Helkun was slain by humans. However, the entity states that such a thing is impossible, as it is only an activated spell. Hearing this, Shrills accepts that there was never a chance they were truly alive. Begging once more, she says she needs power to protect the descendant, Kella. Satisfied with her request, the entity explains that forming circles depends entirely on one's own capability. She then warns that the pain of death will surge through her body. Still kneeling, Shrills shouts that she can endure it and begs to be given the chance. The entity cautions that the suffering will feel as though it lasts 14 years. Even when facing death, her expression remains unwaveringly resolute. A vision appears of Turk Caladun standing beside a young Kella. With firm resolve, she declares that her only purpose now is to protect him. Placing her hand over her chest, she says she is ready to accept any pain. Sensing her determination, the entity agrees and reaches out toward her. She then announces that she will reconstruct all of Shrills' magic using her own power. As the process begins, Shrills immediately cries out in agony. Encased in magic, she screams as the overwhelming force strikes her. Even through the suffering, she reminds herself that she must endure to achieve her goal. Watching closely, the entity remarks that they will now see how much she can withstand. Overcome by intense pain, Shrills continues screaming as she undergoes the harsh transformation. The scene shifts, showing Kella carrying a tray with pieces of meat. Walking alone, he recalls that Shrills vanished after saying she would inspect the dungeon. Suddenly, he encounters a large, mysterious sphere blocking his path. Noticing her silhouette inside, he desperately calls out Shrills' name. Rushing toward it, he wonders what could have happened there. When he tries to cut through it, he realizes it is actually a magical barrier. Striking it with all his strength, he finds his attack has no effect. Determined, he declares he must break the spell and shouts for Shrills to wake up. Receiving no reply, he calls her name again, seeing her condition worsen. Far away, Killian and his squad arrive, and he asks if they have come the correct way. Curly confirms that the unicorn's memories guided them to that place. She explains there are more than 400 islands, and Kella remarks that it will take too long. Ignoring the concern, Killian says their presence there actually works in their favor. Drawing his sword, he declares the mission will be complete once every island has been searched. With a swing, Killian releases a massive wide-range attack. The strike crashes into the surface, splitting the waters apart. Watching this, Audria and Kella react in shock at the display of power. Beside them, Deed looks thrilled, calling it incredible. Turning toward his team, Killian prepares to issue further commands. Smiling, he orders everyone to spread out and locate Kella as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Kella continues striking the magical barrier with his sword. Breathing heavily, he wonders why it is so resilient. Seeing Shrills trapped inside, he laments that she keeps bleeding more and more. In desperation, he says he must save her. He cannot afford to lose her now. Suddenly, an unusual noise from outside catches his attention. Confused, he wonders what it could be, questioning if it might be an earthquake. Atop a cliff, two owls carefully observe the entire horizon. Moments later, one of them takes flight and begins patrolling the island region. Closing in on its target, the creature remains fully focused on its search. At that instant, Killian seems to sense something and abruptly stops. Confirming the location, the creature's eyes begin to glow intensely. Inside its container, Little Stone suddenly starts emitting a warning signal. Seeing the alert, Kella realizes that Stone is sending an emergency signal. He then wonders if Stone has detected the people dressed in white nearby. Panicking, he concludes it must be the White Talcon group. He fears that Shrills may have already been overwhelmed by Curly's magic. Realizing the danger, he runs, saying, "If they find us now, it's over." Reaching Rian and Wood, he shouts for them to prepare for the bunker. He explains that the White Talcon have been detected very close to their location. Surprised, Rian realizes the tremor was caused by them and says she will go get Shrills. Running ahead, he shouts that Shrills might already be trapped by enemy magic. Heading toward the bunker, Kella says they must take shelter immediately for safety. He assures them they will not be detected inside, and they all rush in. In a hurry, he pushes Wood inside to get everyone in as quickly as possible. Apologizing to Shrills, he admits there is nothing he can do at that moment. Shortly afterward, the massive chest shuts and activates its magical defense. The scene shifts as Killian flies over the island, now engulfed in flames. Touching down with force, he gets ready to inspect the entire area. Alone, he moves across the rocky terrain, carefully surveying his surroundings. He then notes that he senses an unusual form of magic nearby. Perched atop a rock, the large owl continues to monitor the area attentively. Back in the bunker, Kella asks whether Stone informed him about the enemy. He explains that the creature reported a white-haired swordsman. Panicked, Ren exclaims that it must be Killian, the Tolkien captain. Concerned, Kella says they are finished if he finds the entrance. Outside, Killian approaches the hidden, magically concealed entrance. Extending his hand, he moves closer to the stone wall, concealing it. Upon making contact, the illusion masking the entrance is revealed. Momentarily caught off guard, he recognizes it as illusion magic. Confirming the location, he states that he has finally found them. With a stern expression, he warns that he will soon come face to face with Kella. In despair, Kella realizes the enemy has discovered the hideout's entrance. Preparing to strike, he begins to draw his sword slowly but stops, deciding it is unnecessary to destroy everything just to capture a few demons, especially if it means handing them over to Deed. Without effort, he walks through the illusion barrier and enters. Once inside, he declares that he will personally kill them all. Little Stone then alerts everyone that the intruder has entered the dungeon. With no alternative, Kella decides to deploy all the monsters in a full assault. Immediately, a horde of creatures appears to confront the intruder. Observing them, he remarks on the unusual mix of monsters present. Rushing forward, he strikes them down with overwhelming speed and force. After the fight, he stands motionless amid the remains of the creatures. The last monster is completely obliterated by his swift and powerful blow. Shocked, Kella shouts that it is impossible for him to have defeated them so quickly. He then concludes that the enemy is far stronger than they anticipated. Killian continues forward and arrives at a fork with two paths ahead. Unsure which way to go, he pauses briefly to consider. Making a quick decision, he says it likely makes no difference now which path he chooses. Kella panics, shouting that he picked the path leading to Shrills. With the enemy drawing closer, Shrills is now in even greater danger. Kella grows frantic, yelling again that he chose the path where Shrills is. With the enemy approaching, Shrills is now in even greater danger. On one of the islands, the mountains and landscape are ablaze everywhere. Annoyed, Audrea complains, realizing they are not on the correct island. Sailing across the waters, Curly continues searching the surrounding islands. Using her magic, she releases butterflies to scout for any trace of them. Beside her, Kella points out that this island is not the right one either. Elsewhere, Deed regrets not being the first to find her. Smiling, he says this means he will not get the chance to kill her. Meanwhile, the spy creatures keep observing the island where everyone is located. Back in the dungeon, Killian finally reaches the large mysterious sphere. Peering inside, he sees Shrills trapped within. He recognizes her, calling her Shrills, the traitor of the Tolkien squad. In a flashback, a young Killian defeats 5 soldiers alone during training. Despite being injured, the young Killian shouts, demanding that Killian fight him. An instructor restrains him, telling him not to be foolish. He warns that it would take him 100 years to catch up and tells him to train harder. As Killian screams in frustration, the young Killian simply apologizes. Recalling the past, he says he has held a sword since birth. He reveals that every moment wielding it felt unbearably dull. Through a window, he watches Shrills as someone tells her to stop training, but she shouts back that she is not finished and demands to be left alone. He then admits that she was the only thing that ever excited him. Her struggle to survive reminded him of a wild beast resisting capture. That image of her always stirred something in him, and he regrets that they never trained together. Asking a favor, he requests that the man give her his rations. Explaining why, he says she always ends up severely injured during training. Surprised, the instructor finds it unusual for him to show concern for someone else. Joking, the man asks if he likes her, but Killian ignores the comment. After he leaves, the instructor mutters that he is an extremely annoying brat. With her image in mind, he wonders how anyone could overlook her. Years later, the man remarks that Killian is persistent about delivering medicine, suggesting he take the box himself. The instructor warns that Killian will be gone for years. Refusing, Killian simply asks him to deliver it to her. Under the night sky, the moon lights up the fortress where they trained. Alone and wounded, Shrills complains that she could have won this time. He laments that if she had been beside him, they could have fought together. She would have abandoned her lineage and followed a new path with him. He remembers that her determined self was the only thing that ever excited him. But now he sees she has been consumed by a far greater ambition. Gripping his sword, he prepares to finally act against her. Holding the blade, he says fate is always cruel. With a strike as sharp as a blade, he unleashes a direct attack on the barrier. On impact, the barrier shatters, releasing Shrills from her prison. Now freed, she collapses unconscious onto the ground before her former rival. Without reacting, he simply watches her lying there, completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Kella shouts to save her, but Rian reminds him she is trapped. Explaining, Kella says his attacks on the barrier were entirely ineffective. Terrified, he realizes the enemy is far stronger than he imagined. Then a loud noise causes everyone to look up in fear and confusion. Outside, Killian emerges from the cave carrying Shrills in his arms. Holding her face, he lifts it to examine her closely while she remains unconscious. After setting her down, he walks toward the bunker entrance. Standing before the statue, he stares at the hideout with a serious expression. Seeing him enter alone, Kella despairs, believing it is over. Looking around, he notes that the ancient dungeon was recently disturbed. Suspecting he is being watched, he warns that he does not want any others present. Pointing his sword toward her, he tells Kella to reveal himself if he wants to save her. From inside the bunker, they observe him through a narrow crack. In despair, Kella realizes they would not stand a chance against him, even together. Then Rian states that there is only one choice and suggests creating a diversion. She orders Kella to flee through the hidden passage, leaving him stunned. Firmly insisting, they say it is the only way for him to stay alive. At a loss for words, Kella understands what awaits them. With resolve, Rian shouts that he must survive no matter what. Remaining silent, he watches his companions prepare to sacrifice themselves. The statue then opens, exposing Rian and Wood to Captain Killian. Rushing to attack, they shout that they will never forgive him. With disdain, he remarks that he already knew they were hiding like vermin. Suddenly, roots burst from the ground, binding Wood in place as he tells Kella to run. Wood says he will block the enemy's view with his shield. Apologizing, Kella runs, glancing back at Shrills and the others. As he sprints in panic, he realizes this is no longer the game he once knew. He decides he cannot die again without accomplishing anything. Relieved, Rian sees that Kella has escaped safely. Without pause, Killian launches a rapid strike at the two remaining, hitting Rian directly and sending her flying back with great force. Immediately after, he calmly asks where Kella could be, and as Rian shouts that Kella was never there, she charges straight at him while Wood seizes the opening to attack with a powerful punch. With one hand, Killian effortlessly blocks the blow. Noticing their races, he asks if demons and dark elves are all they have. Suddenly, Deed appears behind him and attempts to strike, but is stopped. Caught off guard, Rain reacts in confusion, unable to understand what is happening. At the same time, he uses his other arm to block Wood's kick. Struck by the impact, Wood struggles to endure the force. Grabbed by the throat, he thinks he must stall for more time. Then she shouts that they will never reveal where Kella is. Calmly, Killian replies that he did not ask, though it would make things easier. He warns that if Kella does not appear, he will kill them all. Looking into his eyes, she realizes she has never seen anything like them. His gaze resembles a void, completely devoid of emotion. Tightening his grip, he chokes Wood, leaving him barely able to breathe. Meanwhile, the blade at her neck begins to slowly cut into her skin. Terrified, she thinks she does not want to die this way. In that moment, she envisions Kella in her mind. Despite her fear, she endures as the enemy continues to threaten her. Then she shouts that he can kill her because she is not afraid of death. Agreeing, Wood tells him to go ahead since Kella is not there. Seeing their loyalty, Killian remarks that Kella has devoted followers. With contempt, he says he will grant them a swift and honorable death. Bracing for the end, Rain and Wood face him with determination. Suddenly, Kella's voice echoes through the area, interrupting the execution. Appearing on the scene, he declares that they are his subordinates. Surprised, Killian turns to him, saying he has finally shown himself. His companions look at him, asking why he returned. Angry, Kella says he now understands this is no longer a game. Thinking of his friends, he knows the same applies to all of them. Recognizing their importance, he declares he cannot let them die. Facing the enemy, Kella shouts that he is the target and demands that his friends be released. Letting go of the elf, Killian throws him to the ground, where he begins to cough. Killian then declares he will kill all demons because of what happened. Responding, Kella says he has seen people like him before. Shouting in anger, he says he will not die so easily. Charging forward, he attacks Killian, and their swords collide with force. Seeing the danger, Rain shouts that they will assist Kella in the fight, but Kella yells that it is in order to take Shrills and leave. Unsure, Rain tries to argue, but Wood stops her, saying they must follow his command. Frustrated, he admits they would be useless right now. Surprised by his words, Rain looks at him, unsure how to respond. Kella repeats the order, shouting for them to leave immediately. Reluctantly, Rain accepts and prepares to go. Carrying Shrills, they ask Kella to return alive from the battle. Charging again, Kella exchanges fierce blows with Killian. Then Killian briefly looks away, watching the others escape. Shouting at him, Kella tells him to focus on their fight. Realizing the tactic, Killian says he is merely buying time. He then warns that such weakness reveals his limits. With a heavy strike, he slams Kella into the wall. Right after, he declares that the Demon King's bloodline ends with him. Injured, Kella realizes his opponent is on an entirely different level. Frozen in place, he understands he could be killed at any moment. With no alternative, he decides to stop concealing his power. He shouts that he will use the full strength of the Demon King. Releasing his energy, he vows to fight until his final breath. His sword then fires a powerful beam toward his opponent. Using this strength, he charges and strikes Killian directly. Recognizing the power, he says it was not only Shrills who had been suppressing him. With this newfound strength, he says he can now see Killian's blade. He remarks that it feels as though he has become someone else. Killian confirms that he has indeed inherited the Demon King's blood, but warns that the result will not change as he attacks again. From the impact, large chunks of rock begin to fall from the ceiling. Struggling to stand, Kella is stunned by his power. Seeing everything collapse, Ren shouts that the dungeon is falling apart. Wood reminds her that their priority is to follow orders and take Shrills. Carrying her, Ren laments that she still has not awakened from the spell. Running desperately, Wood shouts that the exit is close. Back in the battle, Kella prepares and unleashes another attack. The strike surges forward and manages to graze Killian's cloak. Surprised, he says it is unexpected that such an unrefined strike could cut his cape. Struggling, Kella realizes he cannot fully control this power. He feels that the more he uses it, the more his body deteriorates. In pain, he shouts that his body cannot endure much more. Killian calls him a fool, but Kella tells him to be quiet. Enraged, he shouts that they are not his subordinates. Without hesitation, he charges and delivers a powerful downward strike. The force of the battle causes the nearby statue to tremble violently. Glancing aside, Killian says that Deed has likely already noticed the disturbance. Warning that the game is over, he strikes Kella and disarms him. The impact sends Kella's sword flying away. Now unarmed, he desperately reaches for it. Seizing the opportunity, Killian rushes forward and drives his blade through Kella's chest. Then Killian tells him to inform his father in hell who ended his life. Struck by the energy, Kella screams in agony as the fatal blow hits him, blood pouring out. He realizes his regeneration cannot keep up and that he is slowly dying. Outside the dungeon, they celebrate having finally made it out. Rin then warns that the dungeon is about to collapse and worries about Kella, but Wood reminds her they must follow his order and survive. Frustrated, she asks if that is truly all they are supposed to do. Angrily, she recalls that Kella returned to save them. She questions whether it is right for them to simply run away. Hearing her out, Wood remains silent, staring at her. Agreeing, he points out that the order was only to take Shrills. Realizing the gap in the command, they conclude there were no instructions for what comes next. Meanwhile, Kella screams as Killian's energy continues to tear through him. With his body burning, he says his regeneration has stopped working. Suddenly, a figure rushes past the battlefield at high speed. Shouting furiously, Ren orders Killian to get away from Kella immediately. Surprised by her return, Killian watches as Kella continues to suffer. As she attacks, he complains that she is just another nuisance. Using the distraction, Wood strikes from behind with his shield. In response, the captain turns and drives a heavy punch into his stomach. Confused, Kella asks why they came back after being told to run. Explaining, Rian says they already moved Shrills to a safe place. Wood adds that they will fight together until the end. Speechless, Kella calls them idiots. Thinking of his past life, he wonders if he ever would have had friends like them. He recalls how his father drank and abused him. His friends envied him and never treated him sincerely. To escape reality, he turned to computer games. He always believed he would remain alone. But now things are different. Grateful, he realizes people are risking their lives for him. Clenching his fists, he prepares to use everything he has. With determination, he says he is not alone and must recover. Shouting, he charges forward, saying he must seize every chance. Declaring he will not give up, he confronts Killian with all his strength. Seeing their resolve, Killian remarks that they intend to fight to the very end. Recovered, Kella joins Rien and challenges Killian. With fierce determination, he shouts that they will never retreat. Far away, Deed arrives on the island, recalling that Killian went there. Riding a creature, he asks if the captain was enjoying himself alone. With a mocking grin, he says he cannot allow that. Elsewhere, Shrills lies unconscious among the rocks. Despite her injuries, she begins to stir. Her eyes open, revealing a powerful new glow. Back in the battle, Killian gathers a new magical force in his hand. Attacking first, he strikes Wood, who blocks with his shield as best he can. Immediately after, he targets Rien, who tries to defend with her daggers. In a swift motion, he delivers a deep cut to Kella's chest. With disdain, he asks if they thought numbers alone could defeat him. Realizing the disadvantage, Kella understands his body cannot last much longer. Desperate, he thinks he cannot even stall, and that they will all die. Angrily, he shouts that this fight is his alone and tells them to leave. But Rien says they have already decided and cannot turn back. Wood confirms they will remain with Kella until the end. Unable to respond, he is stunned by their loyalty. Coldly, Killian warns that they will all die by his hand. Terrified, Kella wonders if this is truly the end. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy explodes, interrupting the fight. Startled, they turn around, unable to understand the cause. Unsure of its origin, they wonder who has arrived. From a distance, two figures observe, understanding the situation. At that moment, Shrills appears, saying it is good that everyone is safe. In disbelief, Kella asks if it is really her. Relieved, Rien and Wood celebrate, seeing she has recovered. Beside her, Deed says it makes no sense, but she ignores him. Stepping on him, she orders him to be silent immediately. With a serious expression, she faces Killian, captain of the Tolkien squad. Surprised, Killian wonders how she endured such pain and defeated Deed. He admits he never expected her to overcome Curly's magic. Crossing her arms, she reveals she spent twice as long in that abyss. Unleashing her power, she says this is the strength of the sixth circle. Stunned, Ren and Wood cannot believe what they are seeing. Kella is also shocked, unable to accept how much she has changed so quickly. Watching closely, Killian says she has always managed to surprise him. He admits that now his heart is truly racing. Using her power, she says they can finally rest. Surrounded by her magic, Kella realizes his wounds are rapidly healing. Ren and Wood also notice the speed of the recovery. With glowing eyes, he understands everything has changed. Facing Shrills, he prepares for the next clash. With a serious look, Killian says he finally wants her for himself. Shouting in anger, she questions how he dared attack her new allies. Caught off guard, Killian is struck by the mist and reacts in confusion. Disoriented within the magic, he wonders if he has lost his way. He realizes the spell differs from Curly's magic. Closing his eyes, he tries to find a way out. Surrounded by mist, he is attacked from every direction. Determined, he says he must handle all incoming strikes. Dodging skillfully, he avoids every attack even without sight. Annoyed, Kella charges at him, but his attack is easily blocked. Determined to end it, Killian raises his sword to break free. Shrills shouts that they must stop him before he escapes. Understanding the urgency, Kella says he will not waste this chance. Even if it destroys his body, he declares he will give everything. Rushing forward, his strike lands cleanly and severs Killian's arm. The arm falls to the ground. His severed hand still grips the sword tightly. Killian stares at his shoulder as blood pours from the wound. Shocked, Kella realizes Killian still avoided a fatal hit to the head. Gripping his blade, Killian shows he still managed to block the killing blow. Facing him, he says he only lowered his guard because of her. At that moment, a new energy begins to flow from his body and eyes. Sensing the danger, Shrills and Kella shout that it is extremely dangerous. In a flashback, a group walks through a mountain with two children. Terrified, a young Killman asks his brother where they are being taken. Their father tells them not to be afraid because it is a special day. He reveals that they will meet the god of light, Lumioran. Confused, Killman repeats the name of the god, still unable to understand. Crying, he asks what will happen and whether they did something wrong. With a smile, the father says they are ideal for the sacrifice. A woman explains that Lumioran desires the purest souls above all. He adds that Killian was always special, meant to be offered. He describes the boy as someone born to be sacrificed to the god. Pointing toward the altar, he says they will achieve a glorious fate. Terrified, Killman asks his brother if they are truly going to die there. Calmly, Killian replies that they will not, and that his brother will live. At the altar, the group's leader presents the children as an offering. He declares that the two will merge with Lumioran and gain eternal life. Summoning the entity, the leader asks it to accept their offering. With devotion, everyone celebrates the arrival of the great god, Lumioran. As his mother pushes him forward, young Killman cries out in fear for help. Then the father tells young Killian to step toward his fate. Facing the massive being, he remains silent and shows no emotion. His vision is overwhelmed by the force radiating from the entity. Back in the present, he releases his power, striking everyone nearby. The impact sends Kella crashing violently into the rubble. Rien is also thrown back, screaming from the force of the hit. Even while defending, Wood is pushed backward by the energy and struggles to stay upright. Annoyed, Shrills complains that the light is interfering with her containment magic. Angrily, Killian says that Kella took his brother Shrills and his arm. He promises to make him suffer endlessly. Realizing he will not back down, Kella prepares for the final fight. Seeing the missing arm, he understands this is his only opportunity. Unleashing his power, Kella says he will send Killian to hell. Facing one another, they prepare for their final clash. Watching from afar, Shrills notices that Kella's energy has grown tremendously. Hopeful, she says they might finally have a chance to win. Suddenly, the spirits of the entire village appear beside Killian. Shocked, the rest of the squad arrives and sees the captain's missing arm. Shrills complains about their arrival, saying they cannot fight everyone at once, but then notices something unusual and is surprised. She observes that Kella is so focused he has not even noticed them. Fully concentrated, he thinks he must kill him right there. At that moment, Killian also gathers his power, preparing his final attack. Shouting in rage, Kella says he will end everything in that instant. Deciding to act, Shrills says she can now defeat the entire Tolkien squad. Suddenly, a strange magic surrounds Rian, leaving her confused. Wood is also caught in the spell. He is surprised by its strength. Wrapped in the magic, Kella positions himself within the massive shadow creature. Attacking with full force, the shadow entity lunges at Killian. Even injured, he manages to land, surrounded by remnants of dark energy. Looking up, he reacts in shock, unable to understand what happened. Arriving at the scene, his squad finds only Killian and no one else. Annoyed, Audrea shouts, asking where the demons went. Kella recognizes the magic, saying he believed only advanced mages could use it. Confused, Curly says it is impossible to reach the sixth circle so quickly. With a focused gaze, she carefully analyzes the situation. Alone and badly wounded, he observes the now empty battlefield. Lowering his head, he quietly says Kella's name. Seeing his arm, Audrea shouts that she will kill them all. Kella says he cannot believe they defeated Deed while separated. Picking up his severed arm, he grips it firmly. He promises that next time he will inflict even greater pain. Surrounded by his energy, Kella prepares for the next confrontation. Surprised, he realizes that Killian has completely vanished. Annoyed, he shouts, asking where he went, and telling him to come out. He warns that as long as Killian continues to harm them, he will fight back. As he is embraced, he hears Shrills say that everything is fine and everyone is safe. Looking back, she explains that Killian is no longer there. Confused, he stares at her, unsure how she appeared so suddenly. Noticing everyone present, he looks to the side and sees them. He asks if all his companions are truly alive. With a smile, Ren confirms that they all survived. Wood adds that they are alive because of the two of them. Tears of relief fill him as he realizes no one was seriously hurt. Exhausted, he kneels, saying this is a huge relief. He thanks everyone for surviving such a difficult battle. Finally reunited, the group of four rests together with smiles. Shrills looks at him, relieved by the outcome. She says reaching the sixth circle was a relief. He pulls her into a tight embrace. He says he thought Curly's magic had killed her. Still holding her, he thanks her for surviving. Embracing him back, she says she would never die and leave him behind. From a distance, Rian watches them silently. Thanking everyone, he says none of this would have been possible without them, but Rian replies that they would have died without him. Shrills says they still have a chance, since they severed his arm. Agreeing, he says it is a relief that it is over. With a serious expression, he realizes he is still the same fearful Kella. He promises himself he will never run away again. With determination, he decides to become the strongest. Looking around, he asks where they ended up. Explaining the spell, Shrills says teleportation always leads to an unknown destination. Hearing this, Rian worries they might be in enemy territory. But Shrills reassures her that the spell only works in demonic regions, so Kella says they must determine their location to plan their next move. Wood then asks how she reached the sixth circle so quickly. Inviting them, she suggests they go for a drink. She says she has held back for decades and needs to relax. Without hesitation, Kella says they should start exploring the area. Switching scenes, Curly announces that the captain's bleeding has finally stopped. Lying on the ground, Killian mourns, saying he let all his comrades down. Deed tells him not to worry, insisting he is still powerful regardless. Irritated, Kella tells Deed to be quiet before he kills him on the spot. Smiling, Deed says he was joking and admits he nearly died. Enraged, Audrea shouts that she cannot understand how they managed to tear off his arm. Explaining, Killian says he lowered his guard because of Shrills. Laughing, Deed remarks he never expected her to humiliate him like that. With a cruel smile, Deed declares that Shrills will die by his hand. Facing reality, Killian says she will belong to him no matter what. Back on the island, Curly warns that his arm is in critical condition and suggests returning to summon the holy healers. Curly adds there is no way to track them and that the magic might fail. Furious, Audrea shouts that she will hunt them down herself immediately if needed. Killian orders everyone to retreat together, warning that Shrills is extremely dangerous. Angry, Audrea complains, saying Shrills is nothing more than a test subject. While being treated, he vows to pursue them again soon. With determination, he warns that none of them will escape him. Far away, the group celebrates surviving their escape from the island. At a tavern, Shrills says the drinks there are amazing. Seated at the table, they ask how she evolved so quickly. She reveals the magic book she found was far from ordinary. The book pulled her into an abyss where she encountered someone unusual. Explaining further, she says she met a mage named Forel there. Smiling, she adds that she actually found the mage's shadow. Shocked, Kella reacts to the mention of an eighth circle mage. Rian asks if the dungeon was created by the Demon King himself. She agrees, suggesting Kella may have been guided by his blood. Confused, he asks if it was not his own will but Turk's. He then questions how someone dead for so long could still act. Recalling his vision, he wonders if he met Turk Caladun himself. Thinking it over, Kella says Turk Caladun could be an unexpected lead. At that moment, Shrills explains that time in the abyss flows differently from reality. Smiling, she says her time there equaled 28 years. Shocked, Rian exclaims that 28 years is an extremely long time. Confirming it, she says, yes, it was an incredibly long time. She recalls feeling pain that constantly tore her body apart. The agony was so intense she would have preferred death over enduring it. For it all helped her reach the sixth circle, but the suffering never stopped. Meanwhile, the mage observed everything with a focused and serious gaze. Shaking, she says she does not need to recount that nightmare, especially not to Ren, who she believes is too kind to hear it. Smiling, she says she will keep that pain to herself. Annoyed, Rian asks if she trained for decades thinking of them. Kella admits he did not know and failed to protect her from that suffering. Changing the subject, she asks them to simply congratulate her. Excited, Ren praises her, saying she is the best of all. Watching closely, Kella notices her smile feels unnatural. With suspicion, he thinks she is hiding something. Kella asks where they are, and Wood answers that it is a village. Analyzing the surroundings, Shrills says they are likely near Karta. Surprised, Ren asks if Karta is not the demon city of knowledge. She confirms, explaining it is a hidden place far from humans. Exhausted, Ren asks if they can rest because her body feels broken. Shrills explains that Killian's energy is still affecting them. Remembering the blue energy sends chills through Kella, and they decide to stay for a few days to recover. The group settles into an inn room for the night, and wishes each other good night. Kella says he needs to step out to handle something. In bed, Shrills tosses and turns, clearly in pain. Outside, Kella examines the daggers, wondering if they hold any power. Lying down, Rian asks the dagger's spirit to reveal itself quickly. Thinking back to the hug, she admits it is a selfish desire. Staring at the ceiling, she fears Rus might take Kella away from her. On the other bed, Wood silently studies his shield. Gently touching it, he says it has endured much and that he must grow stronger. With his eyes closed, he promises it will never suffer again. Outside, the town remains peaceful beneath the star-filled sky. Alone, Kella releases the small stone and says it is safe now. Using magic, he places it on the ground and steps back. Looking at his hands, he says he still cannot use his abilities properly. He recalls all the powers inherited from the Demon King Turk Caladun. He realizes the fight would have gone far better if he could use them. He laments that he could not access any of them during the battle. Comparing it to a game, he says he cannot underestimate his growing power. Clenching his fists, he prepares for his next encounter with Killian. Determined, Kella says he will learn to control his abilities. From afar, a hooded figure silently watches him with focus. With a strange expression, the figure continues observing him. Elsewhere, a group receives a messenger crow. The bird lands on the leader's arm, ready to deliver its message. Surprised, he learns the Talcon group was injured and has returned to the castle. The crow also reports that Shrills has become a sixth circle mage. Furious, he shouts that it is impossible since she was only a test subject. One figure says, "This works in our favor since Kella's group failed." He adds that Lord Hayden now has the opportunity to capture them himself. Suspicious, the leader asks if their location can be tracked and threatens the man. Smiling, the figure says there is no alternative and claims to know where they are. Annoyed, the leader demands the location immediately. Revealing it, he says Kella is in the hidden city of Karta, where his group is currently resting. Sitting at a table, Rian happily eats her snack. At that moment, Shrills asks Kella what he is thinking about so seriously, and he responds with a firm expression. Rian says he is getting stronger, but Wood tells her to lower her voice. Concerned, Wood warns they must avoid exposing his identity. Nearby, two men mock Kella, calling him the weakest. Hearing them, Shrills becomes angry, but Kella tells her to calm down. She insists, asking if he will really ignore such arrogance. Ignoring the insult, he suggests they leave instead. Shrills questions how he can remain so calm after that. As they walk, she recalls how he severed Killian's arm, calling it an incredible feat. Kella explains that he must build the strongest dungeon and gather allies. After hearing his plan, Shrills relaxes and asks where they should begin. He answers that there is an ancient library in the city, a significant location. Kella believes he can find something there to increase his strength. When they arrive at the Carter Library, they notice it is heavily guarded. From their hiding place, Kella comments on the security and asks Wood to assess the building. Concentrating his power, Wood closes his eyes and begins scanning the structure. His inspection reveals a hidden passage in the library's basement. Wood also mentions sensing a distinct energy coming from a special room. Surprised, Kella asks about it, and Wood suggests it might be the stone. Surthan says this means something valuable is inside that room. Kella understands why the place is so well protected. He suspects it contains information about the Demon King. Determined to enter, he asks Wood to find a way to slip past the guards. Wood points out a small side entrance. Entering through it, the group proceeds, and Srypils remarks on the ancient design. Suddenly they hear a sound, and Srypils tells them to investigate. Using magic, Kella creates a shadow veil to conceal them. Moments later, two guards appear, patrolling the corridor. Seeing nothing unusual, the guards continue and leave. Srypils reports that the guards have moved away, and Kella praises her. Going deeper, they discover a massive labyrinth drawn on the floor. Wood explains the area is filled with traps, but his senses can guide them. Following Wood, the group advances while Rin praises his skill. Reaching the end, Sripil says that is the labyrinth's exit. As he steps forward, Wood accidentally triggers a trap. An alarm sounds, and Kella realizes his magic has been suppressed. Hearing the noise, several guards rush toward them. Rin panics as the guards approach and points to a hiding place. The guards inspect the area, find nothing, and assume it was a false alarm. Even so, one suggests informing the caretaker. They hide inside a closet. They hear orders to tighten security. After the guards leave, Kella carefully opens the door. Stepping out, he says they must be more cautious and asks their location. Following directions, they run down a stone staircase. Facing a massive door, Kella says they have reached the entrance. Reading the inscription, he notes that knowledge is granted only to the qualified. Examining the barrier, Shrills says the door is sealed with magic. Kella repeats the word qualified. Preparing himself, he activates his power and says he will try to open it. His ability strikes the door, which begins to respond to his touch. Soon after, the massive stone door starts to open. Entering, Shrills remarks that the requirement was the Demon King's blood. Inside, they find a vast library, and Rian comments on the rare grimoires. Nearby, they notice someone asleep at a reading table. Awakened by the noise, a small girl asks what is happening. Everyone freezes when they realize it is just a child. Noticing them, the girl quickly steps back from the table. Soon after, she smiles and introduces herself as Roralyn, the caretaker. Excited, Roralyn says it has been 47 years since she last had visitors. Sensing her strength, Shrills warns that she is not truly a child and demands respect. At that moment, Roralyn recognizes her as the demon who crossed the magical abyss. Shifting her attention, she jumps onto Wood, thrilled to meet someone of his kind. Examining him, she says she can sense Drianus's aura and finds it fascinating. Completely confused, Wood asks what she means. Kella asks why the place is so heavily guarded, if she is so welcoming. She explains that reaching this point proves they are worthy. Rian asks what she means by fools, and she confirms it. With a serious expression, Rolarin says humans are especially destructive. Kella remains silent, watching the small caretaker closely. Rolarin points at him, saying she has come to help him control his power as a successor. Smiling, she warns that mastering such power is far from easy. Floating in the air, Rolarin casts a spell called Cosmic Archive Akar. Afterward, several books fly off the shelves toward them. Rolarin selects one and says it contains the answer he seeks. She then reveals that the key is an artifact called the Demon King's Crystal. Surprised, Kella repeats the name, unable to believe it. Explaining further, she says the crystal was split into 3 pieces. Sorrells comments on the magic war, but Roralyn corrects her with the exact date. Continuing, the caretaker says humans hid the 3 fragments. Showing a map, she explains that each piece is on a different continent. Confused, Kella asks how this relates to his current power. Roralyn explains that the crystal is the only safe vessel for it. That is why she warns his body suffers damage whenever he fights. At that moment, Kella realizes that finding the fragments could solve his problem. Roralyn confirms that this will allow him to use his full power like Turk Caladun did. With determination, he understands this is his chance to wield true bloodline power. Roralyn warns that since he is not pure-blooded, this is his only option. Shocked, Kella realizes her voice was only in his mind and questions it. Roralyn says where the fragments are, and Roralyn says she knows their location. She reveals that in her youth she met Turk Caladun himself. Stunned, Kella asks if she truly met him in person. Confirming it, she says he was searching for the crystal for his bloodline. She explains that at the time her people were being slaughtered by humans. Continuing, she says many call him cruel, but that is only the human view. With regret, she says she never had the chance to thank him, but now she has met his descendant. Crying with joy, she says she is happy to help his bloodline. Holding his hands, her emotional gratitude leaves him embarrassed. Her story makes him question everything he once believed about Turk Caladun. Excited, Roralyn finally says she will reveal the crystal's location. She states that it is in Mortuarum, known as the Demon King's graveyard. According to her, Turk Caladun said the first fragment would be there, though she does not know the others, which frustrates Kella. Correcting him, she says even one fragment will greatly increase his power. Kella asks why humans would hide the crystal in such an obvious place. Roralyn explains it was concealed there because of the souls. She also warns that the area is filled with trap spells. Angered by their boldness, Sorrel says this is blatant mockery. Changing the topic, Roralyn says she will give them a gift for their journey. Jumping toward him, she casts a spell that strikes him directly. She explains it is protective magic that also lessens physical damage. Clenching his fist, Kella feels the power spreading through his body. Right after, she hands an ancient magic tome to Shrills. Surprised, Shrills says she thought those spells were only legends. Roralyn assures her she will master them and tells her to use them wisely. Seeing this, Ren asks what she will receive and is given a petal. Confused, she examines the item, but Roralyn tells her to keep it safe. Turning to Wood, she says he already carries the most valuable gift. Roralyn explains that within him lies the seed of Draenus, which will awaken. Wood says he does not understand what she means. Touching his shoulder, she says time will be their greatest weapon. Roralyn then tells them that Mortuarum is a 6-day journey away. She explains that a crimson mist surrounds the area, a remnant barrier from the magic war. This mist can read minds. Smiling, she warns that all their hidden fears will be exposed. Kella warns that if something goes wrong, some of them could die. Ren confidently says they can succeed. Kella says they have overcome many dangers and cannot give up now. Watching them, Rorlin realizes the world is beginning to change. Kella invites her to join them, but she declines. He remarks that someone as strong as her would be a great addition. As they part, the group thanks Rorlin for her help. Smiling, she says there is no need to thank her because their visit was a gift. She gives them one final warning. Do not eat anything in Mortuarum. Hearing this, Kella says he understands clearly. Waving, Rorlin wishes them a safe journey. Leaving the library, the group walks through the city at night. As they move, they discuss Rorlin and her connection to Turk Caladun. Shrills suggests that everything may be part of a larger plan. At that moment, Rian asks if they are already heading to Mortuarum, showing fear. Wood tries to calm her, but she responds with irritation. Focused, Kella says they must find the crystal to build the ultimate dungeon. Shifting to the palace, the king questions Killian about his defeat by Kella. Kneeling, Killian takes responsibility, and the king asks about his plan. Killian swears that once his arm is healed, he will hunt them down. With suspicion, the king warns him about failing again. Killian assures him there is no need to worry, swearing on his life. Elsewhere, 2 guards stand watch over a dark gate. Inside, a mage warns about the risks of the summoning ritual. Even while lying down, Killian orders Curly to proceed with the forbidden ritual. She explains that inheriting the arm also means inheriting its will, but Killian insists his will is stronger and tells them to begin. Without speaking further, Curly observes her captain's resolve. Seeing his determination, she prepares to start the restoration ritual. The mages begin chanting an ancient incantation together. They continue reciting the complex and dangerous ritual. Channeling her magic, Curly repeats the summoning incantation. The ritual summons a massive creature that roars over Killian. He swears he will kill Kella. He also vows to claim Shrills for himself. The spirit roars as it looks down at him. Determined to take the arm, he says he is ready for the transplant. A few days later, Kella's group travels through a forest at night. By the campfire, he warns they will reach the blood mist the next day. Shrills comments that the spells are incredibly complex and impressive. Holding her daggers, Rian says they feel more familiar now. Wood says he feels something similar, explaining that his shield seems to speak to him. Kella concludes that meeting Rowland helped them all improve. Suddenly, Wood's ear twitches as he senses something. Jumping up, he warns that people are approaching. Analyzing it, Shrills says their footsteps carry sacred mana. Without hesitation, Rian stands and shouts for them to come out. Stepping from the shadows, a man approaches and calls out to Turk Caladun, saying he has finally found him, staring with intense focus. Accompanied by mages, he says the reports about Kella were accurate. Shrills recognizes him as Hayden, the archmage of Talawa. Hayden calls her a traitor and says there is no point in running. Preparing her weapon, Shrills replies that she has no intention of fleeing. Smiling, Hayden notes she has reached the 6th circle, but questions if she can face 6 mages empowered by Imperial crystals. Seeing this, Shrills wonders why the Emperor would use something so valuable. Hayden says that if they surrender, he will grant them a painless death. Without delay, he launches a spell, sending multiple energy blades, but Killian dodges them all with ease. Surprised, Hayden orders his mages to attack using the Sanctuary's judgment. They begin casting a powerful light spell. Together, they prepare a combined attack to end the fight instantly. Beams of energy rain down, surrounding Killian's group completely. In response, Shrills creates an abyssal shield to protect them. The barrier holds, blocking the light magic entirely. Hayden shouts that it is impossible because light should purify darkness. Shrills explains that abyss magic can rival sanctuary magic. Focusing her energy, she prepares a counterattack. Casting the Mist of Oblivion, she strikes the enemy mages directly. Hit by the spell, they scream as its effects take hold. Confused, they ask where they are and beg Hayden to save them. Recognizing the spell, Hayden realizes he has no time to help them. Determined, he launches an even stronger attack, but Shrills easily avoids it and asks if that is all he can do. He screams for her to die. He releases a concentrated beam of light. At that moment, Kella jumps in front of her, saying he will not allow it. Using his power, he blocks the attack and shouts that he will not let anyone die. Hayden is shocked to see the spell stopped. Unable to believe it, he orders his mages to deal with the others while he fights. Following the command, one mage immediately attacks. The spell strikes Rin directly, sending her flying. In trouble, she says she cannot keep dodging and calls for help. In desperation, she throws her daggers, which block the attack. Seeing this, the hooded mage is stunned. Her daggers begin transforming into a much larger weapon. Rian grabs the new weapon, astonished by what just happened. She realizes the daggers reacted directly to her will, and shouting with full force, Killian begins releasing his power. A surge of demonic energy spreads intensely around his body. Seeing this, Hayden questions the overwhelming pressure of that energy. Killian decides to test the technique he had planned to use against Killian. Releasing the Ruin Agladi technique, he forms massive energy blades. Stunned, Hayden realizes the mages have been defeated by that spell. Seeing no alternative, he prepares to use divine teleportation. His spell erupts, spreading light and energy throughout the area. Soon after, the glow disappears entirely from the forest floor. Surprised, Killian realizes the enemy escaped using teleportation. Rian is also shocked, wondering how he moved so quickly. Shrills remarks that he fled alone, proving his fear of death. Frustrated, Kella apologizes, saying he should have finished the fight, but Shrills calms him, saying she also wanted him to test his strength. She adds that at least now they know they can stand against such mages. Celebrating, Rian says her dagger has become far stronger thanks to Raralyn. Wood agrees, and Rian comments that his transformation was impressive. Embarrassed by the praise, Wood becomes slightly flustered. Kella questions how Hayden located them so quickly. Revealing a captive, Shrills shows she caught a hidden spy. She asks if they should question the prisoner to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Kella and Rian stare at the figure in shock. With a sinister smile, the spy asks what happened to the old Kella. Removing her hood, she reveals herself as Saldera, surprised by his strength. Shocked, Kella shouts her name. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Far away, a teleportation portal opens in the middle of a desert. Hayden emerges from it with a furious expression. Dropping to his knees, he screams in anger over the outcome. He realizes that not only Shrills, but the entire group has grown stronger. He knows the Emperor will be enraged by his failure. In despair, he laments having to rely on Killian again. In a flashback, a cult offers pure souls to the great Lumion. Before an altar, children are told they will become gods with Lumion. The cult then calls upon the divine beast, asking for blessings and prosperity. The leader addresses the radiant beast Lumion. Ignoring the cries, a mother urges her child forward, saying Lumion awaits. Next, a father pushes young Killian ahead, calling him his pride. Silent, the boy stares at the massive divine creature. The beast's light then illuminates the entire ritual site. As a result, sacred flames spread across the area. Alarmed, the cult members scream as they are struck by the sudden attack. At that moment, a man shouts for someone to save the children from the sacrifice. The cult leader recognizes him and orders the Hayden Guild not to interfere. Outraged, he charges forward, questioning how parents could send their children to die. His strike hits a cultist directly, making the man cry out. The cultist collapses, defeated by the blow. From the altar, young Killian watches the chaos silently. Meanwhile, the divine beast Lumiarin hovers above, staring down at him. Hayden grabs the boy, shouting that children should not be sacrificed. As he is rescued, the boy looks at him without emotion. In the background, his mother cries in despair, saying she must offer her children to Lumiarin. Moving quickly, Hayden shields another terrified child. Gathering them together, he tells them not to worry and promises protection. He recalls that saving Killian was the moment that changed his life. Back in the present, the Hayden Guild headquarters appears on a peaceful day. Bringing the children there, Hayden offers them a new home. At the time, he was content with saving the two boys. He already knew that Killian had received the divine beast's light. However, Hayden did not yet understand what that meant for the future. During training, an instructor is struck by a powerful attack. Standing over him, Killian hears the man surrender. The instructor warns that no one else in the guild can match him. Hayden wonders how he became so skilled with a sword. After winning, Killian stares at the defeated man in the courtyard. With glowing eyes, he says he wants to achieve far more. Sensing danger, Hayden urgently tells him to be careful. A massive pillar of energy erupts, striking the instructor directly. Watching this, others shout, wondering if he has lost control again. After the blast, the boy collapses to his knees, surrounded by lingering energy. Hayden realizes that Killian's power exceeds everything he knows. He recalls that Killian's light explosions always harmed those nearby. One night, Hayden visits the boy's room for a serious talk. When asked how he feels, the boy says he is fine but questions who will teach him if everyone dies so easily. Speechless, Hayden listens to the boy's cold words. Recognizing his detachment, Hayden understands he can no longer restrain him. At the royal palace, the king asks if this is the extraordinary child, and Hayden confirms he survived the divine beast's light. Surprised, the king struggles to believe someone endured such power. Staring at the boy, the king says he finds him fascinating. He orders Hayden to bring his guild to join Talawa. He also declares the boy will be assigned to the training division. Grateful, Hayden realizes this marks a turning point in his life. Because of Killian, his guild gains recognition, bringing him closer to his goal. Years later in the Tolkien training division, it is said that Killian has surpassed their teachings. The instructor speaks with him. Killian replies that from now on he will grow stronger on his own. From a distance, Hayden watches with both pride and fear. He believes the day will come when no one can control him. Years later, Hayden is appointed the new Archmage of Talawa. Swearing loyalty, he dedicates himself to the kingdom's peace and prosperity. He believes he has reached the highest position possible. However, Killian continues to grow stronger, always guarded. Entrusting him with the elite unit, the king appoints him as commander. Accepting the role, Killian says it is a great honor. Just like that, the child he rescued grew into the most powerful figure in Talawa. Hayden comes to terms with the fact that the boy he once saved has now surpassed him. Because of this, he must struggle to keep up, even while issuing commands. He understands that a single mistake in his role could cost him his life, so he concludes that survival depends on always staying above Killian. He realizes he must succeed where Killian failed by capturing Kella. To reclaim his standing, he needs Kella's head. If things continue this way, Killian himself will eventually destroy him. Clenching his fist, he accepts that there is no alternative. With no other option, he decides to seek help from those he had always avoided. Crossing a rugged landscape, Hayden advances alongside the dark night. He checks a compass that indicates the location of the strongest energy. Holding it, he admits he never expected to use it. Drawing on his power, he opens a portal ahead and declares he has found the place. For the ritual, he bites his finger until it bleeds. He extends his hand, pointing the bleeding finger toward the dark portal. A drop of blood falls and is absorbed into the portal. Two figures emerge and demand to know who he is. He identifies himself as Hayden and states he seeks their elder. The scene shifts to a vast hall that serves as the group's base. There he stands before their leader, who introduces himself as Balian. Suspicious, Balian questions Hayden's true purpose. Without hesitation, Hayden proposes a joint effort to hunt Kella, the last heir. Balian asks what his group would gain from pursuing the king's successor. He replies that he only wants the head and they can take the body. Mocking the offer, Balian suggests it would be better to experiment on him instead. To save himself, Hayden offers a rare substance called Lumina Ether as part of the deal. Surprised, Balian asks how he obtained such a relic. Hayden explains it was a gift he never used and could benefit them. Even so, Balian insists his group does not form alliances. Then Hayden reveals that Kellen is awakening the ancient demon king's power. He confirms this and adds that Kellen commands formidable mages and allies. Hayden argues that this is their only chance to study the royal bloodline. After considering it, Balian appears to reach a decision. He accepts the alliance but warns he will turn Hayden's soul into research material. Hayden agrees to the terms. Satisfied, he acknowledges that he has successfully manipulated the Tarsa group. The scene changes as Shrills asks Seldera if she used that sword to track him. Seldera answers that her blade can locate anyone it has ever cut. Kella recalls exactly when that first happened. In a brief flashback, his mother Karista cuts him with the sword to mark him. Confirming this, he warns that he will take Karista's sword. She questions why he called her Karista instead of mother. Remembering how he used to cry, she shouts that he is not Kella. He warns that without the sword she cannot track him and tells her to leave. At that moment, Shrills confronts Seldera about bringing Hayden there. Seldera denies it, saying she could not reach Kella alone. Grabbing him, she claims she deceived Hayden and begs to stay with him. He looks at her silently and simply says her name, Seldera. Without changing expression, he tells her to stop pretending and leave at once. Clenching her fist, she angrily calls him a bastard. Turning abruptly, she calls out to Ren for help. Rushing over, she hugs Ren and begs her to persuade Kella. Held tightly, Ren stays still, briefly hiding her face. Her hand reveals Karista's sword, and as she strikes, Ren asks how Seldera dares seek help after everything. Ren declares that the only thing she can grant her is death. Furious, Seldera demands how a mere servant dares raise a blade against her. Kella interrupts, seizing her arm with force and anger. Pressing her face down, he asks who she called a servant. Unable to react, she begins begging for her life. With a swift motion, he throws her violently to the ground. Looking down, he warns that if she appears again, he will kill her. Even on the ground, Seldera curses him in rage over the humiliation. She quickly rises and escapes at full speed. Afterward, Rian thanks Kella, saying she is only his servant. He corrects her, stating she has not been a servant for a long time. Seeing this, Rian looks at him with deep gratitude. Shrills then asks if letting her go was wise, but he replies she is no threat. Smiling, he explains that more surviving heirs create greater chaos among humans. He adds that Seldera can divert the kingdom's attention away from them. From a distance, Seldera scoffs, calling Kella a fool for sparing her. Revealing her plan, she says she planted a mana spider on Ren. During the embrace, she secretly placed the creature on her former ally's back. Now Ren's body is directly linked to hers through that trap. Everything Ren sees and hears will be transmitted to her without detection. Smiling, she declares that sparing her was his greatest mistake. Balian then summons his group, calling them together for a mission. He introduces a trio, explaining they are the result of years of research. Hayden is stunned, admitting he has never sensed mana at that level before. He adds that all three surpassed the sixth circle of magic. He realizes how far Tarsa's research has progressed while others were distracted. Smiling, Balian orders them to lead the hunt for Kella alongside Hayden. Their leader Seraphine promises to personally bring back the king's heir. Beside her, Kella celebrates, excited to finally step out into the world. The third member, Luna, quietly clears her throat and continues watching without speaking. Observing their strength, Hayden concludes they may actually succeed in the mission. With a resolute expression, he declares that Kella will not get away this time. Elsewhere, Kella's group reaches the Blood Mist region. Uneasy, Wood notices his shield shaking and asks if they will be safe. Trying to reassure him, Ren reminds him they have already defeated strong opponents. Hearing them, Kella considers giving names to his daggers as well. Holding his sword, he senses his mana stabilizing like Wood's shield, yet knows it is still insufficient and there is no retreat. He decides they will rest and pass through the mist at dawn. At the palace, night settles over the kingdom's grand structure. Inside, Kellyan announces that the long, difficult process is finally complete. Lifting his altered arm, he reveals it has become Rudah's arm. Concerned, Curly asks him to signal if Rudah attempts to take over his mind. He reassures her, stating that no one can invade his mind that way. At that moment, a soldier rushes in, shouting that he has urgent news for the captain. He reports that Hayden attacked Kella, but only 2 injured mages survived. Worse still, Hayden's current whereabouts are unknown. Clenching his fist, he admits his carelessness and says Hayden has now become a victim. Curly comments that Kella is growing stronger, especially alongside Shrills. He orders her to summon the white-clad Tolkien to track Kella immediately. Back with the group, Kella explains that the mist tests whether they share the same purpose. Curious, Rian asks if they must all hold the same intention. Answering her, Wood says there should not be any issue. He explains that each person can have their own reason for moving forward. Shrills corrects him, saying they are united to protect one another. Agreeing, Rian declares she will protect everyone as well. With his eyes closed, Wood quietly affirms the same. Smiling, Kella says that with that mindset they will be fine. He tells them to trust each other and step into the mist. Following him, the group enters the strange area together. Within the mist, a strange red crystal begins forming before them. Suddenly alone, he calls out, asking if anyone is still nearby. He wonders why he can only hear strange sounds and nothing else. Then he notices something moving quickly to his right. Turning toward it, his eyes widen in shock. In front of him appears a vision of himself seated on a grand throne. Stunned, he sees himself as the powerful demon king. Frozen, he stares at the vision, unable to react. In that vision, he sits alone on a throne of skulls. Seeing this, he questions whether that is truly what he desires. He wonders if he genuinely wants to become a feared ruler. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears and says it will grant his wish. Floating in place, he cannot comprehend what is happening. The shadow offers him power and calls him by an unfamiliar name, Kang Chu. Shocked, he questions how the entity knows his real name. The shadow then promises him the perfect world he once longed for. Agreeing, he admits he desires the ideal world he once created himself. The entity invites him closer, but he refuses, saying that future is not who he is. He explains that his true companions are those beside him now. Angrily, he shouts, "What's the point of being the strongest alone without them?" The creature is stunned, unable to understand his refusal. Turning away, he declares that it is an illusion and no one should fall for it. The creature insists it is a mistake to deny one's own heart. Under immense pressure, he resists, shouting that he will not yield. Dropping to his knees, he realizes he cannot escape the mist. Elsewhere, Shrills is also trapped in an illusion created by the blood mist. In her vision, her brother becomes the Demon King and destroys everything. The same shadow offers to open a path for her to reach that future. She questions whether it is even possible, doubting what she sees. Meanwhile, Rian is caught in her own illusion, separated from reality. In her vision, Kella stays by her side instead of Shrills. Smiling, she says she can finally have him for herself. The dark entity promises to grant her wish and urges her to come closer. Reaching out, she declares that Kella belongs only to her. Focused on the vision, she appears fully consumed by temptation. Recalling the past, she reveals she fell in love with Kella at first sight. He accepted her as a friend, even though she was only his servant. Now he treats her as a true companion. After everything, she still loves him and wants to remain by his side. But suddenly her thoughts begin to shift. Taking a step forward, she says this is not just about her. Extending her hand, she declares her wishes for everyone's sake. Shouting with all her strength, she refuses to give in to the temptation. Suddenly, the petals she carried burst with power before her. Surprised, she wonders if they are the ones Roland gave her. At that moment, a woman appears, saying she is finally worthy to meet her. Startled, Ren asks who the woman is. She introduces herself as Clarine, a swordswoman who trained with Turk Caladun. Crying in relief, Ren says she will finally gain the strength to protect others. Clarine calms her, saying she will now guide her through her mind. Asking her to take the blades, Ren feels their names coming to her. Holding them, she learns the daggers are called Dove and Crow. Clarine encourages her, reminding her she is not alone and telling her to cut through the mist. With a swift strike, the dark entity is hit by a sudden powerful attack. With a single slash, she breaks through and dispels the illusion completely. Back in reality, she notices that the blood mist has completely disappeared. Confused, Shrills approaches and asks what just happened. Kella asks if she was the one who cleared the mist. Still disoriented, moved to tears, she says she encountered Clarine, a companion of Turk Caladun. Kella tells her to calm down, but Rian responds that she feels amazing. Shrills congratulates her, admitting even she could not resist that temptation. Laughing, Rian turns to Wood and asks what temptation he faced. Wood replies that nothing tempted him and the mist vanished while he was walking. Kella wonders if the entity found nothing to tempt Wood with. With a calm expression, Wood answers that he has no real desires. After hearing that, Kella pauses in silence. Reflecting, he then questions whether he truly desires to become the strongest. Clenching his fist, he grows frustrated with himself for failing to resist. Despite being from the sixth circle, she also reflects, wondering if her deepest desires surfaced. After crossing the mist, he announces that their next destination is Mortaram. Standing before it, he identifies the structure as the gate to Mortaram. Kella says the place radiates dread, while Wood notes his shield is shaking. Approaching the entrance, Shrills reads an inscription forbidding any living being from entering. Annoyed, Rian asks if they have to die to pass through. Determined, Kella steps forward and prepares to use his magic on the gate. An entity suddenly appears, demanding to know who dares enter the realm of the dead. Without fear, he introduces himself as Turk Caladun, son of the Demon King Helkin. Calling him a half-breed, the entity threatens to kill him for his arrogance. Angrily, he declares that Roralin would not have sent him this far just to fail, releasing his mana at full force and demanding the gate open. The Guardian is shocked and asks if he is Turk Caladun. Caladun, confused, he asks why he was called by that name. Though puzzled, the Guardian announces it no longer has reason to block their path. Opening the skull-shaped gate, it simply orders them to enter. Surprised, Shrills questions if Kella was mistaken for someone else, while Rian celebrates his strength. Recalling the vision, he becomes convinced that figure was indeed Turk Caladun. He wonders if he shares a connection to Turk Caladun like his companions do. With no time to dwell on it, he announces the gate is open and they must move. As they enter, he tells everyone to remain cautious since they do not know what lies ahead. Suddenly, they find themselves in a graveyard filled with the spirits of ancient kings. Angered, the souls demand to know why they have come. One spirit grows enormous and orders the others to kill them. Without hesitation, Kella draws his sword and tells everyone to prepare to fight. In moments, the spirits surround them, accusing them of disturbing their rest. Trying to reason with them, Kella says they seek the king's crystal, but a spirit declares he is unworthy. Realizing it is pointless, he understands they do not see him as Turk Caladun. At that, Shrills uses her abyss spear, summoning multiple weapons to attack. Several spears strike the spirit directly, delivering a powerful blow. Elsewhere, Ren attacks while apologizing to the souls. Wood blocks an incoming strike with his shield, urging it to stay strong. Charging forward, Kella swings his sword and shouts as he attacks the spirit before him. To his surprise, his blade passes straight through, and the spirit mocks them, saying they cannot cut them. Seeing his attack fail, Kella is stunned, unable to understand. The spirit explains that the opposite, however, is true. In an instant, a spirit lands a direct strike on his chest. Even with a mana-infused sword, he realizes he cannot harm them. Shocked, he notices his wounds are not healing as usual. Annoyed, the spirit tells him to give up and accept death. Unable to defend himself, he is struck again in the same spot. Desperate, he wonders what to do since both his attacks and healing are ineffective. Meanwhile, a spirit asks Shrills if she is ready to die. She realizes her magic has no effect because it shares the same nature. Rian also complains that her blades cannot pierce them as Wood's shield is knocked aside. One of the spirits opens a path for an attack. Watching it happen, Rian freezes, unsure how to respond. A spirit then grabs Wood and warns it will tear apart and consume his soul. Caught off guard, he begins to be devoured by the spirit's energy. In panic, Rian shouts for him to wake up and break free immediately. Trying to save him, Kella is pierced through the chest by a direct strike. With him injured, the spirit tells him to accept his helplessness and die. Seeing him fall, Shrills screams his name in despair. Even wounded, he tells Wood to hold on, promising he will still save him. As he collapses, he can only call out Wood's name. Lying still, he is unable to rise from the blow. In darkness, he wonders if he has truly died. Thinking of his friends, he regrets failing to protect them. Angrily, he says he has once again failed to create the world he envisioned. Suddenly, a demonic spirit grabs him and calls him a fool. The spirit declares it will not let him die after coming this far. Startled, he recognizes it as Turk Caladun, the ancient demon king. Laughing, the spirit celebrates that he finally spoke its name. Confirming its identity, it formally introduces itself as King Turk Caladun. Kella asks how it is inside his mind, and Turk Caladun explains he could not speak before. Resting a hand on his chin, he wonders if some binding spell is restricting him. Annoyed, Turk Caladun reminds him that he received his sword and Rorlin's blessing. Confused, he asks what the liberation ability mentioned actually is. Striking him on the head, Turk Caladun tells him he should already know. Kella tells him to stop and explain, as his friends are in danger. Smiling, Turk Caladun says that liberation is the hidden power within his soul. Shocked, he asks if he can truly use Turk Caladun's power in battle. Turk Caladun confirms that he is releasing the seals on his body one at a time. The first seal shattered when he obtained Hell Caladun's demonic power. The second opened after he encountered Turk Caladun and received Rorlin's blessing. Now he can access liberation mode, and Kella asks how many seals still remain. With a grin, Turk Caladun says that once the final 2 seals break, he will stand as the strongest. Taken aback, Kella repeats the statement, struggling to accept that he could become the most powerful in the world. Turk Caladun then urges him to shatter the seals and create the world he truly desires. Wary, Kella questions his motives, pointing out that he comes from another world. Irritated, Turk Caladun answers that his only goal is to escape the endless cycle. He explains that he will soon reach the end of his soul's long journey. Looking into his eyes, Kella senses a boundless loneliness within him. Tightening his fist, he admits he is unsure whether to trust him, but he has no alternative. Raising his voice, he demands that Turk Caladun teach him how to activate liberation mode. Without hesitation, Turk Caladun strikes, releasing a surge of energy straight at him. Confused by the sudden attack, he asks what Turk Caladun is doing. Turk Caladun shouts for him to concentrate on the feeling and link his consciousness with his. Shocked, he yells in disbelief, asking if that is only 20% of the power. Calling him foolish, Turk Caladun warns that his body can barely withstand even that level. Even so, he insists that living beings are incapable of harming the souls of kings. With a chilling smile, Turk Caladun poses a blunt question. He asks whether Kella truly thinks he is a living being. Realizing the implication, Kella is completely frozen by the truth of his nature. Yelling, Turk Caladun orders him to stand before he dies there once again. Back at the cemetery, his eyes snap open, filled with renewed resolve. His hand begins to transform, sprouting long, dark claws. Seeing him move, the spirit asks if he still intends to resist. Despite his severe injuries, he declares that the fight is not over. With a roar, he finally activates liberation mode, unleashing his full strength. Gripping the altered sword, he delivers a powerful strike toward the spirit's present form. With a single blow, he slices the spirit cleanly in half. However, the force of the attack sends his body flying backward. Witnessing this, the spirit questions how such a sudden shift occurred. As he falls, his hand touches the ground, releasing a faint pulse of energy. In an instant, the energy spreads outward, striking every spirit nearby. The shockwave throws his companions away from the impact. Stunned, Shrills calls out to Kella, unable to believe what he just saw. Even from his knees, he rises and spins through the air. Charging ahead, he cuts down every spirit standing in his way. Gathering all his strength, he declares that this will be his final attack. With one decisive motion, he unleashes a massive wave of energy in every direction. Even wood is sent flying, slammed into the ground by the force. Caught in the blast, wood collapses unconscious after being struck by the final attack. Defeated, the spirits begin to fade away, unable to accept that mere living beings had overcome them. As the spirits disappear, the group wonders how it was possible. With blood covering his face, he says that while his body may be alive, he adds that this power does not come from a living being. Wounded, Kella explains that by releasing Turk Caladun's mana, he can cut through spirits. Approaching him, Shrills asks how he managed to wield such overwhelming mana. Shildera thanks Kella, saying the rookie nearly lost his life. Noticing his recovery, he remarks that the process is much faster than before. With a serious expression, Shrills demands an explanation of what just happened. He answers that Roralin's blessing greatly enhanced his strength. Suspicious, she directly asks what he is hiding from the group. She then questions whether he destroyed the spirits, and he begins to worry about the crystal. Suddenly, an unusual sound draws everyone's attention in the cemetery. Turning around excitedly, Shildera says, "That sounds like a kitten," but a massive cat appears before them, shocking everyone with its size. Greeting them, the creature introduces itself as an old inhabitant of the place. Startled, Kella asks if it might be one of the vengeful spirits, telling everyone to stay calm. The creature claims it is normal, but Shildera shouts that it clearly is not. It explains that it grew to this size by absorbing mana, as it was once much smaller. The cat then says it knows what they seek and invites them to talk. Shrills warns Kella that the creature seems suspicious, but it hears everything. Shildera disagrees, telling Kella it does not appear dangerous. Ignoring them, the cat says it has prepared food for everyone. With no better option, Kella decides they should follow it. Pleased, the cat praises his decision and asks them to come along. Leading the way, it reveals a hidden passage behind a cluster of rocks. Inside, everyone is amazed by the underground magical space. Kella remarks that he would love to use it as inspiration for building a dungeon. He adds that he always wanted his game's lobby to look like this. Proudly, the cat says it spent 500 years decorating its home. It then invites them to eat, saying they must be hungry. Looking at the lavish spread, Kella asks what the glowing pudding is. The cat explains that the macaron heals injuries, calling it a dessert of happiness. Excited, Shildera prepares to eat, but Kella shouts for her to stop. Confused, she asks why she cannot eat the food offered there. He explains that in the realm of the dead, eating is a way to deceive souls. Hearing that, she recalls something important she was told before. Frightened, Shildera remembers that Roralin warned them not to eat anything there. The cat praises the young king, and they ask why it is pleased. It reveals that this was the final and most difficult test. Kella then asks what would have happened if they had eaten the food. Smiling, the cat replies that they would have become its meal. Tit says they have proven themselves and asks them to follow. Tit explains they passed the trials, and they ask if it will now give them the king's crystal. Placing its paw on a device, it activates a magic circle. Inside, a crystal begins forming within a flame. The crystal then rises, slowly emerging from the glass container. Offering it, the cat says this is the crystal Kella was seeking. Holding the crystal, Kella is surprised at how easily they obtained it. He concludes that without Rorlins and Turk Caladun, they would never have succeeded. Holding the crystal, he admits that reaching this point was far from easy. Shrills remarks on the overwhelming power radiating from the object. Shildera says the crystal is stunning, as if it were something extremely valuable. Wood adds that he has never felt energy like this before. Kella then asks why the kings would entrust them with something so precious. The cat explains that the spirits actually long for eternal extinction. Shrills questions why they attacked in such a manner. He reveals that they strike the living while pleading to finally be destroyed. Kella understands, realizing the souls have suffered all this time, and says he should not blame himself. The cat states that he granted them peace. He then wonders if that is what Turk Caladun meant by eternal rest. He questions whether Turk Caladun also seeks extinction. Looking at the crystal, he wonders if he is being used for that purpose. He again questions if Turk Caladun, like the others, desires extinction. Staring at the crystal, he asks himself if he is being used for this goal. Shildera asks if the cat guarded the crystal alone all this time, and he confirms, saying he waited 500 long years for this moment. In a memory, Arkan asks Sandra if she is truly leaving him behind. She looks at him sadly, listening to his plea. She tells him he is no longer small enough to be called little. Holding his paw, she says only he can protect the king's crystal. Crying, he asks if she is leaving because he is a burden. She embraces him, saying it is painful to leave him behind. A tear falls from his eye as he feels her hug. He realizes her sadness is even deeper than his own. She asks if he can complete such an important task alone. Shouting, he answers that he cannot do it without her. The memory shows that because of her, he survived death more than once. In another memory, he says he was happy as she watched him grow. The memory continues with him refusing to be separated from her even briefly. While being held, he says he would cry if they were apart for even a moment. Returning from the memory, he gathers his resolve and tells himself he can do it. Through tears, he promises he will do anything, including guarding the king's crystal. Also crying, she smiles and calls him her dear Arkan. Before leaving, she promises she will return someday. Back in the present, he explains that enduring solitude was the only thing he could protect. Sildara comments that such loneliness is impossible to imagine. He says that greedy humans and demons came, but none passed the trials. The demons who appeared lacked the strength to endure the crystal's power. Kella asks how he knows Turk Caladun, and the cat replies that he was the strongest. He then reveals that the ancient demon king Turk Caladun now resides within Kella. The cat instructs him to place the crystal in his hand so they can merge. Watching the process, he admits he does not know what will happen, as this has never been done before. Crying out that it burns, he feels intense pain as the fusion begins. He realizes the crystal is entering directly into his hand. Racked with agony, he screams with all his strength. Inside his mind, a mysterious figure tells him to endure it. Startled, he wonders what is happening at that moment. He then questions whether that is the original owner of the king's crystal. Appearing suddenly, Turk Caladun confirms this, astonishing Kella. Turk Caladun tells the ancestor that his crystal has returned to the world. The ancestor promises to restore the great demon king's power, but Turk Caladun replies that he will reclaim the crystal he left behind. Interrupting, Kella tries to ask Turk Caladun's spirit something. He shouts at Kella to stay silent and accept the crystal's power. He then warns that he will kill him if he fails to grow stronger. Back in reality, the fusion with the crystal is finally complete. Shrills says the mana feels similar to her father's, but far stronger. In disbelief, Sildara asks if that crushing pressure is the power of a demon king. Sensing his own strength, he says that if Turk Caladun is right, he can grow even stronger. He states that he has obtained the crystal that even hell failed to claim. He realizes that he may be able to surpass everyone in strength. Shrills comments on the unbelievable mana and how his body can withstand it. Wood says the power makes him tremble, as if sensing a king's presence. The cat explains that without the proper qualifications, he would have exploded. Sildara celebrates, saying he was always meant to be king. He warns that whether he becomes a strong or weak king depends entirely on him. With a serious expression, Kella can only thank them for their support. Saying his duty is complete, the cat declares he can finally leave his long vigil behind. He lies down, explaining that he will enter a deep sleep to rest. Sildara asks if he will sleep forever, but he tells her not to worry. He says he will sleep only until his mistress Salandre returns. Surprised, Kella wonders what kind of being could command such a creature. As he begins to sleep, Kella asks him to at least tell them his name. The massive creature remains silent, its eyes already closed. In a memory, Salandre gives him the name Arkan, surprising him. Overjoyed, he shouts that he loves the name he received. In the memory, he thanks Salandre with a smile, delighted by the gift. Arkan then bids farewell, saying his name is his greatest gift in life. After waiting so long, he finally falls into a deep and peaceful sleep. Looking at him, Kella thanks Arkan for everything he has done. Shrills says that although she suspected it, she felt both warmth and loneliness within him. Saying goodbye as well, Sildara wishes the guardian Arkan a peaceful rest, and the group watches him sleep quietly on the large rug. Once outside, Kella talks about leaving while Sildara complains about being hungry. Wood says he senses mana on the scale of a village to the northwest. Excited, Shrills and Sildara shout, asking to be teleported there. After teleporting, the group arrives on a cliff overlooking the village of Venetia. Kella decides they should continue on foot from there without using magic. Upon entering the village, they see a guard whipping a demon to force him to move faster. A mother pleads for her son's life, but the guard tells her to be silent. Seizing the child, he says it is an honor to be offered to Driso. In despair, the mother begs them to show mercy and spare her child. One of the guards suddenly strikes the father, sending him flying with a single hit. Amused, the leader laughs, saying it is absurd for an object to speak of emotions. He orders the child to be quiet and drags him away by force. Surprised, Shrills notes that the Sky Guild has taken control of this place as well. Watching with anger, Kella observes everything unfolding. The guard grabs the crying boy's face as he begs for help. In a flashback, Kella recalls his father forcing him to beg for money. He remembers being beaten while pleading for the abuse to stop. Looking at the scene, he says this is worse than anything he endured before. Inside the church, a man admires the vivid color of mana within blood. He explains that he uses mana from elves, dwarves, and demons for experiments. Holding the vials, he declares that he will become the god of this world. Driso claims that both demons and humans will fall under his control. A subordinate warns that they still need far more demons. Driso questions whether he feels guilt, saying the number is irrelevant. With a grin, he orders them to capture every demon without exception. Across the village, the child's cries for his mother echo loudly. Approaching from behind, Kella places a hand on the guard's shoulder, startling him. When the guard turns, he recognizes Kella and calls him a coward. They pull out a poster confirming he is an S-rank wanted criminal. Kella warns that he struck a child and asks if he is ready to face the consequences. Telling him to stand, Kella says he should act responsibly as an adult. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and lands a heavy punch. And as someone claims he is bluffing, another orders everyone to attack him. He charges into the group, moving swiftly among them. He delivers a powerful kick, sending the first guard flying. Complaining about his speed, another guard is struck directly in the face. Continuing his assault, he hits a third guard with an open palm. He warns that against people like them, his bare hands are enough. Panicked, The guards question what went wrong with their information. With a sharp gaze, he prepares to finish the remaining enemies. He lands a double strike to the face, taking down another opponent. He questions whether their intelligence network has not been updated. Inside, a guard rushes to alert Driesel of Kella's arrival. Terrified, he reports that their members were wiped out by a surge of mana. Smiling, Driesel says a perfect specimen has come to them. Meanwhile, the sun begins to set over the village. The group approaches and congratulates Kella for defeating all his enemies. He reflects that the guild is completely corrupt, just as it was when he escaped. With anger, he decides to use this chance to eliminate that corruption. Driesel appears, amused by his arrival, and Kella asks who he is. Surprised, Saldera asks Wood if he recognizes the name, and he confirms. She explains that Driesel is a deranged figure from Turk Caladun's era who has not aged. Still shocked, she says this is insane. While Wood looks uneasy, and Kella demands to know why he is abducting helpless children. Driesel replies that he now only needs demon blood to gain eternal life. Licking his lips, he says he will absorb it to become a god. Disgusted, Kella calls his words madness and labels him despicable. Noticing Kella's mana, Driesel turns with interest, intrigued by his power. Without warning, Kella lunges and delivers a crushing punch to his face. The blow sends Driesel crashing into a house wall. Kella then turns to a guard who cries out desperately for his vice captain. He strikes the guard, slamming him into the ground and warning him not to die too quickly. Kella says he deserves to suffer. He adds that only then can the children's resentment be slightly eased. Defeated, Driesel begs him to wait and listen. Ignoring him, Kella steps forward and throws another powerful punch, his fist tightening as he prepares to strike again. He then lands a direct and brutal hit to Driesel's face. Driesel wonders how Kella became far stronger than expected. Unable to react, he cannot understand why he cannot defend himself. A cry of pain echoes through the village as he is defeated. Saldera remarks that the vice captain was not much of a threat after all. She says he looks pitiful now that Kella has grown so strong with the crystal. With a cold expression, Kella looks down at his defeated opponent and tells him to rot in hell. Kella delivers his final judgment on Driesel. The family thanks him, saying the villain has finally been punished. A villager shouts that Lord Kella, the king's descendant, has come to save them. The crowd joins in, calling him their savior. A little girl runs up to him, thanking him as her mother calls her back. Kneeling, he tells her everything is all right now. Holding her, he assures her that she no longer needs to be afraid. Seeing this, the girl's mother cries with relief and gratitude. The villagers shout that the heavens have not abandoned them, praising Kella. Laughing, Shrills celebrates, saying she can drink and telling them to prepare for a feast. Excited, Saldera and Shrills shout that they will hold a huge party with plenty of alcohol. From afar, a mysterious group watches the celebration in the village. Observing Kella, the leader says her group can handle him easily. She turns and orders Kella and Luna to begin the operation immediately, while a villager offers local food, saying it is delicious. Drunk, Shrills and Saldera call for a toast as he questions their drinking. Wood says he does not get drunk, and Kella notices Shrills gave him a drink anyway. Two children approach, asking if he is the great demon king. He allows them to touch him, hearing one say his horn feels warm. Smiling, the children look delighted. Seeing their innocence, he recalls the suffering caused by the guild. An elder approaches, asking Kella what they should do next. He explains that the guild will likely return to avenge Driesel's death. Hearing this, Kella realizes something terrible will happen if he leaves them behind. Concerned, they wonder whether they should escape to another region. He grows quiet, studying the situation and searching for a solution. After some thought, he says there is a better way to handle it. Gathering everyone, he announces they will construct a new dungeon far from human reach. Surprised, a villager asks if creating such a place is truly possible. He states firmly that he will make it happen because he will not allow the children to live in fear. With a smile, he swears he will not forgive anyone who harms them. The village elder asks if Kella truly intends to take them all in. Warning them, he says everyone will need to work hard to make it possible. Resolute, the villagers declare they can endure any hardship. Raising his fist, he prepares everyone for the journey ahead to the new dungeon. Shrills says that since they are stronger, they can lead and make use of everyone's help. Carrying Saldera, he says they may become a source of hope for all demons. Meanwhile, the children smile and their friends enjoy the celebration. Calling out for Kella and Shrills, two children ask to play with them, laughing cheerfully. All the villagers enjoy the party, insisting he is not drunk. Wood says he will watch over the two girls. A woman then announces she has arranged a place for them to rest. Night falls and the large building stands beneath a sky full of stars. Lying in bed, he finally rests after the long day's events. As he lies there, he wishes to build a dungeon that will preserve peace forever. Meanwhile, night settles over the village, bringing deep quiet. Outside, two villagers have passed out after drinking too much. At that moment, a strange presence approaches one of the sleeping villagers. Preparing to strike, the leader confirms that everyone is asleep and that Rian and Shrills have collapsed. She explains she cast a spell to trap them in a dream for 2 days. Luna adds that Wood also fell victim to her deep sleep magic. Kella says all that remains is to deal with Kella, wanting to experiment on him, but the leader decides they will kill him and take his body. With their plan decided, they quietly enter through the window. Moving toward the bed, they find the young king fast asleep. Standing over him, the leader declares she has come to take his life. She forms a spear, saying his body will be used for research. Holding the weapon, she prepares to deliver the final strike. Before he can react, the spear pierces his chest. As a farewell, the leader says they will meet again in hell. Struck directly, the figure on the bed reacts in surprise. Then the image begins to fade, revealing it was not real. The body disappears completely, leaving the weapon lodged in the pillow. Shocked, the leader wonders when they were trapped in an illusion. Appearing behind them, Shrills reveals it was a trick from the beginning. She explains she set the trap because their intentions were obvious. When asked about the others, she says Ren and Wood were illusions as well. The leader admits the illusion that deceived them was impressive. Noticing their composure, Shrills asks if they still have another move prepared. The leader warns that the illusion was only part of the plan and will not change the outcome. Smiling, Kale says he prefers a direct fight over assassination. Seeing their strength, Shrills realizes the three opponents are highly dangerous. Sensing something unusual, she notices their mana feels different. She questions why the Tarsa group is interested in young Kella. Seraphine replies she has no obligation to answer and calls her a test subject. With a grin, Kale mocks her, saying she can cry if she is afraid. Angered, Shrills warns she will force the truth out of them. Seeing the space sealed, Seraphine asks if she fears harming innocent people. Kale explains that Kella dislikes seeing children hurt during battle. Luna comments that for a sixth circle spell, it is quite advanced. Surrounded by darkness, Shrills decides to uncover their true strength. When she vanishes, Kale excitedly says he wants to learn that ability. Seraphine warns that no spell can conceal the scent of blood. Focusing, she says she has located her target. Without delay, she summons multiple spears and launches them. Hit directly, Shrills is thrown back by the impact. She shouts that she has never encountered magic like that before. Charging forward, Kale declares it is now his turn. His strike lands cleanly on the commander, knocking her aside. She realizes a toxin is spreading through her wound. Suddenly, she hallucinates her father, accusing her of betrayal. Recognizing it as a mental poison, she decides to purge it. Beginning a dark purification, she starts expelling the toxin. Meanwhile, Luna takes advantage and unleashes a large-scale attack. Unable to evade, she is struck and thrown back by the blast. She then realizes the three of them fight in perfect coordination. Facing this, she adopts a new strategy by creating multiple copies of herself. With this technique, identical versions of her fill the battlefield. Confused, Kella shouts, asking which one is real. Seraphine orders Luna to identify the original since the scent has been replicated. Luna responds immediately and uses her mental scanning magic. However, she becomes confused, saying they all share the same mental signature. Mocking them, Shrills explains her avatars are physical forms born from the abyss. Annoyed, Luna shouts that she is nothing more than a test subject. Seraphine tells Luna to stay calm and not fall for such provocation. She then declares they will destroy them all and begins casting a devastating spell. Taking the attack, all of Soleil's copies are wiped out at once. Seraphine remarks that in the end, only one could be real, just as she expected. Farther away, the real Soleil's appears, showing signs of damage. Impressed, she admits Seraphine is stronger than she anticipated. Seeing an opening, Kale charges, shouting he will finish capturing her. Recognizing the danger, she braces herself and declares the information gathering phase is over, releasing a massive surge of power. Pushed back, Kale wonders what that sudden power is. As the dust clears, she says it was a close call while several figures appear. They are revealed to be Killman and his squad, and he praises Soleil's for her effort. Seeing the reinforcements, Kella realizes she had only been buying time to study them. Taunting her opponent, Shrills asks if that was also part of her plan. Faced with the question, Seraphine remains silent with an unfriendly expression. Shrills points out her hesitation, mocking her for failing to predict this. Enraged, Seraphine shouts that it is impossible for her to miscalculate anything. Feeling the pressure, Killman is impressed by the overwhelming mana. She then orders her group Cruentus to bring them back as corpses. Recognizing them, Killman realizes the hunt for their group has intensified. He then declares he will take on the one with glasses, warning the others to stay alert. Shrill states she will take on the mage, noting the matchup would disadvantage the others. Her ally agrees, saying she and Wood will handle the remaining opponent. Rushing in with his blade, he thinks he must finish quickly to support his team, while Seraphine readies a spell by controlling the blood around her. His strike is stopped, producing a massive shock against her defense. Startled, he realizes she formed the barrier using her own blood. She remarks that close combat is his strength, but warns she will prove raw mana quantity is irrelevant, then sends blood at him shaped like multiple serpents, which he tries to fend off by slashing them. Yet the blood creatures reform instantly after being cut. He concludes that ordinary attacks are ineffective against such regeneration. She explains that no matter how often he cuts them, it makes no difference, and as blades pierce him, Killman cries out while the blood restrains him. He recognizes she is anticipating his movements and adjusting her magic accordingly. Meanwhile, Shrills launches a powerful abyssal spear at Luna. Luna raises her staff and forms a barrier to block the incoming strike. Shrills notices the staff radiates a strange and immense power, and with a smile, Luna activates an ability called Drenus Memory. A massive energy dragon bursts from the staff and charges towards Shrills. Struck directly, she is hurled backward by the force. She realizes the energy originates from a dragon and follows a different magical system. Luna smiles and tells her to prepare for what comes next. The dragon surges forward and clamps down on her energy barrier. Under the pressure, the barrier begins to fracture. In disbelief, she shouts that her shield broke far too easily. With confidence, Luna tells her struggling is pointless. Moments later, the dragon hits her again and sends her flying, and as she is thrown back, Shrills yells in frustration at her opponent's strength. Elsewhere, Kale strikes with a series of kicks while Rian warns Wood to stay alert. Following her advice, Wood steps forward with his shield to confront the enemy. His downward strike is blocked by Kale, who mocks his power. Without warning, Kale punches Rian from behind, launching her forward. As she falls, she uses her daggers to slide along the ground and soften the impact. Wood calls out her name, realizing she shielded him from the poison. Struggling, Rian stands and says the hit was painful. Amused, Kale warns the next attack will be worse. He unleashes a barrage of poisonous projectiles at both of them. To defend, Wood raises a massive wooden barrier from the ground. The toxin begins dissolving the wood, and she shouts that it will not hold. Seeing their defense deteriorate, she realizes the danger they are in. With a grin, Kale says he looks forward to watching them fall. Together they shout in defiance, refusing to surrender as they release a surge of power. He pushes back all the blood attacks. Seraphine evaluates his strength, noting he can only sustain it a few more times. She adds that she can generate her blood serpents without limit. He agrees, realizing this defensive approach is inefficient. He decides he must prevent her from using one of her 2 grimoires. Aware he cannot maintain his current power, he accepts he has no alternative. Unleashing more strength, he charges and demands she give up one of her books. She observes his mana has spiked sharply. Smiling, she remarks he had been concealing his true ability. Saying everything is proceeding as planned, she traps him inside a cage of blood. Fully confined, he panics and shouts, asking what it is. Seraphine explains it is a prison formed from her blood. Trying to break free, he yells that even his full strength cannot shatter it. She adds that the structure strengthens as it uses her own blood. Immediately, sharp spikes begin forming throughout the cage. Seeing this, Killman shouts that the situation is absurd. With a cold expression, she warns the spikes will pierce his body and declares she will tear him apart without allowing any regeneration. Meanwhile, Kale scoffs and questions how long the wooden shield can last. He continues taunting, saying he cannot wait to see their skin dissolve. Struggling, Rian fights to hold back the advancing poison. Behind her, Wood admits he cannot endure much longer. Recognizing the danger, she realizes the shield is about to fail and shouts for Wood to place it on her back as before. Noticing the plan, Kale mocks them as she urges Wood to hurry. With no other option, Wood trusts her and throws the shield toward her. Merging with it, her body becomes encased in wooden armor. Excited, Kale comments that her transformation is impressive and stylish. However, he warns it will not change the outcome. Saying he only needs to break the wood, he attacks the armor with full force. Enduring the strikes, she no longer worries about the poison. Knowing she has only moments, a magical eye opens on her forehead. She decides to expend all her mana at once. Focusing completely, she prepares her decisive move. Suddenly, she disappears, leaving Kale confused as he asks where she went. A swift slash cuts through the air straight toward him. Caught off guard, he barely reacts in time. Turning, he shouts in shock that she managed to cut him. Enraged, he curses her for the injury. Using his distraction, she attacks again from behind. Struck once more, he cries out as another deep wound is inflicted. With the magic eye active, she says the poison rain seemed unusual. Confused, he shouts that he has no idea what she means. Advancing, she explains that someone of his level would not sustain that attack. Hit again, he glares at her with intense hatred. He yells in frustration, demanding to know what she is talking about. Facing him, she says she finally erased his smug expression. She presents her conclusion, pointing the blade on her arm at him. She states that his poison draws mana directly from the ground. Releasing a surge of energy, she strikes at his feet. The attack lands precisely, severely damaging his ankles. By targeting his feet, she prevents him from absorbing more mana from the earth. Collapsed, he screams in pain, saying his legs can no longer support him. She realizes she stopped the absorption, but her armor is reaching its limit. Seeing her opportunity, she prepares to deliver the final strike. With a final strike, she ultimately brings her opponent down for good. With her remaining strength, she completes the attack with her last breath. Collapsed on the ground, Kale is fully defeated after enduring the barrage of hits. Stunned, he gazes blankly as consciousness fades away. Drained, Ren steadies herself on her daggers, barely able to remain upright. Smiling faintly, she says she succeeded, and thanks Wood for his support. Glancing aside, she notices her companion lying unconscious on the ground. She realizes he expended all his strength to sustain the armor. With nothing left, she collapses as well, worn out from the intense fight. Lying there, she calls Wood a fool for sacrificing himself like that. She then admits she cannot move at all, not even slightly. Barely awake, Wood asks if it hurt badly, calling her Guardy. Looking at him, she uses her last strength to tell him he did well. Defeated, Kale remains on the ground, staring emptily and unable to move. Witnessing this, Luna is completely stunned by the result. Enraged, she screams, unable to understand how Kale was beaten. Shouting, she orders her dragon to quickly finish them off. Struck directly, she tries to block the dragon's assault with her shield. At that moment, she realizes dragon magic cannot be easily countered. After everything, she refuses to lose like this. As death approaches, she freezes for an instant. In a memory she recalls constantly standing at the brink of death, a massive gate would appear before her, its nature unknown. Standing before it, she sensed a lethal aura emanating from it. Fordo asks what she is looking at, and she points toward the gate. Fordo then reveals it is the Gate of Darkness she discovered. Confused by the name, she stares at the immense dark structure. Her mentor warns she has no right to approach it and orders her to step back. Even Fordo appears to hold a certain reverence for that gate. When she reached the 6th circle, her power increased significantly. At that moment, she saw the gate of darkness vanish into her. Back in the present, she realizes her curiosity about it has only deepened. Holding off the attack with her shield, she understands her current magic is insufficient. To face this power, she decides to borrow strength from the gate. With resolve, she declares she will open it to break the opposing magic. Before the gate of darkness, she prepares to draw on its power. Extending her hand, she forms a magic circle to open it. With force, her hand pushes against the massive dark structure. Shouting, she demands the power within the gate reveal itself. From the darkness, a figure emerges, and she calls for it to show its strength. Sensing the shift, Luna becomes confused by the new energy in the field. With her eye glowing, a dark force begins flowing through her body. Fully transformed, she prepares her counterattack. The dark entity advances and swings a massive weapon at the dragon. Its shadow-infused strike moves with precise and devastating force. The attack collides with the dragon, creating a violent clash. In shock, Luna screams as her dragon is destroyed. Facing that being, she is paralyzed by its overwhelming presence. In a deep voice, the entity asks if she took a dragon's power. In pain, Luna shouts she has never seen magic like this in Tarsa. She adds that she is no longer sure it can even be called magic. In a memory, Balian teaches that the greatest fear is the unknown. Seraphine explains they studied dragons to prepare for that true terror. Luna realizes this is how the Tarsa group truly began. Walking through a field of bones, she reflects on the fear of the unknown. Back in the present, she faces that fear made real before her. Tears begin to fall as she understands true terror is right in front of her. She continues crying while facing her opponent, completely overwhelmed by fear. With no strength left to fight, she collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. Hovering at a distance, Shrills watches the outcome in her fallen enemy. Breathing heavily, she wonders if she has finally won, but the creature calls her a fool and says it was summoned without understanding. Looking up, she questions what that dark being is. The entity warns that its presence can last only a few seconds. It adds that it will share the essence of darkness with her another time. With a loud impact, the gate of darkness closes completely. Soon after, it fades away into the shadows. Gradually, the entity vanishes from the battlefield. Still drifting, she wonders what just occurred. Her body continues floating without direction. Unable to think clearly, with her mana depleted, she feels the strain of the brief summoning. Even exhausted, she tries to move to find and help young Kella. Meanwhile, the blood prison mercilessly pierces Kella's body. Impaled, he screams in agony from the wounds. Seraphine watches, stating that everything remains within her expectations. Seeing Kella subdued, she prepares to deal with the others. He cries out again as more spikes pierce him. Bidding him farewell, Seraphine says the prison is now fully impaling him. Shouting, he strikes the bars with his sword in an attempt to break free. Calmly, she tells him resistance is useless against her magic. He shouts back that she is about to learn this is more than resistance. Asking if he still does not understand, she begins explaining the gap in their power, but he cuts her off and tells her to be quiet. He prepares another strike with his sword. He launches an energy attack at her, but she blocks it, calling it predictable and pointless. Taking advantage of the moment, he shouts now and activates his real plan. Suddenly, a small slime appears, holding one of her grimoires. Caught off guard, she questions what the creature is. Looking closely, she realizes in shock that it is a slime. Without hesitation, the slime flies away with the book, leaving her furious. Still confined, he warns that he had been waiting for her to drop her guard. Furious, she asks if he planned everything from the start. Smiling, he reveals he summoned Stone and concealed him in the shadows. He questions her, pointing out there must be a reason she uses 2 grimoires. Telling her to look, he gestures toward his still-trapped body. With a grin, he says the blood prison is already weakening. Panicked, she wonders if he is actually absorbing her blood prison. Inside his mind, Turk Caladun praises him, saying he is performing well. He explains that the power within that blood is extraordinary. Turk Caladun advises him to use this chance to push his body beyond its limits. According to the spirit, this is a feast prepared specifically for him. Accepting it, he prepares to begin full absorption. Then he shouts that he will take every last drop of her blood. In pain, she screams as her blood is drained away. Enraged, she insists it is impossible for him to absorb her blood like that. As he continues draining it, she watches in shock. Through the absorption, the data contained in her blood begins flowing into him. Processing it, his eye confirms that new information has been acquired. From that knowledge, she realizes his bones match those of a dragon. Shocked, she cries out, asking if he is a half-dragon. Kella only stares back, confused by the revelation. She then understands that his abnormal regeneration comes from dragon blood. Unable to comprehend it, he wonders if he truly is part dragon. Suddenly, Turk Caladun shouts for him to stop, saying they must keep her alive. The spirit explains she is a more capable mage than expected. Irritated, he says he will stop, even if it feels like a waste. When he halts, the remaining blood prison returns to her body. Exhausted, she cuts her hair to remove traces of his blood. Kneeling, she feels the toll of losing so much blood. With half of it gone, she no longer has the strength to use magic. Looking up, she realizes the situation has exceeded her expectations. Approaching her, he tells her he spared her for a reason. Then he demands she explain what she meant about him earlier. The scene shifts. A solitary crow flies over the Rocky Mountains. It lands on Balian's arm, delivering a message. Angered by the report, he shouts, asking if the Crowintus group has been defeated. His followers suggest immediate support, but Balian says it would be pointless. They would only be defeated as well. Noting that 2 of them are still alive, he orders a request for reinforcements from the base. He decides to track them himself to assess the situation directly. His men agree and say they will return for additional troops. Then he wonders how much stronger Kella has become. Clenching his fist, he realizes the situation may become extremely dangerous. He considers that even Killian might lose to Kella now. Meanwhile, the Tulkun White Squad advances on dragons. Kella tells Audrea to stay calm, but she shouts that she will crush Kella. From behind, Killian appears fully serious about the pursuit. Smiling, Deed jokes about the arm the captain lost to Kella. Annoyed, Kella and Audrea tell him to be quiet, but he says he will go all out because he wants to defeat Shrills himself. Riding his dragon, Curly prepares for the chase. In profile, Killian focuses on his targets, thinking of Shrills and Kella. He tightens the grip of his new arm, ready for battle. The scene changes. Kella and Seraphine sit inside a large hall. Because their blood is linked, he finds it strange that he can see her information. She says this is also her first time experiencing something like this. Holding his hand, she remarks that unexpected events keep occurring. Now understanding his origin, he explains why the ancient dragon helped him earlier. At that moment, the dragon must have recognized him as one of its own. He then wonders if his mother Carista was actually a dragon. Turning to her, he asks whether dragons can transform into humans. She explains they cannot fundamentally change their existence through magic. Even if they could transform, she says it would only last briefly. So he questions how his mother achieved the impossible. He also cannot understand how Hel and Carista fell in love as enemies. In a memory, he recalls how everyone in the castle once hated dragons. He himself used to say they should be wiped out. Thinking about it, he reflects on how deeply she must have loved his father. Seraphine asks if he has any more questions, and he says no. She warns that she will speak her mind and asks him to listen carefully. The scene shifts again to the hall they are in. Shocked, he shouts, asking what she just told him. She explains he subdued her through a method she never predicted. Furthermore, she discovered he is a demon with dragon blood. Because of that, she declares herself his future bride. Completely stunned, he stammers and shouts, asking how she reached such a conclusion. Surprised, she says she did not expect him to be so pleased. Angry, he breaks the connection and says he was only using her to verify the truth. Grabbing her horns, he orders her to obey him as his vassal. In response, she repeats the word obedience, as if considering it. With a different expression, she says she can accept his preference as his bride. He is left speechless, unable to respond. Overwhelmed, he shouts, unsure how to react. Blushing, she gazes at him, making him even more flustered. In a memory, she recalls being called a genius since childhood. Because of that, she felt responsible for protecting those who admired her. Fearless, she believed she could conquer the world with her magic. Until one day, her peers cried out in despair at the arrival of dragon magic. That day, humans riding dragons attacked Tarzacon's society. Everyone she cared about, including friends and classmates, was caught in the assault. Begging for help, they were defeated right before her eyes. Paralyzed, she could only hear their desperate pleas for rescue. Her extraordinary intellect did nothing to save her companions. One by one, they were swallowed by that overwhelming force, crying out in terror as they died. In that instant, she grasped the true nightmare of dragon magic wielded by humans. Confronted with such devastation, she vowed to uncover every secret about dragons. She promised herself she would never experience that fear and helplessness again. From then on, mastering knowledge about dragons became her sole path to proving her value. Back in the present, she reveals she has finally located a demon carrying dragon blood. To her, this is the ideal chance to obtain the answers she seeks. The scene shifts to the exterior of the massive structure. Regaining consciousness in confusion, Luna questions where she is and what occurred. Thrills appears, noting she is awake and able to speak properly. Internally, she confirms the memory-altering spell succeeded. She then tells Luna that she is a companion who had been traveling with their group. Facing her leader, Luna says she now recalls dear Seraphine. Changing topics, he asks whether she was serious about the marriage. She responds that she cannot entrust a dragon half-breed to anyone else. He complains that marrying for that reason alone is excessive. However, she admits her interest goes beyond mere research. Placing a hand over her chest, she says her heart raced for him. Flustered, he shouts that he has never even dated, yet now they are discussing marriage. Suddenly, Rim wakes, angrily reacting to the mention of marriage. Enraged, she charges at Seraphine, yelling that she will finish her. Frustrated, Rin shouts that those people had just tried to kill them all. Seraphine then declares she is Kella's future wife, and no longer an enemy. In response, she claims the other girl is simply jealous. Noticing the chaos, Shrills urges everyone to discuss things calmly. Sunlight streams through a high window into the main hall. In another room, she calls for composure, reminding them that the Tarsa mages are dangerous. He agrees, noting that without Stone, the situation would have been extremely perilous. She proposes that the two of them join their group as allies, but Wood warns that such a marriage would make the Tarsa their enemies. He agrees with the young man, adding that they would be valuable for construction. Additionally, they would be highly effective against the Tulkun White Squad. Skridgels recalls that the Tarsa despise humans, especially dragon tamers. Rian refuses to accept it, insisting the marriage makes no sense. With a smile, she reveals her plan. The marriage will be a facade. The idea is to use them until they can build the strongest dungeon possible. Irritated, Rian clicks her tongue in frustration. Wood suggests they follow Skrigel's judgment for now. Turning to the girl, she asks what Rian thinks about the proposal. Annoyed, Rian admits she hates it but says she wants to be with Kella someday. Even so, she recognizes she has no grounds to oppose Skrigel's. Looking at the young man, she states she has one condition. She shouts that she will not allow them to genuinely fall in love or have children. With everyone in agreement, Shrill says the final decision rests with him. Head lowered, he contemplates the idea of a sham marriage. His expression shifts as he recalls the danger surrounding them. Thinking of his companions, he realizes he cannot protect them as he is. For their sake, I accept the fake marriage proposal. From below, the building stands prominently against the clear blue sky. She says they will hold a simple ceremony first, followed by the real wedding later. Teasingly, she asks if he fell for her at first sight. With a provocative tone, she tells him there is no need to hide it. Embarrassed, he shouts that he has never even dated and is now marrying a demon. At a grand ceremony, guests congratulate the couple on their engagement. Wearing a suit, he thinks it is fortunate no one witnessed him fighting earlier. Dressed in white, she asks what he thinks of her appearance. Caught off guard, he stammers before admitting she looks beautiful. She notices his blood heating up again due to the situation. She explains she can sense everything because her blood now flows within him. Blushing, he realizes the situation is worse than he anticipated. The elder announces the start of the engagement ceremony. Furious, Ren declares she will finish her, but Wood tells her to calm down. She screams that she is the one who loves Kella, while the other woman appeared out of nowhere. Shrills asks her to understand that he has no control over the situation, but clenching her fist, she thinks she cannot possibly accept it. Staring at the bride, she shouts she will never acknowledge this union. The elder concludes the ceremony, declaring it proof of their engagement. Approaching him, she says they are now bound as one. He wonders if this was truly the right decision. Focused on her objective, she believes he holds the key to dragon power. 4 days later, the group continues their long march through the forest, leading 200 people. The journey proves far more complicated than he expected. With supplies dwindling, only the 50 children are being fed. Without complaint, the adults accept that the children come first. After 2 more days, Wood's clairvoyance sharpens even further. Thanks to the Dragonstone, they finally discover the ideal site for the dungeon. Recalling the ancient dragon, he hopes to encounter it again someday. Suddenly, Wood announces he senses a powerful flow of mana 20 kilometers away. He explains they are earth spirits, ideal for constructing the dungeon, and intrigued, Seraphine wonders what synergy might result. He realizes her primary focus is researching his lineage. Later that night, inside the tent, she calls out to him saying she is ready. Completely confused, he asks what she means by that. With a seductive expression, she suggests they should have a child soon for the future. Panicked, he protests that they have just met and such things require time. Urging him to move quickly, she suddenly throws herself onto him. Leaning closer, she prepares to push forward with her nighttime advance. Alarmed, he shouts that the entire situation is completely absurd. Rushing away in desperation, he claims he needs to use the bathroom as an excuse to get out. Once outside, he quickly shuts the tent behind him. To his surprise, Rian is waiting for him behind a tree. She reminds him that their marriage deal is only an act. Uneasily, he assures her he remembers and asks her not to let the other woman get close to him. Frustrated, he asks why she is not asleep. She replies that as his servant, it is her responsibility to keep him safe. Raising his voice, he tells her to take care of herself, pointing out the dark circles under her eyes, and each night the same dispute between Seraphine and Ren repeats. In the center of the camp, a wooden box sits alone in the darkness. Irritated, he says it is pointless since the marriage is fake, but Turk Caladun tells him she is now the best partner for him. Kella asks if that is why he insisted on sparing her. With arms crossed, he snaps, asking if the boy thinks he is that manipulative. Pointing at Kella, he explains the mage is stronger than he realizes. Looking at him, Kella is confused by the spirit's words. In silhouette, Turk Caladun states that a demon king needs a worthy wife. To him, Seraphine coming to Kella is nothing less than fate. Kella says he can sense her sincerity through the blood they share. Turk Caladun asks what the issue is, and Kella admits he knows she is a good person. From the side, it is clear something else is troubling him. Angrily, Turk Caladun asks if he is hesitating because of the other girl. With a distant gaze, he admits that it bothers him deeply. Shouting, the spirit calls him a fool for worrying about that. He then orders him to stop overthinking and accept her as his wife. In silence, he stares into the void, lost in thought. He briefly closes his eyes, reflecting on everything. Lying beside her, he wonders if he truly has to go through with this with Seraphine. Returning to reality, he announces a break so everyone can rest. In the background, he sits down exhausted while 2 children talk nearby. Completely drained, he realizes he has not slept at all in recent days. A boy asks how much longer they must keep walking. Excited, he asks if enemies like those from the Sky Guild will be unable to attack them. Looking toward the horizon, he reflects on the boy's difficult question. With a reassuring smile, he promises everyone will be safe once they arrive. The boy smiles, thanking Kella for everything he has done. Watching them, he smiles faintly, feeling more resolved. During the break, Shrills announces she will review their combat abilities. Whenever she has time, she teaches the demons basic techniques, showing them how to use swords, while Wood adds that weapons can compensate for a lack of magic. Rian then explains they must aim for vital points. Holding a dagger, she shouts that they need to anticipate their opponent's moves. The demons train together, working to improve their skills. Others practice magic, forming small circles of energy in their hands. Observing this, he realizes hope is returning to their eyes. Because of the children, his resolve to protect them grows stronger. The scene shifts to the Sky Guild headquarters, standing prominently against the sky. Seated in his chair, Hermison announces that all allied masters have gathered. Master Barak says he cannot believe Dries alone was defeated by them. Rappa states that alone is reason to summon every allied guild. Artemis declares she will handle tracking and assassination. The alchemist master insists they cannot allow Kella to remain undisturbed. Hermison warns that Kella has grown far stronger than expected. Displaying the banners, he declares this is now a fight for survival. Pointing to a map, he warns that Kella is heading toward that region. Annoyed, Barak asks if they are trying to establish a base there. Hermison states that the allied guilds cannot permit that outcome. Artemis agrees, saying they must act immediately before it is too late. With a stern expression, he reminds everyone of Driesel's fate. He then announces the allied guild's expedition to subjugate the young Kella. Shouting, he declares it will be for the boundless glory of humanity. 4 days later, the group is only 1 day away from their destination. As they travel, it is clear the demon's combat skills have improved significantly. Yet despite the progress, he feels an unexplainable sense of unease. Suddenly, a mysterious rider approaches their camp. Hidden among the trees, an unknown warrior watches them from afar. With an obsessive gaze, she repeatedly whispers Kella's name while observing him. Looking at the sky, he wonders how a staff can store dragon mana. Luna explains that mana is condensed within every cell of their bodies. Even after defeat, that energy lingers in their bodies for some time. Intrigued, Shrills asks her to elaborate further. Rian then approaches, offering the day's rations to the mage Seraphine. Annoyed, Seraphine asks if she is trying to slow her down with food. Rian replies that she must maintain her health since she is still the fiancée. With a distant expression, Seraphine says she is just jealous because she loves Kella. Shocked, Rian demands to know how she could say something like that. Seraphine calmly tells her to stop clinging to a one-sided love. Speechless, Rian can only stare at her rival. Unfazed, Seraphine adds that since she is stronger, she will be far more useful to Kella. Faced with the provocation, Rian remains silent, unable to respond, and is told not to torment herself with pointless jealousy. Lowering her head, Rian admits her rival is not wrong. In her thoughts, she believes Seraphine is a better match for Kella than she is. Approaching them, he asks if they are finally getting along. Seraphine says she has something important to ask him. She asks whether a descendant of the Demon King could love a servant. Surprised, Rian stammers Seraphine's name. Confused. Uneasy, she thinks she is not strong enough to hear his answer. Looking at her, he says yes, if the servant is as remarkable as Rian. Blushing, Rian nervously says his name. Taken aback by the praise, he explains that he no longer views her as a servant, but as a friend. Embarrassed, she hides her face. She cannot believe he actually said that. With a displeased expression, Seraphine questions whether he truly has feelings for the girl. Suddenly, Wood and Shrills arrive, shouting that there is an emergency. He warns that a large group is heading toward them. After assessing the situation, he says they will arrive in about 3 days. From this, she deduces that such mixed energy must belong to an allied guild. Thinking it over, he says the Sky Guild is making its move against them. Frustrated, Rian shouts that fighting while protecting so many people will be difficult. He states that their only option is to reach their destination and establish defenses. Turning to Wood, he asks how much time remains until they arrive. Angrily, he shouts that it is too late and they must get there by dawn. However, Shrills points out that everyone is already exhausted from the forced march. Resolute, he says they have no choice but to keep moving. With determination, he steps forward to announce the plan. Climbing onto a rock, he warns that an allied guild is chasing them. Frightened, the demons ask what they should do. Telling them to stay calm, he declares they will confront the guild. He orders everyone to move at full speed toward their destination. Raising his fist, he tells them to trust him and follow his lead. In unison, the demons shout that they will follow Lord Kella until the end. Watching this, Shrills senses a new sense of dignity in the young man. Meanwhile, the human forces advance, increasing their marching pace. Riding on horseback, Hermison shouts that they must eliminate the demons quickly. The massive army rushes across the field, closing in on its target. As night falls, he urges everyone to endure despite their exhaustion. Worn out, the demons begin saying they cannot continue. While carrying the children, they notice some people collapsing from fatigue. Shouting to Shrills, he warns they must preserve their mana for the upcoming battle. With firm resolve, he grits his teeth, ready to lead. He orders them to gather every piece of cloth they can find. After collecting them, he tells them to place the children and the exhausted on top. Gripping the ends, he prepares to pull them himself. As he strains, the others plead with him not to push himself too far. Crying out in pain, he uses all his strength to drag them forward. Watching this, the others realize how heavy the load is. Seeing the children, he understands their lives depend on him. Shouting with everything he has, he begs them to hold on a little longer. Inspired, the demons regain their strength and shout that they will keep going. Observing this, Shrills realizes he is exceeding his limits. Their belief that he is their core drives everyone beyond their own limits. Looking ahead, she understands that Kella is becoming stronger. Announcing it, Wood says they have finally reached their destination. Breathing heavily, he says they barely made it in time. From the mountain, an immense spiritual energy flows without end. Suddenly, he senses something unusual and becomes alert. He asks Wood about a strange energy coming from underground, insisting whether he truly cannot feel it. Sensing its magnitude, he struggles to grasp how vast it is. Excited, he says this is the perfect place to build the strongest dungeon. Celebrating, the demons thank Lord Kella for leading them there. They decide to begin by exploring the cave. He notes that the cave is ideal, with ample space and good airflow. After examining it, Wood adds that the structure branches in multiple directions. Seraphine finds it odd that a natural cave could be this perfect. Agreeing, he suddenly notices something deep within the darkness. Inside, several pairs of glowing eyes stare back at them. Alarmed, Rian warns that something is there. Sensing a strange presence, several dragons emerge from the darkness, resting in a massive nest, and Kella wonders if this is actually a dragon's lair. Frightened, Seraphine and Luna freeze before the unknown threat. Beside him, a red dragon fixes its gaze on him, making him tense. A large creature growls, preparing to attack the intruders. Without hesitation, the dragon unleashes a massive burst of fire. Warning everyone, Kella releases his mana to defend. Using his staff, Shrills creates an abyss shield to block the attack. Wood supports them by raising a large wooden barrier from the ground. The fire collides with the defenses, causing a violent explosion. Recognizing its strength, Shrills says it is a high-ranking dragon. Frustrated, he shouts that he does not have time to fight dragons. She warns that her defensive magic will not last much longer. In desperation, Seraphine begins casting a spell in the dragon tongue. When the spell fails, the dragon continues its relentless assault. Frustrated, she shouts that the creature is rejecting the dragon language. Facing this, he realizes there is only one solution. Telling them to hold on, he prepares to act. Activating his ability, his magic eye glows as he connects to the target. Looking over, the small dragon is startled by the sudden link. Their eyes meet, forming a mental connection between them. Terrified, the young dragon wonders what is happening. Suddenly, it finds itself in a mental space facing a giant Kella. He realizes the dragon language is working as intended. Crying out, the hatchling calls for its parents in fear. He tells it to calm down, explaining he only brought it there to talk. Suspicious, the young dragon asks if that is true, and revealing himself, he says he also carries mixed dragon blood. He explains that his demon nature allows him to communicate with it. Agreeing, the hatchling says he smells like one of them. Kella says he has no intention of harming its family, as he is also being hunted. He asks for permission to build a safe home, but the hatchling questions the request. With a sad expression, he says he has nowhere else to go. Surprised, the dragon reacts upon hearing that dangerous humans are approaching. The hatchling says its parents taught it to fear both demons and humans. Kella insists he is different and would never endanger its family. If we stay together, I will protect all of your families. Swearing on his name, he introduces himself as an heir of the great demon king. He begs for its trust, looking at it with sincere eyes. With no alternatives, he understands this is his only chance. With a calm gaze, the dragon says it can sense his sincerity and warmth. Surprised, he looks at the small creature, unsure how to respond. Smiling, he thanks it, and the dragon agrees to speak with its parents. Before leaving, the dragon adds that there is one condition. Not fully understanding, he asks what the condition is. The young dragon then begins to explain its single demand. As it speaks, his expression shifts to pure shock at the unexpected request. This is how we wrap up the first part of this video. If you made it this far, comment Son of the King. The more comments and likes you leave, the faster I'll bring the continuation. I'll leave 2 videos from the channel for you to check out, and I'm sure you'll enjoy them. See you later, guys.